It's like we don't. There are certain things about some of the flat earthers we don't like, but
well, we're people, dude. If you get rid of the people part of it, we are just robots. We're the Globers, just repeating shit and parroting. Surprised they haven't ran out of batteries yet, kind of deal.
We'll see. Whatever.
Yeah,
we'll see. This happens every once in a while. So they did this with Nathan Oakley and Sleeping Warrior. Oh, they're not even really flat earthers. They're globe earthers. Like, this is part of the gaslighting techniques they use every once in a while.
That's like flat Earth assholes been putting out videos now calling everybody a shill.
Yeah,
like,
it's the shill wars, guys, and it's not about the information anymore. And I'm getting sick of it. Anyway,
that's dumb.
That's dumb. The point, right? Isn't that the point? That's the point of this whole tactic is just to get us not talking about flat Earth, and now we're talking about personalities.
Let's see if this link.
The more we argue, the more stupid we look. That's all it is.
Somebody click that link and see if it goes to my Google Drive that I created. I think that's the right link. And this has like freaking 1,500 memes in it. And
is that Dubé's?
Oh, it includes Dubé. Dubé's one that he did is a subfolder in that link. If that's the right link. I think that's
if it's the right one.
No, it is. I just clicked it. I mean, it says
how many other folders of 1,500 plus memes do you have? I would imagine if you've been in the game a while, you could have 2 or 3 or 5.
I mean, I have a shitload more on my own personal PC, but I uploaded all this shit to this folder that I created and made public. I mean, you only I can edit it, but it's a public folder.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I've seen all of these, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
When was the last time you updated it? 2020?
Probably a year ago, yeah. There's all kinds of crazy shit in there. I mean, it's like I said, how you can go through 1,500 memes. But if you come across one you haven't seen before, I can give some people some terms to go ahead and add more to it. I haven't messed with it in a while, but it's at least a starting point, Some cool.
If you guys go through those 1,500 memes, you're gonna be as crazy as he.
Yeah, you might end up being as crazy as me.
I'm looking forward to it. It will be an honor.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in there. There's some stuff that I didn't even mean to be in there. I mean, I just uploaded the whole folder from my computer up to this drive, and then added all of Eric Dubé's shit in there, and he's got some really weird ass memes too. And he put it up on Facebook one day. He was just like, "Hey, I got over 1,000 memes that I've come across," and so I just downloaded the whole thing, and then I added it to my already meme folder on the drive, so on the Google Drive. You guys have fun.
Thanks, brother. I just posted one from it about Ladies' Night. Anything happening tonight? Ladies' Night! Whoops. Cool. I didn't mean to like my own posts. Or did I?
Is that antisocial if you post something and like it before anybody else does?
It's just pathetic.
I do that with the YouTube videos, though.
You're pathetic with YouTube videos?
Yeah, sure. I mean, when I
yeah, sure.
When I start the live stream or whatever, I go over there, listen, and I make sure I hit the like button first.
No, that's different.
Yeah, it is different than posting a meme and liking it on Facebook,
Yeah. There we go, Box. Yeah. Check the voice text, guys, for the happeningist flat earth gifts. And an advertisement that's super cool, too.
Hey, it's going to be fun going through those memes, Helio.
Well, I'm going to fill the dead air with a stupid story. I was doing dishes earlier, and I was washing a spoon with my bare hands, and I cut myself on the edge of the spoon. Okay? And that's all I have to say about that. It's just weird. I've never cut myself with the side of a soft, you know? Yeah, anyway.
Dude, the side of a spoon is anything but soft. I use the spoon to
square.
clean the. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so I use the side of spoons to clean the carbon that builds up on the glass top stoves.
Okay.
So, like, I got a stove at my house, and whenever my wife isn't paying attention and she lets it overflow, all that carbon buildup, it comes off so easy with the edge of a spoon.
All right.
And then after that, like, the edge of your spoon is like nice and smooth.
Crazy. Wow. That's cool. Yeah, it was a brand new spoon, and I was washing it off, and it just right on my thumb. It's going to hinder my week. No, I'm just kidding. It's a tiny little cut.
It really depends on the spoon, really, I think.
Well, it just depends on the cut. It wasn't deep. It was a surface, thing. I wasn't washing it like a madman, but I was, I love doing dishes, just like everybody does. So
I have 2 sets of Tupperware. I have the plastic ones, and then I have like the good China when I have guests over.
You have China Tupperware?
Yeah, that's it. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't have the time to
it's
be
like
cleaning.
A married bachelor. You can't have those.
No. I
quality, like ritzy Tupperware.
Yep.
No. That's not happening.
No, my stuff is ceramic. I just use it when I'm cooking for my friends.
Okay.
That's what I do. It's like I just bring it out. I use that one. If it's just me, oh hell no! Plastic plates, plastic forks, plastic everything. Throw it out.
I don't mind giving myself cancer when I'm by myself.
You get it. You get it.
Say it again.
That's not Tupperware if it's ceramic though. The Tupperware is the shit that you can put in the freeze and you can seal completely. It's made of plastic if it's Tupperware.
No, my bad. Yeah, I got it mixed up on you. I was
gonna say, China. Man, there's no such thing as China plastic. Now, hang on. There is such thing as plastic from China, but plastic that is China, way different thing.
My Tupperware is glass on the bottom, but everything on top that consists of the lid, it's either rubber or plastic.
That's a good way to do it.
I like glass. I've had too many instances where like my stuff either falls out of the refrigerator or when I'm meal prepping it breaks. I'm like, there we go.
Well, that's the only problem with it. But it's, to me, man, I don't like the taste after it's been in plastic especially if it's warm. The next day it's like, okay, I'm eating a little bit of this company's product with my food, and I don't want to do that. And glass doesn't leave much or if any residue if you're going to reheat in that container. So that's why I would do it.
Okay, I see your point. I've never seen the difference, but I definitely see your point. My mom's kind of like that, which is, I completely understand.
Yeah, I'm going to make a good mom one day. Who was talking?
T.MXCLEOD. Yo, I'm Atlas's mate.
How do I say your name without all that stuff in it?
You can just say Cam.
Cool. Cam, what's up, Cam? How we doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you?
I am chilling. Someone else trying to talk to him. Go ahead.
Yeah, Cameron,
please call me Cam.
Oh, sorry.
Please.
Cam.
Please.
So, Cam, what have you got to say? Why are you in the Discord server, man?
I don't believe in flat Earth, but I just want to understand why people believe in it.
I don't believe in it either. I don't believe in it at all.
I just want to see why people believe it.
Right. We don't believe it.
Oh, yeah. This is just a really nice community overall. Like, you can have nice conversations with people on here. Actually, that's why I stick around. It's kind of, everybody here is mostly nice.
We love everybody.
Well, personally, I'm a flat earther, but obviously, you're entitled to your own opinion.
Yeah, I just want to see why people believe.
I've got a question. So you see these people who are typing in the lobby, yeah? This guy generally believes he's smarter than Stephen Hawking. Is that a lot of people in the server? Are they like that?
No.
We don't claim that kind of stuff at all.
That guy that's saying that is very sus.
Let me speak for myself. I don't make claims like that at all, and I've never heard.
I'll make that
do that unless they were a Glober.
I think Stephen Hawking was retarded, and they used him to mock people.
I think he was a robot.
I don't think.
Okay.
He's
thinking he's alive.
Hold on, guys. You're derailing. The young man The young man is a glober, and we should talk about that with him.
Yeah.
Right. I want to touch on the Stephen Hawking real quick. The that was a
You get 90 seconds, kid. Go ahead.
Dude, I'm an OG. Don't talk to me like that.
Oh, sorry.
I'm an OG mod here, so just
okay. Sorry, I didn't know who I was talking to, brother.
All right.
All right.
No, but you don't have mods, so
I don't have mod because it's a new account, but everybody here knows me. Ask Helio.
I don't. Sorry, man.
Okay, yeah, because you're new. I've just joined.
Well, either way, don't start a fight. Let's continue.
Yeah, let's
Here's what I was
keep
saying.
it peaceful, guys.
Stephen Hawking was a psyop. It's just like a lot of things. They put something like the stupidest looking person they could find, and then tell you
put
he's
an exoskeleton inside him and control whatever he says.
Yeah. What?
Stephen
It's a psyop. It's among many psyops that they teach us, like the globe psyop. They have many levels of deception. Yes.
I'm
it's a
just
psychological operation to trick people. If they tell you the Earth is spinning,
then
they're tricking you. It's wizardry.
That's like that's like how the government make you think you need to shower, but they just want you to pay water bills.
If it's an
not falling for that.
Not my point. My point is they have ways of mind control. Some of it's subtle and some of it's in your face. Like the more you repeat something, the more it becomes ingrained. Since you're a child, they tell you you live on this spinning water ball. And you're like, wait a minute, why doesn't that work anywhere else on Earth? Why can't I take a ball, cover it in water, and spin it? How come it doesn't stick?
Can I interrupt you, please? If Stephen Hawking has an endoskeleton, then this isn't me being rude or anything, but then sometimes in videos of him, like you see drool on his shoulder,
there's actually 3 of them. There's actually 3 different people that claim are
on his shoulder.
That's a sideshow.
His spit is going on his shoulder. So how's it an endoskeleton if there's like
the real Stephen Hawking died like decades
onto
ago.
his shoulder, like nice and juicy.
The real one died decades ago. This other guy that they wheeled out is another one.
Did they produce them in factories, or are they real people?
No, they found a lookalike. You can get a lookalike, and then they claim it's him, but it wasn't. Because I have pictures of them, and they all look different. You can tell it's 3 different people.
Is that like how I kind of look like the mailman?
I'm sorry, but can you send them in lobby?
Hold on, guys. No, hold on. We're going to talk to you one at a time. And do you have a response to what he told you about how the concept of you living on a spinning water ball is completely absurd? That's what we're here to talk about. So let's start with Atlas. Do you think that you live on a spinning ball?
No, I think I'm the only one talking now that believes the Earth is actually flat.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Well, I've been studying it for a few weeks now, and just other flat earthers have been convincing me
what was the most convincing evidence? What was the most convincing evidence that you heard, Atlas?
Well, it's kind of confusing, but they gave me math statistics, so I was just
no. That it's not possible for you to be convinced and be confused. The math is very simple. So, do you need someone here to go over it with you again?
What? I cannot.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. C. Mixcloud, do you think you live on a spinning globe?
Yeah, I believe that we live on a spinning globe. That's just my opinion. I'm entitled to that. So, yeah.
What makes you hold that opinion? What's your strongest evidence?
I don't really have any evidence for it. It's just, in my opinion, common knowledge, but people have their opinions. So,
well, flat Earth is not an opinion. No, it's not.
Maybe you should have done your research, Cameron, before you came in.
And one at a time.
I'm very sorry. I didn't research. I just wanted to. I came on here to see why people believe the Earth is flat. I just want to see other people's opinions.
Yeah, and you've just established that your globe is a belief and an opinion, but smashing the globe to bits and showing that it has zero relevance or relation to your actual reality is not an opinion. It's a fact. It's a mathematical fact. So, would you be interested in hearing about that?
No, I'm good, to be honest.
So for your entire worldview to be turned on its edge, on its head, and for the entire globe model be smashed to bits, that's not something that's interesting to you. Just like the whole world completely turned over. That's not interesting at all. That's really boring to you.
I believe that the Earth is a globe. End of. That's my opinion. Right, move on to the next person.
Yeah, but you need evidence, Cameron.
No, I
He's
don't need any
acknowledging
of
that it's a belief. Do we have anyone that's actually
No,
interested in facts and
that I
objective reality?
believe.
How
I
about
believe
Ed?
Yeah,
that
I'm
the
I'm
Earth is a
interested
globe.
in what's it called,
Well,
and why you believe the Earth is flat.
Hey, Ed
Genuinely
wants to know
interested.
the real
yeah, I want to know why you
facts
believe.
here.
Actually, I agree with Eden.
May I explain? Because like,
No,
well,
no, please,
I've
please,
No,
can
you
I?
may
I
not.
want to. I want to hear.
No,
I
and
want to
I'm
hear
going to
from the
start
expert.
muting you if you guys keep talking over each other. So I'll give you a short explanation, Ed, and then if you have any questions, you can ask. And if anyone else here wants to add something, they can.
Excuse me.
Like your friend there started to discuss, Atlas, there is a mathematical basis to it because the globe, they claim the globe has a radius of 3,959 miles. But using that radius, we can predict that objects would disappear in the distance behind this alleged curvature. So if you really lived on a globe of that size, you would not be able to see things that we are able to see. Are you able to look into the live stream voice text?
Yep, let me look into this quickly.
Okay, it's
Excuse
the channel
me.
right. It's the channel right above where we
Yeah.
are. So I'm putting an image in there of Chicago, which I've seen this personally on more than one occasion, as have thousands and thousands of people who live in this area. This particular image was documented by a photographer named Joshua Nowicki, who is not a flat earther. He's just a person who likes taking cool pictures.
Excuse
You
me.
can see no, I'm not done. I will give you a chance to respond. It'll take me about 30 seconds, but it'll take longer if you keep interrupting.
Okay.
If you look across Lake Michigan, you can see the entire city skyline of Chicago. If we lived on a globe with the radius they claim, 3,959 miles, the entire city skyline would be hidden behind 1,800 feet of curvature, and yet we can see the skyline. What's your response?
I mean, how did they measure that? I'm genuinely just confused because, I mean, see, the thing is, like, I don't believe they just went around there with a fucking measuring stick or something. So, that could be off. So,
No, the distance at which it was taken is not in question. It's just I mean, there are distances
I'm saying
you
the
can
Earth
measure.
size.
Oh yeah, of course, the Earth size. Yeah, that's what we're saying. They claim it. They claim 3,959 mile radius. They never measured it. It's based on nothing. Absolutely right. It is a complete fairy tale. That is what the entire heliocentric model is based on. They claim it's a fact. Yes, you're on our side if you're saying it's not. That's what we're doing, disproving that claimed size.
Oh no, I just don't believe they got the math right.
You're right. They didn't.
The people who said they measured the Earth, that's definitely not right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Eden,
that is correct. So what needs to be explained here before we go on to the next question, we just like to do one thing at a time here, is you can't, that is a common technique. That's the denial section of your grief over your lost fantasy globe. Once you say, oh, well, maybe it's just bigger than they said. Maybe they got the radius wrong. No, that doesn't work because the entire model is based on this distance as well as the rest of your fantasy outer space, your fantasy distance of the sun, your fantasy this and your fantasy that. All your science fiction fantasies are based on 3,959 miles, and their mathematical models are revolving around that number. If you take away that number, it's like you took the bottom card of a house of cards and the whole house of cards collapses.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Yes, do you have another question about the Earth?
Just really quickly, somebody in the channel has messaged me, and I don't know why.
Tell me what they said. What did they say?
George Lex said, "Bro, this is an echo chamber."
Oh, I love it. George Lex, that's a new one. That's not one of our usual suspects. Thanks for telling us that. Happens all the time. If you have so especially young people. So we have these people, we have various words for them. I call them globe pushers because the globe is basically a drug that they've got everybody hooked on, despite the fact that it has no scientific or objective evidence. So these guys that go around, they're like grown men, but they're hooked on these science fiction space fantasies, so they can't stand it if like anyone would talk to someone, especially a young person, and say, guys, all that, you just saw the globe on TV. it's not real. They don't want anybody else to like leave their globe cult. So they'll DM children to try to tell them, hey guys, don't listen to anything outside of the robotic mainstream media programming. Stay here on our little globe fantasy cult because that's right where we want you. So yeah, it's weird that grown men are messaging you just because you're talking to a bunch of flat earthers, but happens all the time because these globe heads are weird.
What do you mean an echo chamber? Like,
okay, well, this is the thing. Yeah, that's a lie, basically. You want to see an echo chamber, turn on the news any day of the week, 24/7. That's an echo chamber. This happens to be a place where you're going to hear points of view that you've never heard before. And if you don't come back here, okay, you asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. And you will never hear again. The people here have unique perspectives. They're not part of the programmed NPC, zombie culture. So yeah, it's funny because people who are part of that, like they don't even understand the concept of having a personality, thinking for yourself and so on. The furthest thing from an echo chamber I've ever seen, and I've been involved in hundreds of organizations in my lifetime. This is nowhere near an echo chamber. We don't get along at all, pretty much about anything. Except for the earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears. That's what we all agree on. So there's no echo chamber here. It's just what the Globers tell you because they don't got nothing else except for lies.
So he's saying it's like a news station. Like, is that what you mean?
He's looking in his own mirror. He's seeing himself. He only believes in the globe because that's what he's seen on TV, this George character. He parrots the party line. He's probably average to below average intelligence, but he's in school. He learned the thing to do was to parrot whatever the teacher said. And even if you don't understand it, as long as you can memorize, large swaths of text, or you can recite the science glossary, people who don't even care about that stuff, who might even be more intelligent than him, but couldn't care less about pleasing these, robot teachers, don't do that. So this guy's gotten people to think that he's smart by parroting the party line and by conforming to what society expects of him, probably getting some kind of mid to low level job, maybe a manager if he's lucky because he's good at keeping the status quo.
I own 2 businesses, have 2 degrees, and I have friendships from Nazis to Muslims. I'm really enjoying this. Yes, I do, because I love people's different opinions.
Judgy, are you the one who's DMing the children?
No, I just sent him the DM because you were coming off extremely aggressive, which I've never seen in the server before.
Judge, people don't like me being assertive. I'm totally. I'd actually rather talk to Judge Lex directly. So you decided to DM children because you didn't like them hearing about flat Earth.
Hold on,
so Judge, let's start with you. Oh, you think I'm too assertive with these children? I'd much rather talk to you, Mr. Lex. Do you think you live on a spinning globe? I'm going to mute all the kids if you don't shut up. I want to talk to Lex because he finds it necessary to solicit children in our server. Lex,
you can do that.
Do you think you live on a spinning globe?
Okay, so definitely, you sound as an intelligent person, so I'll go ahead and touch on the basis, on the actual facts. First fact, I don't know that he's a child, all right? You're using children, all right, plural. I guess if he's a child, which I don't know, all right, it should be singular, so it's child. Again, if he's a child, I'm not aware of that. I don't ask people's age on here.
Splitting hairs!
Well, no, we're talking about truth here, so let's get to the point of it. All right, and what do I believe that?
A weirdo influencing children.
I'm not really influencing. You believe what you want to believe.
Even the children are saying they're children. You think they're not children, then you never talked to any children before. Are you guys children or what? Are you under 18, yes or no? Let's just go this point of fact here.
I'm not over 18. I'm not over 18. And
Dandelion, you have come on to me in a very sexual way, and
I'm going to start muting you guys. I want to talk to Lex, the adult, here, if nobody else has muted you yet.
No, I think he can tell by my profile picture that I'm a child. Look at me.
Yeah, duh.
Look at my profile picture.
I know.
Like,
we accept facts here the way they are. We don't play these games. So Lex, get back to you, Lex. What makes you think you live on a globe?
I could see it.
Where do you see it?
Pictures.
What pictures have you seen that I can verify, that are testable, repeatable, and verifiable?
Satellite images. The fact that other planets are also, spherical. The fact that the sun is also spherical, unless it's
hold on. You're calling a bunch of things facts that are not verifiable. Let's go back to your original thing. You've seen an image of a globe that you are claiming is legitimate. Can you please present citation in the live stream voice text?
I wouldn't say I have one. I would have to do more research on that.
Okay, so you have nothing for the first thing. So you do not really have evidence of your spinning globe. That's what you're trying to say. And yet you're promoting it to children.
If he's a child, then that's on him. But let me ask you a question. So how about we do this? I ask you a question, you ask me a question, because again, I like learning about different people. Like I said in my initial statement, I befriend everybody. I love everybody. I believe humans are.
Oh my gosh, that is a very, very unwise, Judge Licks. I'm just gonna say, I can't let you promote that on. Hold on, I can't let you promote that on the live stream. Being a friend to everyone is very bad strategy for life. We have young people here. I'll start calling them young people. There are many people you should not be friends with. So, but keep going. Why are you a friend to
You're starting to sound like the Athenians when Aristotle was going ahead and talking to, the you. But anyway, let me ask you a question, though, since you're, again, and I've never challenged flat Earth's beliefs, because it's your belief, guys. I mean, if you're American, great, believe what the hell you want. So if it is based on the model that if you guys, again, it is your belief, if you guys go ahead and do believe that it is as flat as you say, so if I were to go ahead and rent out a boat and go to the ice wall, I believe it's called, what would I find?
What ice wall?
Is that not what holds everything in, based on the maps that I've seen? That it's just the continents and...
Maps aren't reality, kid. Did you go to the ice wall? Try to go?
No, but that's what I'm asking. If I were to try to go, what would I find?
Why would you claim? And also, why would you straw man another group? Never claim.
Straw man? I'm not talking about...
I think you mean to say ice shelf. Wall implies that you verified that there's another side to it, so...
Dandelion, were you finished? I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
But you're a little bit low, Glatflow. Does he seem kind of low to you guys?
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. Wow.
That's better. Yeah, because you usually sound so clear.
Yeah. So go ahead, Dandelion. I interrupted, and it was bad mic. Faux pas. Continue.
Well, I mean, I think we're getting away from the Lex here. He's conceded. Let's just make sure the audience understands that he's conceded that he has no evidence that he lives on a spinning globe. So now he wants to speculate about Antarctica, which is fine. Like Admiral Byrd, when he explored Antarctica, he said there was a continent beyond Antarctica that was the size of the United States. So we might see that, but I have no idea. We're not allowed to freely explore that, and it doesn't have anything to do with the lie that is the globe. I mean, that's what's important here. So the fact that you've just conceded, Lex, that you have no evidence that you live on a spinning globe, that doesn't disturb you? Is he gone? Where'd he go? I guess he's gone. Maybe I'll come back.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Oh, yeah, let's go back to the young people. I'll start calling you young people. Did that insult you when I called you children? If you're under 18, you're a child. But yeah, young
we're
people.
under 18, so it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, can you not call me a child?
Let's go back to the young people.
Can you just call me Atlas? I don't really want to be called a child.
Atlas. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I was just trying to make Lex feel bad, but it worked.
You can call me Cam.
Yeah, we got that.
Okay.
I was going to ask you a question. Is in do you believe what's it called? That like fucking Stephen Hawking is like an alien, a government spy?
I'm really interested to know why you are hooked on this Stephen Hawking thing. I get it that's like easier for you to deal with than the fact that the entire reality you've been fed since childhood is a lie. Like you guys don't want to deal with that part. You just want to talk about like little like sideshows.
He's our inspiration.
No,
he's our inspiration.
They want to talk about celebrities.
Oh, I like.
Not really that he's a celebrity. It's just because people are saying that he's some guy who's just like a robot who fucking mind controls children. Like,
okay.
Just find it kind of funny, you know.
No, I don't. No.
I wasn't asking you, but
guys, who's your favorite actor?
We're gonna get back on topic if that's okay, please.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Dandelion?
I said my name's Cam. Please stop calling me Cameron.
I didn't call you Cameron.
No, Atlas.
Well, there's nothing we can do about that, so...
Atlas, please call me Cam.
Great.
Okay, Cam.
Okay, so besides the other part we should go over with you guys, we talked about, just one long-distance observation, which is Chicago. But yeah, if you've got another question, go ahead. If it has to do with the flat Earth, which is the topic of this live stream.
So, do any of you guys live in Britain?
We have members that live in Britain. I don't know if any of them are here right now. Is anybody from Britain here right now?
I am.
Right, yeah. So, do you know pigeons?
I know what pigeons are, yes. And in the in the Mary Poppins movie, which is, of course, that's exactly what your life is like now, right? The bird lady feeds the pigeons, and then they try to get Michael Banks to put his money in the bank, but he wants to use it to feed the birds instead, which I think is a way better use of his money. Definitely, I support Michael in that plan.
I have a question. Do you guys think pigeons are trackers sent by the government tracking the people of Britain?
What are you on about? They're birds. They're living
It's another
animals.
sideshow. But you know what there is about England that we do know is that you can see France from England. You can see Calais, France from Dover, England, which you would not be able to do if you lived on a globe of the dimensions claimed. So there's another long distance observation there. That's just one. Also, people have done laser tests in England where the laser has hit the target at a distance that it should not hit it if you lived on a globe. So we have multiple observations as well as laser tests showing you that the globe is a complete lie and you do not live on a globe. And there's a lot of flat earthers in England. Have you ever ran into any of them there?
Well, I'm one.
Excuse me.
Well, that's what you said, but you don't have any arguments to back it up. What are you going to do if someone challenges you on the street, like your friend C. McLeod?
Well, I agree with his opinion, and I don't agree with him, but I validate his opinion. I don't see why we can't be friends still. So, we just don't talk about it together.
Can I relate back to Atlas's point about pigeons, please? So you say, do you believe the government trackers, like this doesn't? I don't want to sound weird by saying this. No, excuse me, please don't interrupt. When I say this, I think like say you see a dead pigeon that's been like ran over, like
no, guys,
there wouldn't be body parts. It would just be like electrical, you know.
Stop.
Well, no,
Listen to Drace.
Stop, guys.
Drace is talking to you now.
Guys, this isn't your server to just talk about random pigeons. If you want to talk about stuff, you talk to Dandelion or someone else from the server.
Who's Dandelion?
The nice female you have been speaking to.
Oh, okay. My friend.
What is your reaction?
She didn't seem very nice to me.
I wasn't nice to the judge, but yeah, I like you guys way better than the judge who DMs children.
He was a weirdo.
Yeah, I'm glad he's gone.
Excuse me, my friend Fault he's quite shy, but he's been waiting to ask a question. So could you?
Fault, what's your question? Go ahead, Fault.
Okay, so you know how, like the distancing, you can see like France from England. Well, you say like you could see it, and it's like the measurements aren't accurate. Can you send like proof to the chat about like the measurements?
Yeah, the link I would usually send. Has anybody else had the problem where the security certificates expired on the Flat Earth Wiki? I'll try again to bring it up, or I can try to find it somewhere else. But last time I tried to bring that page up, I couldn't get to.
Security certificate, ain't that about a bitch?
I got to tell Indio that.
They found a way to, damn it.
Has anybody else noticed that? You haven't heard people talk about it? Glatflow?
No, I actually haven't. This is the first I've heard of it. So.
Okay, I got to the logical fallacies page, so maybe Indio fix it. Just fix it just a minute.
Okay. Well.
Just asking.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, cool. It's because all those firewalls and anti-hacker shit. I'm just free balling.
Where are you guys from?
I'm just kidding.
Asking. What countries are you from?
USA.
Texas.
Oh, very nice.
Midwest.
Can I ask another question as well?
Yeah, before you do that, I'm from Iceland.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Okay, the Dover. Dover from Calais. It's on that page. I just sent you the link. Do you see the? And actually, every single observation on that page is impossible on a globe of dimensions claimed. And basically, since it's a mathematical model, it really only takes one incident. Like, for example, if you're doing a geometric proof, you only have to, counter that one time to falsify the claim. And we've got, literally thousands of falsifications done independently around the world. So there's the Dover from Calais, of course. I don't know if he also did a Calais from Dover, but it's the same idea, same distance.
All right, thanks for that. And I have one more question. How did you start? How did you get into flat Earth? When and how?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in 2016, I don't know, you guys might not have been old enough at that time, but there was kind of an explosion in popular media about flat Earth. There was that was when the rapper B.O.B. claimed the Earth was flat, as well as Tila Tequila, I think her name is, or Tia Tequila, some kind of celebrity type person. Yeah. Anyway, they were on Twitter saying the Earth was flat. I think that's around the time Obama was saying we don't have time for meeting the Flat Earth Society and so on. Anyhow, so at that time, I also happened to be getting my master's degree in science education, and we were assigned to write a paper in this physics class I was taking on how to address students' scientific misconceptions. So you could pick whatever one you wanted. I happened to pick flat Earth because it was in the news at the time. I thought, oh, this would be a good one because these teenagers are influenced by these celebrities, and they might, I thought at the time, that they were wrong. I believed the hype that was kind of like, oh, these people are stuck in the dark ages, and so on. So anyway, that's when I started researching it. I assumed, being a science teacher and having pushed the heliocentric model in class for many years, that someone had actually verified it and proven it. I assumed it was fact, just like a lot of you people coming in here, including your little friend Judge Lex earlier. And I thought it'd be an easy paper to write. Turned out it wasn't so easy, because when I looked into it, there were a lot of questions I couldn't answer that did not have good answers, and so on. Way more questions than answers. Got an A on the paper, got an A in the class. I got my master's degree. I didn't really think about it that much after that, other than I knew that this was not an easy question. And I never found the measurement that I just explained to you at that time, because it was not easily found. I didn't sit there and reason it out for myself with the geometry or anything. I just found other thought questions that made me realize that this was not as cut and dried as it appeared. Anywho, so then fast forward, once I did go back and look into it again, after I started following this other author about a different topic who just happened to get into the flat Earth, then that's when I found the 8 inches per mile squared figure, which I realized was, that I had seen things my whole life that I shouldn't have seen, including the skyline of Chicago, like I just told you, lighthouses in the Great Lakes, islands in the Great Lakes, and so on, that I should never have seen, according to the math of their alleged globe model. And so that's how it happened.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
All right, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So they always say refraction, right? And I know a little bit about refraction, but I try to tell them that in order for that to be a possibility, it would have to be going through multiple different mediums for something like a laser to bend perfectly with curve, and they're just not understanding. So do you guys have any good resources on refraction and how it works?
Brother, you came to the right place.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the Dr. John D video, but does Glatflope, did you want to address that while I find that one for him?
Address it verbally.
Anyway, or if anybody else wants to. I mean, I've been talking a lot. I don't know if
no, I
can.
I can.
That with him. Yeah.
What do you need? What do you need, partner? What's going
on? Just refractive indexes, if that makes any sense. How
refractive indexes? Yeah, so how much refraction you should expect given atmospheric conditions and blah blah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of paperwork that I hope that these folks can find for you. I'm not able to robot the specifics.
Grace has got the image from that. Drace put the image from that video I'm talking about. He put it in the live stream voice text there.
Yeah, I have a couple gifts.
You think maybe I could help out?
Absolutely.
Please do.
Yeah,
Go
Hank's
ahead.
the man
Take
for
it
this
away.
one. Get him.
So refraction isn't when light is bending. It's when it goes in between two mediums and the light speeds up and slows down. It changes direction, but the light is always traveling straight. Right?
Hey, can I ask you a question?
right in the middle of what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
let Hank finish. Hank, let us know when you're done, and then we can ask another question. This is a very important point because refraction is the excuse you will find.
Yeah,
We're
that's the main
giving you long distance observations. If you want to go back to your fantasy globe, you can easily find 700 fantasy globe pictures who will say refraction and pretend that that answers the question, but it does not. So Hank is going to explain to you why this is very important. Please listen.
Okay, so refraction is when light travels between two media. That's two separate media. So if you got the atmosphere, which is the oxygen and other gases that you're breathing right now, and a glass of water, right? You've seen a straw looks like it's bent or broken in a glass of water. So that's what refraction is, but it requires two separate media with,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, two separate media for this kind of refraction to happen. This is a large amount of refraction because the water is much more dense than the atmosphere, correct?
Yeah, right.
So the
Very
glass,
different.
there's not a really big difference between the density between glass and water, however, and it doesn't cause as much refraction, but it still causes refraction. Now, sometimes you get the same effect where the light isn't bending, but it's changing directions. In the atmosphere, we call them heat waves. You ever seen a helicopter take off with the sun behind it, and the sun started waving a little bit, or the heat
Yeah, like
coming off the ground,
fields.
or a grill,
Yeah.
or sometimes even a factory can cause this to happen. So those are heat waves. It's not what we would call refraction, but it kind of does the same thing where it causes the light to change direction. So what they would have to prove if they were saying that refraction is causing us to see things we're not being able to see, they would have to prove around the curve of the, think about it like a basketball. You're on top of the basketball. It would have to bend down the curve at the same curvature rate, which is 8 inches per mile square per mile. It would have to bend at the exact same rate for us to be able to see that. Now, what would cause that? That would require a great deal of refraction, like water and atmosphere, to get that much of an angle to bend, right? And they say that different temperatures and density can cause it to change. But if we're looking at a foot above sea level, that's not really going to be a whole big difference, right? So the refraction between the atmosphere, the air you're breathing, and glass is it's a lot, right? But the refractive index between air and air, let's say 72 degrees and 74 degrees, it's not a lot, right? It's not very much. So they would have to prove that the temperature is getting colder and colder and colder and colder, like walking into a freezer with a long hallway and the door open. They would have to prove that the temperature is increasingly getting colder as each mile progresses. And I don't think they can or ever will be able to do that. But
And
that's their claim.
how could I like calculate this? Like I've seen Snell's law and stuff like that, but like I don't know how to find
Well, look
like
at Snell's law. It requires two different media. That's what I'm explaining to you.
Yeah.
For those kind of refractive indexes for Snell's law, you have to have glass and water. And we don't have glass. We're looking through atmosphere. When she said she could see Chicago from Michigan, it's only atmosphere. So someone is going to have to prove on the globe side that the reason that she's seeing this is because the light can change directions enough just with the atmosphere, one medium, excuse me. Uh, is not because the Earth is flat. It's because light doesn't travel in a straight line. Actually, light does travel in a straight line, and the Earth is flat.
Were those your friends, Vaz?
No, those are like British guys. Random
British guys, yeah. I guess they disappeared. But you asked a good question. I'm glad you asked.
Random British guys.
Oh, it's random. One random British guy is still here. All right.
No, that was me, Glaflobe.
Oh, that was good. Wow, impressive.
Thanks.
Probably
I leaned
British
into it.
people. Yeah, British people might not think so because they never seem to like our impressions, but I thought it was good.
No, thanks. Appreciate that.
So the globe relies on an optical phenomena that makes curved surfaces look flat, and that can allow you to see through physical obstructions. You know, that's a bold claim, right? Like, wow. So we can look at other phenomena associated with optics and recognize there's a laundry list of them that prove that what you're looking at is actually a level, flat surface, right? Mirroring effects, right? All kinds of different optical illusions that show. The reality is it's for sure flat. That's the only way you get, double layered mirroring effect, right? Like, there's no other way.
So here's the thing, too. We keep dispelling the notion that navigation instruments in specific, I guess, in topics were made assuming a globe, but then when you really actually try to use it, it needs that corner pocket 90-degree angle. You're not going to get a curved adjacent. And that's just one of them. We keep running into these, I would call them brand new proofs, whereas when the globers argue it, they're relying on everything else, appeal to authority, appeal to history that has been completely bastardized in the. But yeah, the laundry list itself is endless.
Yeah. You're playing CSGO?
Maybe.
I'm playing Halo Infinite, which is actually funny considering what we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to talk about video games while I'm playing a video game. It helps me actually concentrate on the conversation. Weird.
I'm playing Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, okay. So anybody got any more globe stuff to try to toss this, deflect, and show you why it can't land?
Who was asking about refraction?
Me.
Yeah, who was that?
What's your name?
You can just call me Nick.
Okay, yeah, so usually when we're arguing with globers, right, they'll bring up refraction as the reason for like the black swan and stuff.
Right.
Right, but they're invoking atmospheric refraction, right? Or terrestrial refraction. That assumes the radius value that's in contention and inflating the size of their ball. Right, so even if you do like an atmospheric refraction calculator and put in 1 foot observer height, that 1.225 miles only changes to like a tenth of a mile more. So even if you gave them that, which we're not, it doesn't get them anywhere near the field goal because they still have 10 more miles to explain in the original Black Swan, or like another 30 miles to explain in the new Black Swan. And then as soon as they say refraction, that's conceding that the horizon isn't geometric. So usually we just say like welcome to flat earth if they invoke refraction.
Have you guys seen like the Force
hold
project?
on just a second. Yeah, the old argument was that the globers would say boats go over the horizon. It's an Earth curve geometric horizon. And then after the Black Swan, they agree with us and say no, the horizon moves based on different atmospheric conditions, right? One of them being like the way that the light interacts with the atmosphere, right? And in layman's terms, that's refraction. Everybody knows what it is, right? But Snell's law, you have to have two medium, right, to cause the kind of refraction that they're talking about would require a great deal of difference in density. For example, when you have liquid water, right, it's very dense. But when the phase change happens and it turns into gas, right, when the water turns into gas, then it's very different in buoyancy. So they have to
so
explain
it's not nearly the same medium. It's not nearly the same medium. So if they're saying that, so yeah, of course we know there's refraction across Earth, right? And just like who was saying that earlier? If they say, well, the horizon appears to be closer sometimes, and sometimes it appears to be further away, and that is necessarily due to refraction. Not in the same way that they want it to be for them, for their argument, because what the real argument is if the Earth is a globe of said size, which Hank has been pointing this out for, and most of us have. The only time that you can get a closer horizon, you can't get a further horizon from the 3959 miles. I mean, are you saying that refraction can make Earth look flat even though it's not? I mean, if you're from a 1 foot observer height or 2 foot, 5 foot, I mean, where is this? How is this refraction creating? This moving horizon everywhere. If the horizon is a ball, it's the edge of the ball. It's just really weird. People just they want it to be a ball so bad. It's just weird. I'm sorry, guys. It's like you can have a horizon closer to you based on atmosphere. I mean, it could be a lot of fog and all that, but you can never use the excuse of refraction for the horizon being 10 times further than it should be based on the globe model. There's no description of any type of refraction that would cause that.
Right. So in order for them to back up their claim, because you can't just say refraction and walk away like you won the fight, right? Yeah. You got to back up your claim and show what kind of mechanism could cause light to bend continuously around the Earth at the same curvature rate as the Earth. So this is really a simple concept to understand. If you have a ruler and you set it on top of a basketball, at the point where it's touching in the middle, that's the line of sight, right? So you can tilt the ruler up and down, but what you can't do is you can't look at the other side of the basketball without breaking the ball or the ruler. What they're saying is that light's bending so much that they're bending the ruler, and the rule of thumb is that light travels straight unless it goes through a separate medium. That's the rule of thumb. Now you can have heat waves, which is where it slightly deviates just a little bit. If anybody's ever seen, like a grill or something, like a propane grill or a helicopter takeoff, it doesn't cause the sun to set and rise again. Like that's the kind of refraction they're talking about. Enough refraction to make sun and moon set. If they could demonstrate, how to make the sun and moon set and rise again with atmospheric refraction, I'd like to see it.
No, it's even worse than that. Sometimes, Hank, they'll say, what you're seeing here is a mirage. You're not actually seeing Chicago from the other side of Lake Michigan. It's not actually there, but it's just a mirage looming above. Well, they don't even say looming because they don't even know what that is.
What's the definition of gaslighting? Can anybody tell me the definition of gaslighting? Isn't it where you know something to be true, but you're trying to manipulate the other person, so you tell them they're crazy and try to convince them otherwise, even though you already know what the truth is?
Sure. Yep. So when people see Chicago from the other side of Lake Michigan, when you have a guy on the news going, "What you are seeing here is a mirage." Is he gaslighting them? He might not have been doing it purposefully because he
is.
More than likely, he was. I mean,
he's lying to the public because a mirage would have been upside down.
Yeah. That's not the definition of a mirage. So yeah, or he could be ignorant. He just like. I mean, I'll give him credit. I mean, he might be ignorant about the whole argument. So we'll just give it to him, I guess.
Also, they sometimes like to think when you talk to Globers about this and they try to make excuses for the mirage, they try to say, "Oh, it's double miraged because when it gets miraged twice,
so it mirages and then flips back up."
Yeah, it flips back up. But then they say, the actual boat and the upside down boat are beyond the curve, and you're just seeing the top boat peeking above the curve. But the problem here is that, or in this case the city, but that would mean the city should be angled in a different way and weirdly. But there's also one big issue with that, and that's you don't see a mirage of something you don't see. The mirage always has also the actual object. That's
in view. Yes, exactly. Yeah, right in your view, it's there, and it appears to waver or if you get a decent type of mirage, you'll see it upside down.
Yeah,
or at least a portion of it. It'll be stretched too. It'll be stretching toward you. Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of. Yeah, I mean, mirage. It's just like this is very simple. We know this, man. Why are they saying that's a mirage when you see the building stretching toward the sky? That's not what a mirage is. That means that you're seeing the fucking city, man.
It's like borderline like mental illness when I send them an image of a laser and they think at the other end it's somehow like 4 stories lower than the end that you're standing next to, right? But it's a perfectly straight line. And I'm like, you genuinely think that's like curving down 4 stories, 35 feet? And they're like, yes.
Yeah, that's what they have to believe, right? In order to keep their religion. So you should ask them. So you think the lasers turn into rainbows, huh? All lasers are rainbows now? Right, is there a pot of gold at the end? Where's the leprechaun?
Well, sure. I
He's
mean,
involved too, right?
and just like you were saying earlier, Hank, through different mediums, light can deviate from
slightly deviate.
It will deviate,
original
but it won't bend. It won't bend. That's and I think it wasn't just you. There's several people. We explain this all the time through different mediums. So air is one medium, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
But
so
there can be differences between hot and cold air when cold air comes in from the sea to replace the hot air that's rising in from the air as the sun is blasting the land and creating.
Well, sure. Check this out. I mean, if you're trying to do a laser test over a lake, say that, and there is a fog bank, right? A fog bank, is not always, it's not everywhere all at once, right? You can have a fog bank if you're pointing a laser through a fog bank. Before you hit the fog bank, then it will be.
The fog bank speaks to that there is cold air there. But the problem is the Globers always need that cold air and that fog to actually start to bend the laser. They need it to get so cold and like have these really weird angled layers so that they can refract the light. It's so absurd, their claim. This is why I really like the PhD in spectrophotometry, Dr. John D.
Yeah, Dr. John D. Yeah.
He tested it under different conditions. He used this laser during noon, and it was like all over the place. And so he was like, I tested it at the evenings and the mornings, and he found out
Your
that
sister
when,
is your
when the
brother.
conditions
Your father is your
were
mother. You
when the
forgot
conditions
another. The
according to
kitty
the globe
Wait,
family.
were
hold
such
on. Why are you? Go ahead, finish, Trace. Somebody
when the
mute
conditions
him.
were such that, and as the Globers believed,
Thank
because he was a
God.
Glober, that we shouldn't be able to use refraction as an argument
Your
because
sister is
light
your
was
mother.
supposed to be
Your
reflecting
father is
up
your brother.
during those
You
times.
forgot another. The kitty family.
See, he's
Go
retarded.
ahead, Trace. I just muted him. Go ahead, continue.
So the PhD tested under all the different conditions and found that during the conditions where light was supposed to be refracting up, and we weren't supposed to be able to see around the Earth curve, that it shouldn't be possible to use refraction as an argument. You could still see something 30 miles away, so the laser still hit the target. They're fucked. This is why he's a flat earther.
Yeah, I mean, it took a while for Dr. John D to come around when he first came across the argument. It's like, if you were there, like when he first started making some of the videos and talking to people about this, it took a while for him to really kind of see what we were talking about. And, he's an expert in the field, so.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do when you come across new evidence, right? Is you're supposed to follow the evidence
where it leads, right?
Oh, that's science. Oh, weird. I always thought science was you just believe the science teacher.
Okay, there's a heavy breather fault. No, I didn't. The guy that I muted left because I don't know, maybe he was hot micing, but hey, if you're
He
still
was hot
listening,
miking, like singing to his children or something.
I
Who
know
was it? I think that's what was happening. I don't know.
it was started with a C,
Singing the Addams Family song.
But
Yeah,
anyway,
it was CMX, and he muted himself when you called him out the first time, then unmuted to do it again.
okay, well, if you know
Oh,
him,
so it wasn't an accident.
tell him to
Thank
come
you for
back.
noticing. He's
I
saying it
only
on
muted him
purpose.
so
That's what
Race
I've heard
could
from
finish his
him.
statement. I'm sorry, Dan.
No, it was trolling. It was definitely.
Oh,
You did the
okay,
right
well,
thing. Helio you did the right thing. That's what he's saying. You did the right thing.
all right, cool. So fault, now fault left because he was about to troll us too, I bet.
Before we move on refraction, right? That's as a backup argument, right? So whenever they claim refraction, you're allowing them to have air, right, without containment. So how do they have air to refract in to begin with when they have a outer space vacuum adjacent to our pressurized system? That's another way to tackle it.
Good point. You can always pivot to gas pressure and just crush them there.
Well, and you can go into their own. They trust the scientists so much. I mean, you can post several articles about refraction, and they just really have nowhere to go. They just think refraction is the be all end all of. They just say refraction and just just like QE says, refraction.
Yeah,
okay.
But they don't really know what type of refraction they're talking about.
I'm just saying, if they don't feel confident in the refraction argument because they don't understand it yet, they can always use the pressure argument to destroy that.
Not only that, what I did to McToon whenever he comes and debates us in the lobby, I always ask him for a demonstration of a laser bending down in a single medium of air, and he's never been able to provide that. So asking him to demonstrate it is also another option, right? Demonstrate a laser bending
That's
down
actually
in
really
air.
helpful. I should do that.
So, yeah, that
Yeah,
is a really
just
good
a
one.
single
Do that.
medium. So I
Or
don't
you can
even
say,
understand
how do you
how.
have air to refract in? That's another one.
Yeah.
Right. Third option is you're assuming the radius value in the formula 7/6r. When you don't have r, that's in contention. That's called begging the question fallacy or circular logic. So there's three ways right there.
You know what's really interesting about this, or funny that they'll claim refraction or whatever can cause or the laser from 40 kilometers away. You can see the laser and say, well, that's refraction, and just use it as a term. Now, when when the was it Lake Balaton where they did the 40-kilometer test? I think it was Balaton, or no, it was Issel. It's one of those over there. Doesn't matter. They saw the light source from 40 kilometers away. Now, when they claim refraction because of air molecules, density of air molecule, water molecules in the air, is this what they're saying? They're saying that it actually these air molecule, the laser touching these water molecules in the air, and this is what's bending it around the Earth to make it look flat, even though it's not. Is this their claim? I mean, it's just really strange. Like I said, they want it to be a globe so bad that they'll just say, hey, even though I don't understand the argument, it has to be a globe because most people believe it's a globe anyway, so I might as well believe it.
Your fourth op.
If I can be heard, yeah, can I be heard real fast? So we need to see right from the globe community, everybody who's listening right now, we need to see how you're going to get light to slow down that much that it's going to go around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared. What mechanism is slowing down the light to make it curve at the same curvature rate as the Earth? We need to know. Because you can't just say refraction and then drop the mic and walk away while you still got sandwich crumbs on your face.
And when they did this test, Hank, it was in the wintertime. There was was not very much humidity.
Yeah, it was like 2 and 3 degrees Celsius. You're talking about the FE core one, right?
It was pretty cold. It was pretty cold. There was not a lot of humidity in the air at that time.
Yeah, because remember, it wasn't that long ago that we were saying it was refraction, and you were saying, no, it's geometric curve. And now you guys are all prancing around saying refraction like you defeat us with our own claim. No, you guys just caught on. You guys just recently caught on in 2019 that refraction is what's causing the horizon, not the geometric Earth curve. So that's not like a victory dance that you get to use when you repeat our words for the.
Yep.
Yeah, I was talking about sinking in 2015, so.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like QE, he talks about it, and a lot of others here as well. It's like which type of refraction are you talking about? Which one's going to cause this effect that you're observing? Because some people will say, well, looming, and they'll say it's the horizon. But if you look up how looming works, looming makes something that's on the horizon look like it's above the horizon, and so it's just like floating above the horizon, which is a mirror reflection back toward you, and it makes the horizon look lower than it actually is. So when you see something looming, you're seeing the horizon, but if it's looming above the horizon, that means that the horizon appears to be lower than it actually is. That can only happen on a flat plane over a body of water.
Trace, you were around in 2015? I didn't know that, bro.
Yeah, refraction was the thing that really got me over to flat Earth was when I was like trying to figure out how the horizon worked. Like back in 2015,
I was doing the same thing.
I was like scratching my head, like what the.
Because light isn't exactly like something that we know everything about. We're still learning about light all the time. So the physics of light is kind of like the jury's still out on this one.
Another option would be.
That goes for everybody. Like nobody's got this place figured out 100%. And if they try to tell you that, you might want to, yeah, they're probably lying.
Another option would be be like, okay, so you agree that the geometric horizon Earth curve calculators are wrong, and these don't exist in reality, and the distance of the horizon isn't based off the radius, as it's not a tangent point. So any method to try to derive your radius value from the horizon isn't going to work because you don't have a straight line to it.
That's right. Sucks to be a Glober right now. Sucks really bad because every lie that they've told have backed them into a different corner that they now can't get out of. For example, I watched an eclipse last night. I was told by Globers there would be an umbra and penumbra.
Oh my god, that sounds so awesome! I'm so happy for you. Oh my god, I wish I saw that eclipse.
There was no
Hank,
umbra and penumbra.
Hank, bro, oh my god, how are you doing, bro? You're so fucking cool. I love you, bro. I
I
swear
love
to
you
God.
back, but I'm not that cool. That's debatable.
No, shut up. Dude, that's not true. You're absolutely fucking cool. 100%. Hey, everybody in here,
You're gonna make my head explode, bro.
y'all pretty cool for being here. I'm not gonna say any names, but y'all pretty freaking awesome. I like y'all. I'm just really happy to be here, and especially Hank, dude. It's been a while. I haven't talked to you in a while, but dog, you're so cool. Come on, man. Just accept it. I hope you didn't disconnect.
I think he disconnected.
Yeah, I
don't think
know
it's.
how.
I bet it's just a coincidence. I don't think it's because of what you said.
No, yeah, I think it's just Hank's connection. Yeah, I know how that happens to him sometimes. Well, I hope everybody's having a good start to their weekend. I'm getting it started. That's good for me at least. I got the Sunday and Saturday.
You got 2 days off?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling us?
I wish it was 3. I would love to do 4 10s.
Oh, Hank is back. Witchcraft was worried that you left because he was being too nice to you.
No.
I got a phone call from my wife. But yeah, when people do start complimenting me too much, it does kind of make me sick of my stomach.
Was your wife on the podcast? Was that her I heard in the background at one point?
Yeah, she did throw me off my groove a few times, but
We hardly ever hear her talking. I thought that was cool. I enjoyed hearing her.
no, she interrupts me a lot.
I guess I just never heard her before.
I just heard that. I heard that interruption.
Also, Hank, as soon as they say refraction, they're throwing Alberuni under the bus. So the foundation of their globe supposed measurement, right? They can't claim that anymore. And any other method that looks at the horizon. So yeah, it just shoots themselves. So we actually want them to say refraction.
They can shove that refraction right up their behind because it doesn't work that way. Light travels in straight lines. I've been talking about this for a few days. People need to understand. Don't let them get away with that word. Make them prove that, or they make them show light curving because they can't. It's impossible. It goes in straight lines. It can be diverted to another straight line and then to another straight line, but it can't curve. That is not what light does. Make them prove it. Tell them either shut up or put up.
So yeah, Vaz, you're the one who originally asked it. Did you feel like your question got answered? Like, do you feel more confident? Did you say it's people that you're talking to in the world that we're asking about that, or are they people on the internet?
Online. Yeah.
Online people, yeah.
Yeah.
So did you feel like your question got answered?
Yeah. I think it was.
Also, it's literally a ad hoc hypothesis trying to save their globe model. Right, so ad hoc hypothesis is just a theory try to save their belief.
I think that word theory has become so ambiguity. I don't know, I said that wrong. Lately, thank you. We shouldn't even use the word theory unless we're talking about scientific theory. I would say it's a postulation, right? They're just postulating because they have no way to test it or verify it or anything like that.
Yeah, I like how the XO lately has been getting, I don't know if he still is, but for a while there, he was getting on people for even calling it a globe model. Because it's really, I mean, a model implies that it actually like models something, right? And that it's actually coherent in some way. I mean, it's just a cartoon, or like I like to call it a fantasy, you know. We're being too generous when we call these things models or theories, yeah.
Well, you're just being too generous when you let them use it. When you let them use that as part of their argument, it's ridiculous. Like use a cartoon, okay, that works. They just need to be told, put up or shut up. You know, prove that shit, or don't say it.
Yeah, I like how that guy earlier, the judge, whoever, that was DMing the young people. Did you hear them? We actually got him called out on live air that those young people said somebody's messaging them. It turned out that adult guy was right there, and then he ran away. It's like that's all they have are these underhanded tactics of like DMing teenagers to try to get them to stay on the globe. I mean, stranger danger. I know that's what it brings to mind, like the guy in the white van hanging around the schoolyard. Psst, kids, come over here. Got some used globes for you. I'll give you the first one free. It's just like very weird behavior.
Yeah, it's what's really also weird is when they try to explain it. That's when it gets really weird.
And that guy had no proof of the globe, and yet
which is rare.
He admitted and it conceded that he did not have any proof of the globe, and yet he's on the Flat Earth server DMing young people to try to keep them on the globe. I mean, come on! I think that's why he ran away. He's probably embarrassed.
That's
wildly rude. The children seen like 15 years of globe propaganda, and this guy can't allow them to have a conversation with flat earthers for like 30 minutes.
I know, it's ridiculous.
That seems fair, right?
Hey guys, come here. Take a hit off the globe. Come on. All the cool kids are doing it.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, it's like when we realized it's flat and stationary, we became less than people in a lot of these people's eyes, and I think that's unfair. You know, because I wouldn't do that to someone else in this situation. I'd want to learn what they're about and try to meet them where they're at, and you know what I mean? Whatever. Feelings, right?
Man, Hank, you killed it the other night on that podcast. I was driving, but I was listening to the first hour before my service cut out, and you nailed that, man.
Thanks, bro. I was just trying to do like a Flat Earther 101.
On point.
Like anytime we get new Flat Earthers, we could just send them that video. Like, here, check this out. Like, this is what the 101, and then maybe do a 102 later on. Maybe a 201 later on.
I don't know. Yeah, do it, but definitely share this one as much as possible for as long as possible, please and thank you.
Do you have a clip of it?
I have. I'm going to post it. That server roundtable, they posted it on their YouTube channel. I'm going to post it right now. So go ahead.
Nice. Yeah, I want to
give them
save
their
that.
link. That way they get views for it. I'll pass out their link, please, if you don't mind. It's okay if someone finds it on Helio's channel, but Helio's probably.
I haven't heard back from him yet. I asked him if I could mirror it, but I already downloaded the video, but I'm not going to put it up until I get confirmation that I'm.
Yes, Hank, I know before you went over there, I was saying mean things about their server because my bad experience the last time with Zanuck and so on. But like they definitely redeemed themselves in my eyes because I felt like they treated you fairly and the moderation was good. So I retract my former feedback about the Roundtable server. Maybe they've just improved. I don't know. See, there you go. pays to give people a second chance.
I knew you would. I knew you would recount. And I wasn't going to stop you from having your free speech yesterday. I was just going to let you have it.
Oh,
To vent about Zanuck too. I mean, it's fun to vent about. I still have the same review of Zanuck. My opinion of Zanuck hasn't changed. Maybe they just did better because Zanuck wasn't there.
Yeah, they just didn't have any answers for negative stuff for Hank because he was too concise. It made too much sense, and it he just crushed it. And they were just like, okay, well, can I ask you this? Can I, yeah, they were very polite, but they didn't have any rebuttals.
Yeah, there weren't a whole lot of there wasn't a lot of anti-flat earthers in there. So Hank had pretty much free reign over the chat there. It was good. It was really
He
good.
was 100 out of 100, man.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah, I just want to say that none of those were my original arguments or theories. That was all, from somebody else. So, that's an amalgamation of community effort. Go ahead.
Why you feel like you're parroting, the fact is that we're all doing that. That's what the sharing of information is. Very rarely does somebody an idea. They're usually programmed.
Deuce, your mic is cutting out. Maybe it's input sensitivity. It sounds like
Maybe you're cutting out.
No, I can hear you quite well.
Maybe your mind is cutting out.
The end of your sentences are just like
I was just saying.
Like your sound
I was
choppy.
just saying that's how we all share information. There's no reason to if you have a concise argument, it's your argument. If you own it, that's all I was saying.
No,
you're exactly right. You made it yours, Hank. Don't worry about that. You did it your style. It was yours, man. It was perfect.
I will change my voice settings because Dave says that I'm not coming in clearly.
Yeah, it's like the end of your statement is cutting off.
If Dave says it, it's true.
Who's Dave?
Dave Hinkle.
Oh, did Dave say something? Dave's not even here.
He was confirming
Dave's
what
not
I was
here,
already
man.
saying.
Dave's not here.
I like how he
He's
kept
in
his
the.
premise.
Okay, he must be on YouTube. That's fine. Okay, I
He
understand.
kept
Yeah,
his premise
very
focused
accurate.
on people just testing the curve. Like he kept it focused on that, but in a nice way. Where if there was one thing someone took away from it, it was you can test the curve.
Yeah, it was. I had a feeling that Hank was going to kill it. Like beforehand, I was just like, man, Hank is ready. It's because he told us about it the night before, and I was just like, man, Hank.
I recant what I
So
said.
I think it's because I sang "Eye of the Tiger" before he started. I think that was the reason.
I recant what I said. If Hank was using that argument, he basically stole it from me.
There you go, Deus Vult. Yeah, it was the Deus Vult memorial speech.
Yeah, I guess so.
Prefaced by dun, 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 dun. That's right.
And that lady was asking some pretty good questions. She seemed pretty genuine. I don't know who it was. It was some lady. Was asking Hank questions.
Yeah, I like that lady. That lady was great. Yeah, we should invite that lady to the server. Do you know her, Hank? Who is that lady?
I don't know, but I get the feeling that some people were maybe lobbing me softball questions because none of the questions were hard, I don't think.
You had some good questions. Yeah, they were good. I agree.
Yeah, they were good questions.
They might have just been decent
They were
human beings.
good questions.
And we're not used to that.
Yeah, I think highly of Shogun. I know he trains mixed martial arts, and if he follows the philosophy of martial arts, then he's probably a halfway decent guy.
There's no way there's a good person out there.
I think
I agree, Deus Vult. Shogun's the one who told me that I was not representing family values by being mean to Zanuck when Zanuck was mean to me first.
Yeah, but Shogun probably doesn't really know Zanuck like we know.
Hang on, we were running over somebody. I'm sorry. What were you saying, buddy?
I just wanted to say that I think part of it, is Hank's delivery is also just so soft and nice and approachable, so it's really understandable and easy to understand. So I think he has to have some credit at least for that.
I'm not giving him credit for that.
I gave him credit earlier today. How much more credit do you want me to give him?
Yeah, his opener created a approachable environment.
Yeah, it was so
Hank Hill from Arlen, Texas.
Smooth as butter, man.
From Tejas. Man, I've never had a problem with Shogun. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think highly of Shogun. You know, there's not a lot of people on the internet that I would probably call my friend, but yeah, if I ever got a chance to go meet Shogun, I would probably go. I'd probably go. I would like to see some of the northern areas, and there's a little bit of research that I have to do with something called Anita muscaria that I need to do before I die.
Really quick, is Shogun a girl?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Yeah, there's not a. I'm not the friendly type, I guess. I mean, I'm friendly, but I don't trust people like at all. Like, not very much.
But you're saying you would go to the north and do the red and white magic mushroom with Shogun.
You gotta watch your step, motherfuckers.
You gotta watch that cornhole hang. And Dandelion, there's no such thing as family friendly with Zanuck. You can't take Zanuck around your friends nor family because you know he's a liar.
Absolutely, Deusfall. He absolutely is, and I proved that he was the liar. Yes, and Shogun did not like that. Yes, so when you guys have your little ceremony with him, yeah, tell him that I do support family values.
Yeah,
but Zanuck does not. Thank you.
And please sacrifice Zanuck.
I would show up if you did that. Yeah, I'd show up for that.
I would like to congratulate all men on being men on International Men's Day. Congratulations.
What? There is such a thing?
Yes, I support you. I didn't know that either. Thank you, Dave.
Is there a Men's Day?
He just made that up. You made that up, didn't you?
Feel like a woman.
I thought every day was Men's Day.
No, every day is not Men's Day. What, are you ridiculous?
Add heterosexual to that, and I'll say thank you.
I mean, obviously.
Well, every day is heterosexual
Well,
day.
thank you. Then,
That's not
sir.
true.
Thank you.
That's not true.
That's not true either.
That's right.
Helios,
That's two strikes.
Stop speaking the language of our oppressors, the matriarchy.
I hope to be a man someday.
He's a moral degenerate. He's a sodomite DD.
Can you guys show me how to be a man?
Yeah, I
He
could.
can't help it.
That'd be no problem.
Okay.
If you have to try to be a man, then you're kind of.
No, I think you're incorrect. You should try to be a man every single day.
I agree. I just have
If you're a man, you should try. But if you're a woman, you should try to be.
The point is, some of us were never taught by our father what it means to be a real man. So yes,
it doesn't matter. The road is narrow and long. It doesn't matter who taught you or whatnot. Being a man is something you have to do every day. It's not something that you're given as a gift.
Yeah, my point is, when you're not taught that, you have to eventually come to an understanding. Then you have to try.
I agree.
Yeah, and listen, I'm asking for a friend anyway, but actually a group of friends, the Globers.
Not all children are fortunate enough to have hyper fastidious, specific parents like me and you.
I'm not sure if you just insulted my parents.
Well, my father died when I was 2 years old, so I didn't have a father.
Yeah, that's what I said. Not all kids are lucky enough to have parents like me and Judith.
Yeah,
but picking about our points and driving them home.
Listen, the desire to be a man lives in the loins of every man.
Show lives in my loins. That's what I'm saying.
Fruit of the loins.
That's where it begins.
I'm very drunk right now, and you all are making no sense.
Well,
so
nothing you just said made sense.
Fruit of the loins desires to bring forth fruit of their loins.
How does that not make sense? That's weird. Why are you saying that?
Yeah. And in this,
doesn't make sense.
For righteous man, we find eternal life for mankind.
It's just not making sense because, look, dude, I would do the same thing, man. If I had some metal in my hand, I'd blast some communists. We know this already. Okay, so, what are we dragging this on about? And, I'm here to talk some stuff, man.
This is interim talk, Smurf. This is interim talk.
Smurf, what I'm saying is congratulations on being a man on International Men's Day. I'm observing all men and living in their power.
So a rapist, a woman beater, and a 5-time felon go in a bar. What does Kyle say?
Dad, Mom, I didn't think that I'd see you ever again.
Shots are on me, boys.
Shots are on me.
You
And
fuckers
do
are
you know?
slow.
Hey, do you know how to do a Kyle drinking or a Kyle shot precisely?
No. Dude, I've done like 10 of them already, man.
No, you do one chaser and then you follow it up by 4 shots.
I've got you covered. Hold on, I'm working on it.
That's backwards.
I was wondering if it'd have a chaser or shot till you fall down in there. I was wondering.
It's cart before the horse, Dave.
So I interrupt so I can do my
It
part
is.
for mankind. Let's go, Brandon.
It depends on how fast you want to get there, you know.
Let's go, Brandon.
Okay, so check it out.
He didn't
Kyle
get
was
the joke,
chased,
bros.
and then he
Say it again. Yeah.
he shot 4 shots. First, you do a chaser, and then you do 4 shots. It's not putting the cart before the horse.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Pow, pow, pow.
Whatever. I put my headset down because I'd finished what I fucking said.
Oh, you said what you said.
Well, you just left out. You got to fall down after the first shot.
Oh my goodness!
You do the next 3 shots from the ground.
Jose, get the fuck in here, bud.
All I care about is not guilty. That's all I got to say.
That's not all I care about. I'm worried about that poor kid's life past this point.
Look, I'm not worried about the kid. He's going to be fine. I'm just here to take all the shots, all right? If anybody has any, pass them to me. I'll take all the shots.
No,
you clearly will.
Smurf, that's not necessary.
You better get your boy, Helio.
You know how many liberals are out?
I mean, as a fellow drunk Smurf, as a smello, and all the smelly ass drunks, you are not making any sense. I'm trying to follow the conversation, and you're not helping.
Okay, Helio, I'm going to have to agree with you. Helio, listen, I appoint Helio as my lawyer. All right, now you're going to deal with Helio.
No, I can't represent you because you're just not. You talk too much because a good lawyer would say, "Don't say shit."
If that's Smurf saying karaoke.
Hey guys, the cacophony is ridiculous. Stop it.
Sorry, I'm being loud.
Am I the only one that got
that? Smurf, sure, but you're talking about something we're not talking about. That's as your representative.
Helio, take that shit
from the
off
bottom
this
of a bottle.
Appreciate
it off with Smurf. Shut up, Smurf.
Smurf, I think. Do you want to go through the 3 questions again at this point? You want to try those again?
No,
I'm going through it.
No.
What are they?
No,
I'm just fucking around. I'm just fucking around.
I'm not up for it. Come on, I'm not up for it.
I am fucking around, Battlemont, and you know this. Man.
Give me his 4 shots and his chaser.
How many times exactly has Smurf been banned from the server?
Oh, we just mute him.
My representative.
Shh, Smurf, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about
Well,
you.
he deferred to his representative, so we just mute him. We just mute the Smurf till he turns blue. But
Smurf the listening pass.
Till he turns blue, he can't breathe, right?
Right. He's like, damn it, I got something I want to say.
Yeah, just give him a listening pass. Maybe that'll help.
No. Smurf's cool, but he does get out of control. You know, so
and
he knows this. Right.
Am I
out of control right now?
Never muted.
Michael's out of control too,
but Helio,
I tried to
address
my point was I turned blue trying to talk too, and I'm never muted.
I could mute
so I feel his pain.
I can mute you, Michael, too.
Just unmute myself.
Damn it! It's just unfair. It's unfair.
Do it then, Michael. Unmute yourself.
Causing me some.
Anyway, Smurf, to be honest, I mean, You just
I could
said,
also
"Hey, I've
restrict
been
you from
drinking a
this
lot,
lobby.
and I don't care what I say." You pretty much admitted I'm drinking too much,
Jesus,
and I don't care what I say. I don't give a fuck what you say right now,
Bro, did you need to
about
say
this.
that a third time? You were about to.
That's why I've hired Julio as my lawyer.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
I defer to you, Judas. Take over and do it old school,
Yeah,
like
do
only
it,
Judas can. Damn it!
All right, do it, guys.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Mute all
Helio,
these
Helio,
motherfuckers and
please.
pick the guy that talks.
Okay. All right, I will mute you too, Michael. As I already have. Really quick, Dandelion, would you like to say anything?
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, just open slate on any topic.
You got it.
switch the whole thing. Let's switch the game right now. None of this makes any sense.
What?
Especially to Smurf. Yeah, let's move on to whatever. Yeah.
I already was, Helio.
Your mama.
Hey, listen, I concede that I'm all wrong, and that's why it's Helio's. He's got to deal with that. He's my lawyer, so
It's perfectly okay to be wrong. Be quiet and wrong.
I haven't listen,
you're gonna have to consult my lawyer about that.
brother. I haven't heard you say a coherent, responsible sounding thought the entire time that I've been listening to you. Every single time.
Dude, the globe is fake. How's that?
That's fine. See, there it was. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Love you.
Yeah, and don't even say that, because I told you I can't represent you because you can't shut up. That's so.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think, the one thing I do appreciate about this server is people are a lot more open and honest about even, especially just pointing out problems instead of just like pretending problems aren't happening. So like, for example, the Globe Believer I mentioned earlier that was DMing the children, try to keep them on the Globe. He also said to me, he thought I was being too harsh or whatever he said, aggressive. And he said, I just try to be friends with everyone. So I think that's really interesting that the people who want to stay on the Globe delusion, they also have this delusion that as long as you're just, getting along with everyone and being friends, that's the highest ideal, right? That's what we should do. And part of that is because those people who believe in the Globe, they get all of their validation from outside. They look to other people's like interpretations of their actions to like decide if they're a good person or not, if they're doing the right thing or not. So as long as they keep their head down and just kind of follow the rules and don't ever listen to any conspiracy theorists, then they'll be perfectly fine. And so I think it's just interesting to me how there's that kind of correlation because of that external locus of control allows you basically to be controlled by others and never to find happiness because, obviously you can never find true happiness with an external locus of control. And yet those people get the most upset by people who are not going along with whoever they've chosen to be their external locus of control.
Right, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, you got to live with love, or you got to live in love, and you got to be kind, and all this stuff." But if your friend has a booger in his nose, you should definitely tell him, because you're not a friend if you don't. If your child is bad, you should discipline them, because that's the other side of love. If you're not disciplining them, it's because you don't love them, because you don't care. That's neglect.
Yes, exactly. Very good. Very good. Yes, yes.
So sometimes love doesn't look happy. Sometimes love doesn't look kind. Sometimes love looks a little harsh. Sometimes love might even seem mean at the time, but you have to tell the people you care about what the truth is. That's love.
Sometimes love can look like an ass whooping.
Yeah, sometimes love can look like an ass whooping. That's correct. We're discussing
sometimes that ass whooping turns into one of the most beautiful things you ever thought you'd experience. It just all depends.
Hey, on that point, is anyone, we're all about the same age. I mean, not all of us, but, within 20 years. And did you actually get a physical ass whooping when you were younger?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Time.
If you got away with an ass whooping, it's because you nobody got away without an ass whooping.
My motherfucking mom pushed me down the fucking stairs.
Damn, that was
they're carpeted, but still.
She was trying to teach him to walk. To be fair.
So did you get rug burn while you were falling down the stairs?
I had to bend over a wood pile. My dad used a leather strap for sharpening straight razors.
At least he didn't use the razors.
She didn't mean to push me down the stairs, but she did.
Like I
Grandma
said,
would
my
use
father
the
died
strap.
when I was really young, and so she would call my uncle to come over with a boat oar and whoop my ass. He didn't. I don't know if he really knew the whole
That must
situation
have
or
been a whole
whatever,
lot
but
of ass.
that was it was just like, hey, I'm gonna call Uncle Steve and he's gonna come over and whoop your ass.
Yeah, well,
I do that as uncle if need
There
be.
you go. Yeah, hell yeah. It's like,
I
but
mean, okay, so you're lacking a father, but you do have a father figure. You have many parental guides that bring you into manhood.
sure, yeah, I've had people that have been involved in my life that are father figures.
Yeah, and sometimes it's
But
not
not in
perfect.
the way of
It's not perfect, but it's what we have. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Unc tried.
As long as it's a situation where iron sharpens iron, I think it's worthy.
I try as uncle. My nephew pressed me about getting a couple of his dad's old cars because he's got a good job now. He started his own contracting business, doing business as. So instead of finding the one he wanted for him, I bought it, gave it to him on his birthday, restored. Kid wouldn't stop crying and hugging me. And I said, well, what do we do now? He said, you want to drive around with me and get high and show my friends? I was like, hell yeah, I do. Spent the whole day with him. The kid still called me up crying before he goes to work in the morning. Thanks, Uncle Mike. Best money I ever fucking spent.
Well, yeah. I love my nephew. He's just freaking awesome.
Also, never let your children around anyone who acts that way, who acts like they're coming from a place of love and everything is kindness, because those are the ones lying to you in the first place, and your children shouldn't be around them anyways, and most likely they're predators. I'm dead serious.
I think that's true. Yeah,
That
those
sets
people
up
are very suspicious. I totally
that sends up
agree.
a red flag for me right away.
That's the same guy that was DMing the children of our server until I called him out on it, and then he ran away.
I gotta tell you, the children, if I had any, they'd be familiar with the shooting range, man. You know, that'd be a great place to take children to learn how to use the shooting range, dude.
I agree. All children should learn to shoot a gun.
There you go. That's all I have to say. Helio's got my back. He's gonna rephrase what I
Yeah,
had
I
to
mean
say.
that phrase. I'm as your lawyer. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna say that phrase right there is good advice. All people and children, if you have access to firearms, you should learn how to shoot it. Go to a shooting range and
That's
learn how to
right.
shoot
And
a gun.
handle.
Hey,
And I'm gonna co-sign all three of you.
I'm gonna ask real quick, and then I'll let you speak, Hank. KJ, did I say something wrong?
No, hell no. And I'm not Hank, but no.
No.
I think
I said
talking
KJ.
about that GIF.
I think it's the GIF.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Good.
I love
Okay.
everyone. All children taste the same.
Okay.
So,
children taste the same.
Okay, so check it
I
out,
was
guys.
wondering if that's Matthew Learns.
So XO pushes the line and creates a new line every time he addresses Matthew Learns, and I love it. I just it is quality hatred.
Well, they are all demon possessed.
I'm not, though. I'm not demon possessed.
Yeah. That's just what a demon would say.
Yes,
yeah,
you are.
that's
Sorry
what I
about
was going
your
to say. But Matthew, is that your image in that GIF?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, well, then that's fucked up, bro. You're a valued member.
Did you make that?
Or at least you should be.
You're a valued demon of the server.
He's respectful, and he just
know
repeats.
your enemy.
Listen, I got a comment on that. He's respectful, and he just teaches what he learns. People here get mad at Globers for going in other people's DMs, but we go to other servers and we get in people's DMs about flat Earth. So are we now, as flat earthers, are we hypocrites? I want to ask that
I've never
question.
been in somebody's DMs about flat Earth.
No, I avoid them at all costs. Even if they ask me a question, I rarely even answer
Bring
them.
them to me. I will not
Well,
go to
a
them.
lot of us do. A lot of us like Glat will give them a different profile and a message on this profile. So we do it too. We're passionate about what we believe. A large amount of us do this.
Hey, listen, dude, regardless what your DMs say, the Earth is still flat. The burden of proof is on you. Now, there's a dog running around barking, and I'm going to go shoot it now. You're going to deal with the Earth is flat. I'm going to go
That's
smack
Hold,
fucked
hold
up,
on,
bro.
Smurf.
We're
Though I mean,
gonna
I
mute
really
him
kind of
now.
have.
Animal abuse is only verified.
Hey,
available
as your
on
lawyer,
Flat Earth.
Smurf, I'm going to recommend you not say another word.
Yeah, for legal
And you're
reasons,
not
we're
supposed to
gonna.
have guns when you've been drinking. If you've had one sip of alcohol, you can't
We
possess a
don't
gun.
we don't endorse violent Smurf there.
No,
Yeah, you're gonna have to join Gargamel there. He's not. Smurfs are very peaceful. Do you want me to give you some more lessons about what Smurfs do and do not do,
Yeah,
Smurf?
bro. Hey, a Gargamel is.
Smurf, I think
It's
instead
like,
of shooting the dog, you should just Smurf it. That's what I think should happen.
So
That's a good
I
idea.
muted him, and I would like everybody to ridicule those 3 segments for the next 20 minutes. Kick that dead horse.
No.
till it
I
moves
think
left
we're
foot.
going to move on because I think there's more pressing matters. I don't
Oh
know
my God.
Matthew listens.
I think
Matthew
that
learns.
I think that it's already deleted now. Whatever XO posted there, I don't think
Yeah,
that's
'cause
accurate.
I
About what
don't
Matthew
care
did.
about it being accurate. I want to
I
know
don't-
who
I want to say
Matthew
something to
learns is.
Matthew.
Yeah, go ahead.
Matthew,
Go
a couple of times I've got you and I gotcha. That's kind of my debate style, not tactic style. Because when people double speak, I catch on to it really easily. So, your questions weren't a little more difficult last night, Matthew. Didn't you want to get me back? Didn't you want, justice and revenge? And didn't you want to get me in a gotcha?
Because it was a different audience, I asked different questions. So, yeah, I don't think there is such a thing as a gotcha that would convince you.
Yeah, if I'm double speaking and it's a true dichotomy, then yeah, I'd be convinced. I might search for, a third or fourth position before I concede. But if it's a true dichotomy and I truly double spoke, I'd be the first to say, yeah, that's.
I have a question though, Matthew. So you only speak about your understanding of how everything works.
That's all anyone can do, right? Speak to their understanding of what the situation is. I mean, I don't claim to represent all Globers. I'm saying that.
Have you verified your understanding? Is my question.
To some extent, but some things you have to take on faith or through logic and reason. So
on faith.
Yeah, obviously I haven't been to the moon.
Neither's anybody else.
Well, yeah, and that's the difference. Like, I would take on faith that the
Right, you would have to take it on faith because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
So,
from my understanding of how things work.
Yeah, so your understanding is that it's the second law of thermodynamics, and my understanding is that it's not.
So you can show me gas pressure next to a vacuum without a solid barrier and one not flowing to the other? By your understanding?
It happens all the day that there's a pressure differential with no container between two different pressures.
That's begging a question fallacy. You're using the very thing you're attempting to prove as proof. Pressure gradients don't have anything to do with what he just asked you. Now listen to his question again.
So can you show me a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a solid barrier between the two?
Demonstration.
There isn't like high pressure next to zero pressure. You're right.
High pressure, any pressure next to a vacuum.
Begging a question fallacy. You're using the very thing you're attempting to prove as proof. Ask him again.
I
Can you
won't be
show
able to
me?
answer it in a way that convinces you. So
Convinces you. You're begging the question. Your argument's void because it's fallacious. Ask him again.
Can you show me a pressure or a gas pressure to a vacuum without a solid barrier?
No, I cannot.
Thank
There
you.
we go. That's all. So, also from your understanding, then.
See, at least he's honest. That's my point.
I'm
because
using
he is
your
honest, we
definitions.
shouldn't. So it's not our definitions. Those are mainstream definitions. But at least you're honest, and people shouldn't attack you just because you take the opposition and that's your belief.
I'm not
Should be able to be a
attacking.
civil.
I'm not attacking
You're
anyone,
not.
but I'd like to
You're not.
know.
You have
So
a great way of keeping it civil, bro. And whenever I'm ridiculing people's debate, it's never you. You and QE, I think, have perfect debate styles. That's just my opinion.
I hear from people I trust that you speak to children on the sly about these things while we're talking to them, or what?
They were talking. I heard what was said. They were talking about somebody else. I don't know who.
And you DM them?
I heard what people were saying about that person. I don't know who they were talking about.
No.
It wasn't me.
Oh, that was Judge Lex. That was somebody
Yeah,
else I
no,
was
that.
talking about. I don't know if Matthew does that or not,
Yep.
but
Okay.
I was talking
I
about
do not.
Judge Lex.
Yeah, if other Globers are here, they need to like learn this stuff themselves. I'm not going to DM
Okay,
them.
I see you posting in chat because it's true. The globe. What exact information do you have that I don't have?
I think we look at the same evidence in different ways and come to different conclusions.
My eyes. Look through my eyes.
No, I mean like pictures from space, eyewitness testimony.
Pictures from space. What exact pictures from space?
Like the Epic Discover picture? That one?
Are those pictures or images?
They're digital images from a digital camera.
And why'd
They're
you
not
call them
photographs.
pictures?
When I take a picture with my phone, I call it a picture, even though it's a digital image. That's just standard nomenclature. I know it's not a film picture, but these days we use digital cameras.
Okay. Is that what they're using on the Epic?
Yes, they're using digital cameras.
Where is the Epic?
About 1 million miles from the surface of the Earth.
Second law of thermodynamics violation. They're not there. Or the second law is false.
I'm not an expert on the second law of thermodynamics.
I am.
Many people who know better than me
Like
think
me.
that. Yeah. So, but many other people who know the second law of thermodynamics don't think that it's as
Really? Bring them in here and let's see. Who cares what they think? Let's bring them in here.
Sure. I mean, that would be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, it would. It would end
Until
in like
I know
15
better,
seconds.
I'm gonna trust that they know
Yeah,
better than I
like
do.
it'd end in 15 seconds. 20 with interruptions.
Matthew, why would you trust what anybody says without validation?
The world of knowledge and the universe is too big for me to be an expert in everything.
Second law is
I think the second law of thermodynamics was taught to you in either the 5th or 8th grade, depending on where you come from.
yeah, but as far as epistemology goes, it's okay to trust some things without verifying them yourself.
No, you were taught it by our education system. You
I don't think so. Maybe a little bit, but not anything in depth, even though it's not that very difficult to understand. Nothing in depth in those grade levels with the second law. You'd have to have a physics background or chemistry background.
Okay.
To get it's surface level stuff, it's pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
High concentration to low concentration, high pressure to low pressure, heat from hot to cold. I mean, that's pretty much
what I was taught as a child.
Yeah, okay. Well, that encompasses it, superficially. Now you can get a lot deeper, but we don't need to get deeper. I think you're right in that sense.
We really don't. You don't need to be an expert in it.
No, you really don't.
If you have any pressure differential, the high is going to flow to low.
That's correct.
Immediately.
So
But
is there a difference in pressure at the top of the building?
But if
versus
they
the
think
bottom
that
of the
they
building?
have, they're all that in a bag of chips, then you could just PM me, and then I'll come in and we'll settle scores.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please continue.
Yeah,
You're
I had a
willing to.
question. I've been asking people. Hope you guys don't mind if I interrupt Matthew, unless you want to talk to Matthew.
Go
No,
ahead.
go
Hank.
ahead.
Good job last night, by the way, or 2 nights. When was it?
Hey, I really appreciate that. Some kind words. So hot to cold, high pressure, low pressure, high charge to low charge. And what if it's the same way with objects in a medium? What if it's always trying to seek its equilibrium the same way as the three parts of thermodynamics?
Well, that's where it all comes from. Everything's seeking its equilibrium.
Right. So I'm thinking, and this is my belief, grill me if you like, but I believe that this specific gravity, so-called relative density, is the third leg of the table of entropy.
You know what? That's an interesting idea. I'd be interested to hear more about it. I mean, that would alleviate the need for gravity in certain situations.
Shit, the ballers think specific gravity has gravity in the equation.
That's exactly what we've been proposing the whole time there, Matthew.
Can somebody post the specific gravity equation and point out where gravity's in there? I'd like to see that.
I said it would alleviate the need for gravity.
Please forgive me. That's off topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of running it by other people and seeing what they think, because obviously you guys are a little bit better educated than me, possibly. I'm self-taught, so I guess we'll never know. But yeah, that's what I've been thinking this past month. I've been thinking that the specific gravity is the fourth leg on the table of entropy, because it appears that every object except for birds in the natural world is either sinking or rising based on relative density, or it's at equilibrium.
Birds are just slowly falling.
I don't get the third leg. Can you get a little bit more in depth of that? And which law are you talking about?
The second law of thermodynamics, right? So hot goes to cold, that's one leg. High charge goes to low charge, that's another leg. And then high pressure goes to low pressure.
What
And then what I'm saying is all three of these are...
What about concentrated energy to dispersed? That's the fourth leg. Now you got a fifth leg of the table.
Okay, so I didn't understand that. Okay. So the fifth leg would be the relative density always seeking its equilibrium. So if you put an apple, right, in a pool of water...
Hold on. Relative density always seeking... That doesn't make any sense.
So if you got an apple and you drop it, it's going to go into the water, and then it's going to seek its equilibrium until it finds it, and then it's going to stop moving somewhere around the surface, if it's a fraction.
Yeah, that didn't have anything with your previous statement, but yeah, okay.
So it's these objects in a medium are seeking their equilibrium, is what I'm saying. Just like the other...
Yeah, that equilibrium term can get confused. If somebody has a little higher education, you'll get your ass handed to you. But, okay, go ahead.
What word would you use if it's not seeking its equilibrium? It's seeking its... seeking neutral buoyant force?
It's quan.
It's seeking its quan? Sounds like a Vietnamese word.
I don't know. It has different meanings, different contexts, but go ahead. Or are you done?
Anyway, so, yeah, I'm done. I was just curious what you guys thought. Is it horse shit? Should I shut up? Or, should I work on it a little bit better and come back in a few months?
I don't really know the point just yet.
Hank, I think you're right while misspoken. But You're correct. If there's a void, it will be filled. Nature fills the void. Period. So what you're talking about is the law of entropy, right? And so
Yes.
order will become diffuse and go into.
Ooh, better be careful with that order and disorder stuff.
Okay. But that is in the explanation regardless. But so systems become diffuse and go into
I like
less
that word. It's a good word. Diffuse.
concentrate things.
Okay. How about
So-
this? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm really just spinning my wheels waiting for QE to correct me. But
Well, I heard someone say this.
diffuse. I like diffuse. It's a good word.
I heard someone say that a deviation from the meme, it's always going to go back to the meme. So
yeah,
that depends on what you're talking about, though. You got to be. Listen. Always try to be as hyper specific as you possibly can. How about that?
Yeah, I'm trying, but I don't have the words correctly yet. I'm just trying to put this idea out there so someone can help me get the words in order.
Well, write them down. Write it down. That's what I do.
Okay.
I'm getting old now, man. I got to write shit down.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the words match the thought.
Hank, what you should do is
That's what I'm
look up
struggling.
the second law of thermodynamics in a college level book or even online thing and really dissect what it's saying. Because that will give you the words you're looking for to put your idea into more of a exacting lexicon.
So that physicist guy that I debated a little over a month ago, he was telling me that my words suck. So what do I read the dictionary? How do I fix that?
No. Look.
Hold on. Where'd you debate? What are you talking about?
There was a guy who said he was about to graduate and be a physicist. I debated him at the Wisdom place. We were disagreeing on Karl Popper.
Oh, I'm gonna go over Karl Popper tomorrow on Ballbusters. That's too funny. You got a tape of this?
No, I didn't record it. I don't ever record my debates.
Oh, okay. What's up with Karl Popper?
Oh, he was saying that it doesn't have to be falsifiable, of course, and he never did cite a source.
Hold on, stop. What doesn't have to be falsifiable?
Science.
Yeah, it does. That's Karl Popper's whole fucking point.
Yeah, that's what I should have hammered home, but I didn't. But, still learning.
Yeah, I got
Ever see that guy again?
Everything he ever wrote. It's like literally everything he ever wrote.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah,
are you
thanks,
kidding
Indio.
me? Like, he's right. That's literally his claim to fame. Like, we would never heard of the guy if he didn't come up with that. Like, how could you even say such a thing?
I don't know. I was fucking
Well, I'm the idiot and he's the physicist, so at least it wasn't me who said it.
Well,
They
he
fuck
needs to
up
stroll
Karl
down to the philosophy department.
They fuck up Karl Popper all the time. That's one of the first topics that are going to be on the chopping block tomorrow on Ballbusters. So,
Yeah, we had he's always in the pseudoscience server. That dude from the alleged teacher from South Africa, Sam or something. I think he goes by. He changes his name all the time, but I think he goes by the name Sam Wise or something like that.
He's a moron.
Yeah, so he said something like, Karl Popper said something like, as long as it works, then it's good enough or whatever.
What?
So I went and so then I went and got a quote from Karl Popper that explicitly said that he was against pragmatism. Because that's an appeal to pragmatism or appeal to utility. So like when I showed him the quote, then he vanished, of course. Might actually still be in here. I might be able to find it. They just make stuff up, man. It's like
Yeah, that's
it
what
blows
I
my
said.
mind.
Yeah, that's what I call them. I call them specifically. I call them the left wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up. Yeah, that's what they are. They don't even parrot their own pseudoscientists. They just make shit up. It's usually contradictory to everything. Like straight is curved and natural is synthetic. Shit like that. It just depends on the argument.
They'll literally quote somebody hoping you don't know who they are. And their quote is incorrect.
Another thing, they have these tendencies that you can catch them saying something, record it, and then they didn't say it, even though you got them recorded saying it.
Yeah.
So they're gaslighting you.
Yeah. So I noticed that I always had to record when I was talking to these dudes because they would be like, I didn't say that. I never said that. Be like, bro, I just cited my source. Why did I cite the source? Because you didn't say that? No, I cited the source because you said that.
Who was it, Zanuck?
Oh, God.
No, it was the wisdom place where nobody seems to be at anymore.
I got a good one from Zanuck the other day. I'll post
What was it?
in the live chat.
Metal Slug Master is the dude's name. You might be familiar with him. He's just a Gem Panda clown.
Yeah.
I mean, he's one of the old school anti-flat earthers who's been around for a while.
I got Zanuck there at 39 minutes after the hour. Check it out. So that would be an L, not a W.
Yeah, a big L, dude. They just make it up, man. Like, I don't know who they're trying to fool, like themselves. Like,
So what was Zanuck's argument that 5G was not a microwave transmission?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
probably that he used to be like a microwave engineer while he was
right. Fucking what didn't that fucker
the
do?
oil rigs.
Yeah, they're not microwaves. The speed of light changes. They're actually long waves. Come on, guys.
I microwaved
Just because you
pastry
increase the
this
hertz
morning.
doesn't mean
What
the
the hell
light
did you just
travels
say?
the same speed. Come on.
What did you say, Matthew?
I microwaved a pastry this morning. Does that make me a microwave engineer?
Is that the first honest thing you've said? I think it is. Yep, it is.
I try to be honest all the time in here. I know.
Holy
that...
fuck. Someone clip that out and put like a demon voice filter on it.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I get Matthew so good in here sometimes because he's being honest, but he's only honest when you ask the right questions. So it's not Matthew's fault if you don't ask the right question.
Do you think it's possible that I could be honest and disagree with you?
Not a lot of the time because we try to be empirical and hyper-specific.
Yes, that's it. When you're not hyper specific, it appears that Matthew's being dishonest, but it's your fault you gave him wiggle room.
What's the difference between somebody being dishonest and somebody being simply mistaken?
Hank, that's ridiculous, for one.
Matthew, I've heard this from children. Literally heard this from children when they're trying to wiggle out of a lie.
No, I understand. So how would you describe the difference between a lie and being mistaken about something? An honest mistake.
Didn't know!
Okay, well, the first time, it's a mistake. The second time, it's an intention. That's easy. That's always the rule. It's always been the rule.
So
you slam the screen door once, hey, it was a mistake. You slam it twice, either you don't care or it's intentional. Either way, you're getting an ass whooping, Matthew.
What about the statement, I think the Earth is a globe? Is that a lie, or is that a honest mistake, or is that what?
No. Hey, if that's your belief, that's on you. We're
Right.
not here to change your mind.
Yes,
we
I'm
don't
not.
really care what you think.
When
the fact
I
is, you care what we think. That's why you're here.
I think it's interesting, but when I say I believe the Earth is a globe, I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. That's really what I believe.
No, I understand. You believe it's a globe. Why you believe it, you can't exactly explain. Besides,
Because he hasn't measured it.
besides, you have faith in other people.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out the parameters of the conversation here. So what if
Let me ask you a simple question, Matthew. Have you gone out and looked?
I have looked at some things, yes.
No. Have you gone out and made observations about the surroundings about you to figure out the nature of your reality?
Yes.
And what did you discover?
I discovered that the moon stays the same size all night.
Why are you looking up in the sky to discover what's beneath your feet? That's retarded.
It's flabbergasting at this point. Absolutely bananas that people still talk about the sky.
It's like
Matthew. Follow
cable bill, the Earth is still a globe.
Matthew, follow the logic here. What did you look at to discover what's beneath your feet? The nature of your reality. What exactly did you try to observe?
I tried to use reason and logic to figure out the nature of all of the cosmos and
The cosmos, you don't even know if that's there. You're told that by people and you're trying to validate it. How would you validate that?
One way to determine the difference between two different stories about the level or the flatness or non-flatness of the Earth would be to find something where the two different models disagree.
Matthew, so the easiest way to look, to discover, would be to actually go out to your natural surroundings, find a place that's above the local landscape, whatever that be, mountains, hills, trees, buildings. Look out into the distance, the horizon. Find a landmark you can identify. Figure out your distance between the two, figure out your height between the two, and make some calculations. That's the easiest way. The easiest way known to man.
I agree.
Have you done that?
Problem with that is that...
No. Have you done that?
I have
Yes
not.
or no? Yes or no? Good. That's good.
Okay, so before we go on to the stars, the moon, the things that we can't validate, the things we can't even falsify of what your findings would be. Before we go on to that, I want you to go out and look at what's beneath your feet. It's very easy. Do you have the calculations for that?
I believe that the two stories...
Matthew, do you have the calculations for that?
8 inches per mile squared.
No. Let's give you something a little better.
1.25 times, the observer height. All those? Is that what you're asking?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. If you've got that, I want you to go and do that.
Okay, what if...
I don't want you to take anything on faith. I want you to validate everything you're talking about. If you can't talk about it from firsthand knowledge, then there's no point. There's no point in you parroting what you're told. There's only point in showing what you can observe and what you can show as your observation.
As long as it's a very specific observation of squinting through the horizon over water, where
No, you don't have to squint. You don't have to squint. We have technology that can get you far beyond what God has given you. We have a way to augment that. You can show something your eyes can't see, either through a digital camera, a telescope, binoculars, whatever you like. It doesn't matter to us what you find. I want you to go out and look for yourself so you can at least talk from firsthand knowledge of what you're speaking. Or of which you speak, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll do that sometime because I live near the ocean.
Not sometime, do it now. Do it make a point. This is, if you're going to come in here, and apparently you've been here more than once.
Yeah, I've been here more than 4 times.
So there's no reason why you wouldn't have done this already.
Because I don't think it will shed any
I don't
light.
care what you think. I don't care what you believe. I care what you can show, what you can show yourself.
Listen,
your firsthand knowledge.
You burst into a place. Listen, you burst into a place and say, "Hey, I've got apples behind me, but before I share any with you, I need to know that you have peaches. I need a lot of evidence that you have peaches, and I'm going to attack you and insult you. I don't need to show you my apples, okay? Because you're the one. I'm coming here to curse at for peaches. You feel me? That's exactly what's going on here. That was just for the audience.
Hey, Matthew, I'm going to go ahead and drop something in live stream voice text for you. It's a flat Earth calculator. It does have all the calculations in it. It's on GitHub. You can break it down. You can look at the code.
Okay, so can I ask you a question, even though it's an analogy?
Yeah.
Imagine you're on one of those maglev trains in Japan, and you woke up because you fell asleep. It's nighttime. You woke up, and you're not 100% sure if the train is moving or not.
Right.
Would it be okay to look out the window to determine if the train is moving?
It's a bad analogy.
Yeah, I can actually tell you why it's a bad analogy, Matt. So, because there's something. So here's the problem: when we make terrestrial observations we make to things in the sky don't have the same properties, right? So there's no parallax to those bodies, right? But anything we look at on the ground has parallax. We can measure the distance to them, yada, yada, yada. We look in the sky, none of that stuff applies. So we come up with the idea, oh, this is so far away, there's no parallax, right? Right. So why, but the thing is, the fundamental premise is, when we look in the sky behaves just like everything we observe on the ground. So we're going to presuppose that like all this, the so-called geometry that we apply to Earth, where we can validate those measurements, multiple methods. Well, we're going to look up at the sky and just use that same method and assume that, everything's the same, even though it's not the same, because like I said, there's no parallax.
Here's the problem, Matthew.
Well, hold on. I want to get to another, just one more thing, because I'm going to tie it into something else, right?
Sure.
So in classical mechanics, right, we knew that once we got to some limit, right, classical mechanics no longer applies. When we look at something at a certain level, right, so we have to apply quantum mechanics, right, to make predictions about the behavior of matter, right? So you already know that there is not like universal things, right? In classical mechanics, there is no universal motion, because at one scale it's one thing, then another scale it's another thing. Looking at the Earth versus the celestial sphere, it could be the same thing. That we're looking in one place, they follow one set of rules, and then we look in the sky, it's another set of rules. You just have the idea that it's the same set of rules, when they might not be. You could be. That is why Deuce is telling you, look at the ground, and it doesn't matter what the rules, whether the rules for the sky apply or not, because you don't need that. It's not a necessary observation.
And any calculation that goes beyond the Earth is going to take into consideration the radius of the Earth. So you're presupposing a globe Earth before you look up. And that is a begging the question fallacy, as Quantum Eraser has pointed out several times with you.
There are some observations that don't depend on any radius.
Sure, and there's falsifying observations that will show you that those observations are just as ludicrous as the last.
I just jumped in. I'm sorry. I just jumped back. I had to take care of something. I heard somebody talking about a maglev train, and that's when I had to take off for a minute. You said you had the maglev train, and then you wake up. Was that you, Matthew?
Yeah, I was asking whether it would be appropriate to look out a window of a train to determine if the train is moving or not.
Oh, I thought because the maglev train is a closed system to a point. I was going to say the Earth doesn't have walls and a roof.
Yeah, no, the point of maglev train is that they're super smooth, and it's like hard to tell if you're moving or not, or how fast you're moving.
Right. You weren't trying. Okay. Sorry about that.
No,
I
I
thought you
understand.
were.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? So the rules of geometry when I make observations outside the maglev train and inside the maglev train, are they going to be the same?
I think they are. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They certainly are. But I'm going to have parallax to objects outside the train window, whereas when I look up at the sky, I'm not.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So basically, you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that we cannot assume that the same rules and laws of perspective and everything work up in the sky the same way they work down here. And
We can't observe those rules in the sky. We can't observe the things the things we observe on the ground, the way things behave. When we look in the sky, they don't behave the same way. And our excuse is, as humanity, I guess, is to say that it's so far away, we just don't see that.
But we would assume they do. The fact is that they don't.
They do too.
The fact is they don't. Period.
Okay, so for example, you asked what specific things I had done. I took a bunch of pictures of the moon on a full moon, and it appeared the same size in the sky the whole night long. And the law of perspective would seem to indicate that it's the same size, the same distance.
Whoa. Law of perspective. Can you post a citation for law of perspective, please?
No, I don't feel like doing that. I'm talking about if things get smaller.
You don't feel like doing that, so don't claim it.
I think it's
yeah,
common
and
knowledge.
Listen, Matt, you're literally like making my argument for you. What on earth seems to move around and appears to be the same size?
Things that get smaller. I mean, things that move far away get smaller. That's the law of perspective.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
I was talking about.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
it? No, it's not.
So if you see an object that's moving in the sky and it's not changing inside, what does that tell you?
It would indicate to
It's
me
either
that it's probably
very
the same
far
distance.
away, right, or the same rules don't apply.
Yes, it's far away, and staying the same size, or those rules don't apply. So, but I would.
Wrong. There is no rules. You haven't cited them yet. What's the law of perspective? Before you can appeal to the law of perspective, you're going to have to post it so everyone understands what you're talking about. So do it. Or drop the claim.
I don't know the exact name. I'm referring to the idea that as things get farther away, they become smaller. They appear smaller. That's what I meant. Maybe I should call it something different, but
yeah, you
that's what I
should.
meant. Okay, what would be a better name for that?
I don't know. It's your claim.
Flat Earther should call it something else too. There's no law of perspective.
Yeah.
It's just like projective geometry, technically.
Ooh, I like that. Projective geometry. Okay, I think that's probably the better description.
Yeah, because like when we're looking at the 3D world, it's being projected onto your retina, so like that's what it is.
I seen the moon one time. It was as big as a fucking saucer plate. What's up with that?
It's an optical illusion.
So is a looming moon that stays the same size. Either way, I think you mean the rule of perspective, and that's an artistic rule, correct? Based on optics.
Yeah, 3D geometry. I don't know what we want to call it, but I think, don't we all agree that as things move farther away, they get smaller?
It could be linear perspective or something like that.
Linear
The basic rule is for terrestrial observations, when we look at something, if you double the distance the object is away from you, it'll have an angular size.
Right, exactly. That's all I was referring to. I didn't mean to spark a whole debate about what it's called.
Well, you call it a law, and then we broke it.
Bust out the contradiction.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
The contradictionary. Is that what you said?
Yeah, let's bust that out.
I like that.
It'll settle this debate once and for all.
It's already settled unless he can show a curved adjacent. It's all over.
Can you show a curved adjacent, Matthew? Matthew, do you know what a sextant is?
Yes, it's possible to get an angle between a curved line and a straight line.
No, it's not. Citation, please.
I'd love to see it, Matthew.
Citation. I want to see that shit right now.
Give me a second. I'll find it.
Perfect.
Yep.
Also, while you're looking for that, you brought up looking at the moon as like for your reason to. Oh, never mind. I'll wait.
I found it. Here's a math problem asking for an angle between a curved red line and a straight blue line.
An elevation angle?
No, it's just a 2D.
No, I'm
math
talking about
problem.
elevation angles.
A
Try again.
geometry
Red
problem.
herring fallacy. Elevation angles are you knew exactly what I was talking about, by the way.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
Same thing, what?
I posted a 3D version of the same question, same kind of question. Like, can you find an angle between a geometric sphere and a geometric straight line?
No, I'm talking about elevation angles and you're fucking done.
In the globe model, an elevation
You're
angle
fucking
is
done.
the
Globe
line
model, show the globe model.
in the globe model, an elevation
Yeah,
line.
show it. What is the globe model? Show it, and then I'm just going to destroy you right here with the definition of elevation angles. Read them and weep. You're done. So is the globe right here.
I guess we're moving on to arguing about what model means.
No, we're not arguing with model. Number one, you appealed to a globe model. We want to see that monkey. That's number one. Number two, my context was with elevation angles. Now, if you can read it 58 minutes after the hour, it has 3 definitions of elevation angle. Your entire ball-tard spinning space monkey religion implodes. Can't get an elevation angle from curved adjacent. Period.
So if you're on a curved surface, it's impossible to get an elevation angle.
That's correct. That's a curved adjacent on a triangle. Yes. There's no such animal.
Could you get close enough if it's almost flat?
You can't get close enough. You can't even take the measurement.
You would be hours off.
Infinity?
You would be miles away from your destination.
The only thing that's at infinity is your incoherence.
Interesting. So you're saying that it's mathematically
Interesting.
impossible.
No, what I'm saying is elevation angle. That is a triangle. A triangle. Do you know what is the angle property of triangles?
180 degrees.
You bet your
total.
sweet ass it is. So, how do you get a fucking 180 degree triangle from a curved adjacent?
You don't. It's not a triangle.
Yeah, you don't. Bye-bye spinning space monkey religion. That's my point. Thank you. Please continue.
I'd be happy with just one angle, not a whole triangle.
You can't get an angle. Unless you show a curved adjacent of a triangle and you can't do it.
Wait, so would you say that the math...
No, I would say, I already did say it. There is no more argument. Unless you can redefine a fucking triangle, then there's no more argument.
What about just an angle?
What about if you redefine a triangle? Try that shit. That's where the argument. I'm not putting up with this what if shit.
Yeah,
show a damn triangle with a curved adjacent, or your fucking religion's dead right now.
It doesn't exist. Triangles.
That's right. So your spinning ball space monkey religion doesn't exist. Thank you.
Yeah, all triangles have 3 perfectly straight lines with 3 angles in between.
Can't have a straight line. Can't have a curved adjacent. That's not a fucking straight line. You're finished.
You are
third
correct.
time.
You can't have a curved adjacent in a triangle.
So how do sextants work on a globe?
They don't use triangles. They use just a single angle. For example, like the angle at 57 minutes past the hour in the math problem.
Citation, please. Oh man,
yeah,
that was great.
Measure angles.
That was great. Yeah, elevation angles. It's a fucking triangle.
It's one angle. It's one part of a
It's a
triangle. one corner.
fucking triangle.
Triangle has 3 separate angles.
That's correct.
Sextants
Say it
measure
over
1.
again. That'll help.
So when doing your sextant calculations, show me on the ball where the curved adjacent is.
Check this out, man. This is fucking.
There is no such thing as a curved adjacent. The
Yeah,
adjacents
then there's
always
no
have to
such
be
thing as a
perfectly
spinning
straight.
space monkey. So from Hampton Nautical, based on mathematics and triangulation, the sextant was a tool of unique power. So there's no fucking triangles in the sextant. Really? That's interesting. You want some more?
How many triangles or how many angles does a sextant measure? 1?
How
or
many
3?
angles does it measures? Elevation angles.
So it measures 1.
Elevation.
How many angles are in a triangle?
Don't fucking
1 or
question
3?
me. It's like Elmer Fudd questioning Tiger Woods on his backswing. You're done. You're dead 25 seconds ago. What are you trying? What do you got? Fucking textual pareidolia?
No, I'm just asking what the tri and triangle means.
What the try, that's what
I mean,
you're doing.
3
You're
separate
fucking
angles.
Elmer Fudd sophist.
Okay, and then sextant, how
Okay.
many angles does it measure? 1? or
Okay,
3?
you're enough. It doesn't measure. It doesn't do anything unless you pick the fucking thing up.
You're right. I admit I haven't used a sextant.
No, I didn't say that you did. I never have. I know how the fucking things work. I don't have to pick it up. Before I bought a house, I knew that the refrigerator went in the fucking kitchen, right? I didn't have to own a house to fucking know that. So I don't know what you're on. Show a curved adjacent or your spinning ball space monkey religion dies.
You and I both agree that there is no such thing as a curve.
And there's no such thing as your spinning ball space monkey religion. Can't get an elevation angle. That's all. That's what it does. I just posted 3 definitions of elevation angle. You need more? So I thought, you're done. So is the ball tart spinning space monkey religion. It's so quick and deadly. A fucking 3rd grader would belly laugh at your dumb ass.
Do all these menus in there, and what the fuck? It just froze. Maybe it's a. There's one easy thing you can do: go offline in Steam, go offline in Uplay.
You will turn your microphone up.
Anadonia, you're hot micing.
Or you'll stop hot micing. One of the two.
Well, it's nice to come back and see someone get fucking vaporized in the first time.
Welcome back,
I
Jose.
wouldn't say that I vaporized him.
Oh, we would.
No, we wouldn't say he vaporized you. You vaporized him.
Hey, Matthew, I didn't know pure vapor could talk.
Matthew, I just want to go over this with you. One, you have not looked at the ground beneath your feet to discern the nature of your reality.
That's right. I think that the observations are insufficiently different to distinguish between the 2 different ideas. I think that the globe and the flat Earth both predict the same kinds of things.
No. I'm sorry. You are incorrect, sir.
Okay. So, yeah, I'll go look sometime.
You do not sound enthused nor like this is something you should do, but regardless, 1, you have not looked beneath your feet to discern the nature of your reality. 2, you do not understand the basics of what most people understood before you. Most people. There's not a person that came to the country in which you live before the advent of the airplane that did not come by sea.
Right, yeah.
What I'm imploring you to do is understand those 2 things. How they calculated to get to where their destination was. And 2, the nature of your own reality, the ground beneath your feet. Go and frickin' look. I'm not trying to push you in this direction or that direction. I don't care what you think. The fact is, you should care what you think. You should know why you think it.
Yeah,
Relying
idea.
on the good graces of people you don't know is foolish. Do you disagree?
That's right. You should check your sources and determine using logic and reason and good epistemology about what types of things count as.
Not only that, validating the sources through repeatable methodologies, correct?
That's right. Yeah, that would be
Science should be nothing if not repeatable.
Right.
Okay. Go fucking look.
With your
Yes.
dumb ass.
Climate change does not cause heart attacks. Just throwing it out.
Jose.
Anxiety does. And when you don't know the truth about something, I'd be pretty anxious too.
Hello, Jose. It's good to hear you.
Hey, I'm sorry, I was talking, but I was on mute. He just 1 second down the line. He said that sextants don't use triangulation. That it's like water, it doesn't use hydrogen bonds. Let's check this from Jacoby Harold, professor of astronomy at Columbia University. I posted it 9 minutes after the hour. The sextant. The height of the sun or any star is called its altitude, and so the altitude is always an angle to be measured in degrees or minutes. The point directly overhead is zenith. The angle between the lines drawn to the horizontal and zenith is 90 degrees or a right fucking angle. You're dead. Right there. Say goodnight. Thanks. Have a great day. I'll be here all week.
You're not gonna make it with him, QE.
Well, you shouldn't. I don't think you'd want that person on your team. Get
He will never accept it. I even gave him linear encoders. I told him we have one of the highest precision linear encoders we use are 65 nanometer precision tolerance in 200 meters distance. So when you make a motion for 200 meters repeatedly, you get a margin of error of 65 nanometers precision positioning. This is a giant printer which is printing carbon fiber wings for airplanes and carbon fiber structures of large dimensions.
And what is this? What is this stuff?
It's a 3D printer, but
Okay.
it's very big, and these linear encoders, they tell you precisely how far you have traveled, and it gives you a feedback signal to your servo motors, so you control them precisely. You can control them by with computer, yeah, CNC machine, and the problem is that yeah, they also use plumb tool at both ends of this machine to calibrate these laser encoders, and they are perfectly parallel next to each other. That's how, I mean, in 65 nanometer if there was a gravity vector aligned with the radiuses of the Earth, we should see that angle. We should see it. Like when you travel 1 meter, yeah, you should have an angle right there. And the plumb tools will not be parallel.
So you're
But in
saying
200 meters, it's a huge distance.
So you're saying that
Yeah.
even with high intensity machinery, high specificity inside of the
Precision,
parts,
yeah.
precision, it's got to use straight
Ultra
lines too,
precision, yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, 65 nanometer, it's like a nanoparticle of gold is not that big, small, you know.
Yeah. I suppose, man. I have no see. That's right where you lost me.
I mean, how does that correct for the Lorentz transformation?
Well, they have a band which is printed with laser, and yeah, it's like very tiny lines. When you look at that band, you will see like rainbow colors, and the lasers are reading it, and they know precisely how far they are moving.
Right.
Yeah.
But the Lorentz transformation says that the length of the material is going to stretch depending on which direction the Earth is turning.
The length of the material, I'm not getting what.
I'm just joking. Just fucking with you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you see, at one end they have a laser shooting
I
in
totally
line.
understand. I understand how a
Yeah,
CNC.
and this sensor is moving with the machine,
Right.
And right next to it there is this band glued on the track, which
Right,
is
and
moving on.
each
Yeah,
servo also calculates its
yeah,
position in
yeah.
space.
Yeah, and these encoders are like double checking, you know. The laser itself is also a rangefinder, you know, but it also reads the information which is coming in that on the machine encoder sensor. There is inside a prism on it where the laser is shooting at, and from that prism the laser is reflected on the band strip. It's reading those very tiny lines, and it knows. Those are with laser engraved, like ultra small, ultra fine.
How the hell did we
It's
get
like
here?
a CD.
Hold on. How the hell did we get here from Curve to Jason's, man?
Yeah.
What? Did I miss something?
No.
Try to keep up on it. No, I'm joking.
I was trying to explain Matthew the other day. How can he explain that two plumb tool lines, they are perfectly parallel, no matter how far away apart, and we can measure with ultra high precision tools, and yeah, he can't explain. Because on the globe Earth, the down vector in one point should be not parallel with someone in different point.
Yeah, it should not be
on
anywhere
the
near it.
globe.
Right.
Yeah. You can't have two down vectors which are parallel on a sphere.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Matthew, you just said that's right. Yeah. Do you want to rewind on that one? Because it's listen. It's as if you think that's the first time you've ever given us that bullshit. Every time you do it.
I'm agreeing with his characterization that we Globers say that the direction of down is different.
So it's a characterization. So you're playing a character then? I knew it. Go ahead.
When I use the word characterization, I didn't.
I think that you can't perform damage control on that because we all know that's a bad joke, but you're still just playing a character.
Matthew, so maybe you can answer. So how does what get beget deal with the Lorenz transformation?
I would say that if you use precise enough equipment, you can see the difference in the down vector if you have two different places that are far enough apart.
When did you do that?
Very close.
What about the east-west vector or the west-to-east vector?
What about angular size change with distance that he was just going on about a few minutes ago?
No, I'm saying that is what the globe would predict.
But the globe doesn't predict anything. It's an inanimate object. You went on and on about angular size change with distance, right?
According to the globe model, it would predict
the globe model. I'd like to. Would you please present for the first time in 5 years the globe model for us?
Man, I have no idea how you use that word.
Please.
No,
please,
you
yeah,
used the
please.
phrase. It's not a word. It's a phrase. Globe model. So
right, I know exactly what I mean by that.
Yeah, right. So you can talk through me, but it's not going to end well for you. You said the globe model that predicts. Yeah, right. Okay, let's see this monkey.
He's done this 1,000 times. He won't show.
So, when I use the phrase globe model, I'm referring to a set of assumptions, a set of ideas, a set of calculations that
assumptions
cosmology. Yes.
Oh, about cosmology, really? Well, then that's not a fucking model, not a scientific model.
Yeah, that whole set of ideas is what I mean when I use the phrase globe model. Maybe
there you go. I just said that it's not a fucking. Look at Box Up's post right here at 19 minutes after the hour. It's not a scientific model. You just repeated yourself. So that's not a scientific model that you just said, and we have yet to fucking see it.
Okay, what phrase would you like me to use instead?
I don't know. It's your fucking claim.
How about the set of assumptions about the globe?
Assumptions?
Yeah, why don't you just use anything you've got a proof for? I'd like that.
Assumptions? What the fuck?
Yeah,
what did I get myself
far away
into?
from assumptions as possible.
Goodness gracious, man.
I'm just trying to come up with language to describe what this is.
You're over your head.
The atheist, the same words the atheists use. It's amazing.
You know what you're trying to do is you're trying to sell us rotten peaches, bro.
You're clearly beyond your depth, bud.
Reality. We'd like to see some reality, please. Not assumptions.
Matthew, if you could have your handlers update your script, that'd be great.
Just the model. Can we just see the model? Can you attempt to show us the model, or is it just another obvious?
Or is it just words?
No.
He won't even attempt, Godrock, and he won't even try to show us the model. There isn't even an attempt.
He just said it. It's a group of assumptions, ideas, and theories and calculations.
It's not theories.
It's just that.
Model.
Well, I mean, yeah, ideas, whatever.
Yeah, I was describing what I mean by that phrase, and obviously we'd have to agree on some kind of phrase to talk about that list of assumptions.
Well, but that's the problem. You don't realize that that's entirely the problem. If you have a group of assumptions, but then you're also using that same model as a prediction for something that's supposed to be accurate.
Okay, sure.
But he won't do it. No, he won't. But Radwin, he won't do it. When you ask them, okay, in the model, how high do I have to go above the model to see Earth curves start to appear? He won't give you an answer. So there is no model. He won't even give you information.
Instead of saying model, how about you say reification?
Okay. The globe reification.
Well, it's a fallacy, so the whole argument's void. Thanks.
He won't even tell you where he gets the information from. Where's the reification? Can I see it? That was easy.
Yeah, if it was the globe, I can give you a problem to solve, Matthew. What will happen with a ball when you put it on a table, which is on the surface of a ball, Yeah. What will happen with that ball, which you put it on the table?
Yeah, a
But
ball
the
would.
table is tangent with the surface of the globe. So the down vector is right in the middle of the table.
Right.
Yeah, that's where it has contact with the globe, in the middle of the table. So the edges of the table are flat, yeah, spread apart. It's a flat plane which goes upwards according to the globe sphere shape. It doesn't go around the ball because it's not round, it's a table. And when you put a ball on this table at the edge, what will happen? Wouldn't it fall to the center of the table? Roll? Because of the
Yes.
divergent gravity vectors. So whenever we have a table, when we put a ball on a table which is perfectly flat and it's not tilted any sides, all the balls should conglomerate right in the center of the table.
Tables are flat, right? I don't know. Just get a flat table. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You can get a really, really, really flat table, right? Just do that. They're everywhere.
Yeah, glass table.
Glass. There you
Or
go.
even zirconia.
You're going to use an amorphous liquid?
How about crystal? Crystal tables. Then I'll snort a huge line of Coke and push you into it, and you'll break it.
Yeah.
It'll be awesome.
Bro, you're not going to push me.
That's true.
I brought the Coke.
Not again after what happened last time. Yeah, he's not going to push you.
Yeah. Don't even mention that again. Don't do it.
I still haven't found the cat.
You say, I only smoke what I want to.
So here's another answer we won't get. Matthew, where do you get your evolution model from?
Stephen Myers, J.P. Moreland, Doug Axe.
Where did they get their information from? Where's the origins of their information?
But I'm sorry, real quick, before we just go and do another topic, Matthew, are you just going to ignore the fact that you're making assumptions and then you're using that as you're going to ignore it? Okay.
Yes, I am. Uh-huh.
Okay, good. All right, move on. Thank you.
That was easy. So where did they get their evolution model from, Matthew? Where did they get their information from?
Cosmology, astronomy, geology.
Wow.
There's lots of
That's
different
amazing.
sources.
I agree.
Can you? Oh, wow. That's amazing. So for evolution, we go to cosmology. Wow. It's amazing.
I agree. That's exactly where they got them from.
Wow.
Are those
I'd love
based on
to see-
assumptions again?
Can I see the citation that they got it from cosmology, that evolution is true because of cosmology? I'll give you $10,000, Matthew, right now.
So evolution refers to the to where life came from, and you're talking about.
You got to give the
the age of
citation,
the
Matt,
Earth?
not just the continuous line. You got to give the citations that evolution. You haven't even defined your own evolution. It took us 6 months for you to admit that you believe in evolution after you got caught lying about it several times. So you believe in evolution, but will never get any information for why you believe in it. That's the
You
point.
keep using that word evolution. What do you mean by that?
That's exactly right. You believe it, but I have to define it for you. You believe that animals change into different kinds of animals over time. You believe that it takes millions of years for all the biological entities on the plane of existence to emerge. That's your belief system. And again, you're still hiding from it. Yeah. And you teach it to the children, but you won't tell us where you get the information from. Like, where did they come up with the dating methods originally before radiometric dating was ever invented? How did they come up with the ages of the earth, Matthew? You can't answer. That's the point.
I don't believe in a common ancestor for all life. If that's what you mean.
You're still hiding from your own claim. That's the point. Where did they come up? Right. Where did they come up with the dating methods? Matthew, where did they come up with the dating methods before radiometric dating was invented? You can't answer. See, that's what we're still waiting.
Know.
Exactly. That's my point. You won't give us the origin of the information. You'll teach it to children, but you won't tell us where the origins are from. That's the point. It's a sycophant religion. It's amazing.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's just trusting authority.
It's just pure perversion. It's just Satan.
And you don't see anything
authority,
wrong with
yeah.
trusting authority, solely trusting authority, Matthew. Nothing
You
wrong.
don't even. That's the thing. He doesn't even tell us what the authority says. You don't even know what the authority
Blind
says.
belief.
It's unbelievable.
So is that what Jesus did? Did Jesus trust authority?
No, he didn't.
I don't know. I
so
never met the
evil.
guy.
It's pure evil, is what it is.
I'm not pure evil.
Okay.
Everything you do, bro, is pure evil.
Intentional. Intentionally liar.
I have not told any intentional lies here today.
Yes.
You said that
Wow.
the evidence didn't matter. No, you said that the evidence didn't matter. You said proving it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, that's what you said, Matthew. Proving it. Oh, demonstrating it doesn't prove anything, Matthew. That's exactly what you said.
Do you curiosity?
Hold on.
No, go ahead.
El Baba Yaga in the house?
Yeah, he's been here.
Oh, I didn't see him. Hello. Hello, bro. What's
That's
up?
old news, Hank. Where you been?
I was at work. I didn't see him. I don't get to see this guy very often. I just want to say hi. Please continue.
Oh, and Joshua's
No,
here
it's
too.
fine. Yeah, that's
Josh, did
fine,
show
Hank.
your
You might as well
pictures
move
yet?
on. We'll never get an answer. We'll never get a claim for where he gets his information from. Just
That's right.
names.
You never will. I'm not going to tell you.
It's just too easy. See, it's just too easy. Exactly. Thank you.
Not
Rest-
gonna tell
This
us.
is exactly.
It's
This is
secret.
exactly. This is the dangers of this magical satanic religion that they learn about on TV. It turns you into one of these psychopaths that thinks that you can just act like this.
Yes,
Best
I
evidence I
refuse
could
to
ever
answer
ask for.
combative questions like this where no
You're
answer
just a
would
habitual liar.
Combative.
Well, I'm not. I'm not going to ask you a combative question. I'm genuinely want to know. You just admitted or talked about the fact that you're basing a lot of stuff on assumptions. Is that what you tell students too? That it's based on assumptions, or does the book even say that they're assumptions, or do they present them as facts?
Yeah, there are lots of assumptions when you're determining truths about the world. You look at your assumptions, examine which ones would be true, use logic and reason, and build. Mathematics is built on axioms. Axioms are assumptions. For example, A plus B is equal to B plus A. That's
Axioms aren't assumptions.
There is
Axioms
no
are
globe
self-evident.
axioms. Sorry, go ahead.
No, their axioms are self-evident. They're not assumptions.
Name a single globe axiom for us.
Wait.
He can't.
The difference between an assumption and an axiom, I don't know. Like
There is
in mathematics, A plus B is equal to B plus A. That's an assumption.
no, it's not.
Okay, it's
That's not an
self-evident.
assumption. Axioms are. Cite a fucking axiom definition.
Something that is self-evident.
No, I said cite it.
I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
gonna
what.
cite every single thing you
something that
disagree.
is. Wait a second. That's what I just said.
Okay, line number
That's
3
not
in
an
30 cut.
assumption.
Box ops just did it.
Something that's self-evident is not a fucking assumption. What the fuck?
An axiom is self-evident.
Yeah,
Therefore,
that's what I
assume it.
said.
Because it's
Self-evident isn't an assumption.
You're right.
He doesn't know what words mean.
So can you name a globe axiom for us?
Please. He'll say the watch.
I don't think the globe has axioms like that because it's more about
Sure.
science.
If the Earth has a radius of 3959 miles. Oh, go
Wait,
ahead.
Hank, wait. Yeah, tell us again, Matthew, how the globe has no axioms.
There's no. He said it's all about science. There's no science for a globe. That's sequitur.
Mathematics and logic have assumptions.
Mathematics and logic.
Yep,
No, you said science for the globe. All right, post a hypothesis for a globe.
He won't.
You're right. I will not.
No, not that he won't. It doesn't exist. It's non sequitur.
Yeah, he can't.
It's not that he won't. He can't. It's non sequitur. Show a Dark Knight. That's about, on a level that we're at here.
Only
You
answer
can't.
hows and whys, right?
Say again?
I said science only answers the hows and the whys, not the what is question.
Exactly. Well, I'm sort of changing the what is part because people are getting confused. I'm going to for the what is existence argument because a lot of people will have trouble with that. So I think existence is a little more clear.
Yeah, we'll never get a citation from any of those priests he mentioned earlier for their sources.
But those priests that he mentioned earlier are all intelligent agent backers, by the way.
Intelligent evolutionists, yeah.
Yeah. No. They're not evolutionists. No. Go ahead. Mention the names again.
Oh, where I get my sources?
Yeah.
Stephen Meyer, J.P. Moreland, William Lane Craig, Doug Axe.
Yeah, Doug Axe and...
Yeah, William Lane Craig is an older... Yeah, William Lane Craig believes in millions of years. Again, Matthew won't show us where they get the information from.
Yeah, but all those guys are intelligent agent activists, so I don't know how you tied that to evolution. What is evolution, by the way?
Those are all old Earth guys.
Old Earth. Oh,
I'm
I'm not talking about age. I'm talking about what the hell is evolution, dude? Does somebody got an Adderall central line pump?
Evolution is one species changing into another species, and that cannot happen because you cannot create new DNA information. So you can have variation within a species, but you cannot have one species
That's a
changing to
human
another one.
convention.
That's true.
Non
Yeah.
sequitur. It's a human convention developed by creationists, by the way. You know who invented the taxonomic classification system?
Linnaeus.
Yep. Creationist. But going back, when you say species, that's not evolution, by the way. When you say species, that's just a human convention. It's non sequitur. You can't use that as evidence. You can't use a convention as evidence for anything.
Right. So you'd have to be more specific. So maybe I'd say something more specific, like you cannot have new protein encodings in DNA strictly from naturalistic mutations.
That's true, but that's not evolution.
Right. So I would say that kind of evolution cannot happen.
Wouldn't you?
That kind of evolution. What's evolution?
Yeah, and wouldn't you first have proved they weren't present in the cell?
What's the other evolution?
So the kind of evolution where
evolution, what's that?
I'm in the middle of defining it. If
evolution, okay. Go ahead. What's evolution?
If I define evolution as
no, not if you define it. What is the definition?
I give up. I'm sorry. Stop. No,
the scientific theory of evolution, not what you fucking consider to be. You don't give a fuck what you think. What is the scientific theory of evolution? I've been told hundreds of thousands of times, that's not an exaggeration, by the way, that evolution is the most validated scientific theory in the history of science. I know people have heard it on this panel. So, what is...
And that's false. It's not.
Begs the question, then. Well, what is it? Yeah, there you go. That's what I got. That ends right there, by the way. Nobody can define that fucking monkey.
Up there, the greasy weasel.
Dark matter.
Can't get your hand on it.
They have better luck defining dark matter.
Yep.
That's the cutting edge of science. It's so sharp, so cutting that no one's ever actually seen
that
it.
You can't even define that monkey, man. You can't define it.
So we can't define globe model, we can't define evolution, and we can't figure out where they came up with the ages of the Earth. Okay.
Yeah, the age of the Earth, is that scientific too? Well, that's another subject. That has nothing to do with evolution because we don't know what that is. So with the age of the Earth, is that scientific evidence? Really, what's the hypothesis? Then show the experiment.
It's called time.
What is it?
Time machine.
Say again.
Time machine.
Time machine.
Yeah, where's the axiom for the old billions of years Earth, Matthew?
That's not self-evident. That's non sequitur to that question too.
No, it's his claim. Said he has axiom.
He says he has axioms, but not about the age. You can't play the dating game in science. Non sequitur. At its core.
Well, he believes science is just looking at something.
Really? Hank? Cue up Hank.
Yeah, so if I watch a porno and I observe a pornography film, is that science?
No, it's not.
There's biology. What are you talking about?
Now, if you were running an experiment of how long it would take you to bust, then yeah, you know, if your hypothesis was how many minutes or seconds, then you might have something going for you.
That's existence. That's not cause. Well, could you talk about the cause? I'm sure everyone would want to hear that.
I'll pass that one.
How did William Lane Craig date the Earth?
Wiki.
It's just this mystery. It's just like this holy grail they don't want anybody to know about.
Obviously, they went to the center and asked the owl.
How is a bread box rectangular? True or false?
Yes. That's an obviously yes or no question. Matthew.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So you have invoked a model. Do you have any model to present? I see a lot of people posting pictures of decorations. Do you have any model?
When I say the word globe model, I mean a whole set of assumptions and mathematics and ideas.
Can mathematics be assumptions?
Yes.
Okay, so you have assumptions and ideas.
Exactly. That's what I mean when I say globe model. Like it's a whole web of ideas and, observations all put together.
What observations exactly?
Like, what do you mean? Just maybe
you know what I mean.
Okay.
What observations exactly?
All the same observations you see. I guess maybe I should say an explanation for the observations. That would be more accurate.
The explanations are assertions?
An explanation for what observation exactly? I'm asking exactly. I don't know if you've noticed. I put exactly at the end of everything I say.
It seems he wants to build a concrete reality out of abstract concepts.
Don't answer for him. Matthew, give me one observation in which you are speaking.
It's dark outside, and I can't see the sun because it's nighttime. That's one observation. Now, the globe model has an explanation for that. And by globe model, I mean a whole set of assumptions and like descriptions and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, those are called just so stories. We're not
Sure.
into explanations.
And the globe explanation is different than the flat Earth explanation for why it's dark outside.
We're not. That's explanations. I can get explanations, on the corner from your average village idiot. Who cares about just so story explanations? We're into empirical, that is observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. Not explanations.
Matthew, what exactly am I? Hang on. Matthew? What exactly am I asking you for right now? I'm looking for understanding from you. What exactly am I asking from you right now?
It sounds like you're asking for a model, and I think that you mean by a
that
model,
you've invoked several times.
right?
And I'm looking for your criteria for what that model exactly is, right? So you said this, that, and then the other. I'm asking for at least this. Correct?
Yeah, but it's a whole web of ideas and
It's a whole web of stories that you can't
Right.
validate with anything other than somebody else's words.
A bunch of stories, a bunch of explanations, a bunch of assumptions, all that together is what I mean when I say globe model. And so when you say give me the model, I'm like, what? How am I going to like explain a whole web of ideas?
But you are invoking a web of what I can only assume to be lies coming out of your mouth. I'm not assuming that they're lies. I'm asking you in earnest what that is. Treat me as a
Can I ask
child
a question?
and teach me exact. No, you can't answer for him.
Well, I don't want to answer for him. I want to ask a question. Can we define what a model is by science?
Yeah, we went over this a little bit earlier, but again, maybe I should use a different word than globe model, a different phrase. Maybe
Or maybe we should use a different way to discover the reality of our nature rather than the scientific method.
yeah, a scientific method should be part of it, but not the whole thing, right?
Yeah,
What?
the whole thing.
No, the whole thing, Matthew, because obviously you don't know how to describe it properly.
No, we
Matthew,
use logic and
in your
reason,
own
but
words, real quick.
Fact is found through experimentation, and that's why I always invoke Newton's flaming sword.
Experimentation, but also logic, reason, those kinds of lots of epistemology.
No. Even Newton himself said that which you can't, that which cannot be settled by experimentation is not worthy of debate. Newton, one of your prophets.
Yeah, I guess I would disagree with that.
Of course you would, because it would destroy your whole argument.
Matthew, real quick, how would you describe circular reasoning?
If you're trying to prove something based on the thing that you're trying to prove.
I would say Matthew learns. I'd give an example with my description.
Beyond your penchant for ideological rigor or rigidness on one specific, you are bent on this one specific outcome of your own observations. Correct? Beyond that, can you explain? Let's say a Selenilian eclipse. Are there more than one explanation for that?
No, it's fucking crazy.
I'm asking Matthew.
There's an explanation that makes sense in my mind.
There's an explanation that fits your ideology.
Right.
Are there more than? That's not what I asked you, though, is it?
You're asking if there's more than one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, you could make up lots of different explanations
today.
for lots of different things.
I told him today, I said, KJ, I said, if you're not going to save money, if you're not.
Hey, Godrock, and if you can hear us, you are hot micing, brother.
Right. So I've noticed with the globe, there's the one explanation that the Globers like to give, and you admit, sometimes there's other explanations that could be working. Why is it that Globers always act like bigots when you talk about other factors and other variables and other explanations that could also equally explain non-scientifically, absent of the scientific method, right? The same phenomenon.
Right. You need to look at all the different explanations and determine which one makes most sense. You're right.
Okay, when you're doing that, what are the criteria for you most?
Based on all the assumptions and assumptions and the stories you made up?
Sorry, guys. What senses? I thought we can't trust our senses, Matthew. I'm sorry, guys.
you can't trust them 100% because there are illusions and that type of stuff. So you have to use logic and reason to interpret what you see and what you experience and your observations, and then see if it fits in one idea better than the other idea. And then you have to take all of the observations together and see which one you're going to believe.
Matthew, I think Levelish has pointed out something that is completely factual. Your use of the words assumption, suspect, and believe are too much for us to take you seriously. You cannot be trusted to understand what you're being told by the people you believe, nor by us.
I'd like to point out he defined pseudoscience perfectly.
Yeah.
Do you understand why you cannot be trusted, Matthew?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I think I do use the
Sorry.
word believe.
Wow.
I do use the word believe different than you guys do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, because you defined it as if you believe it, then you're not lying. That's why you choose to believe your definition for the word believe.
That's
No,
George
the difference-
Costanza.
No, the difference is I think it's possible
Who's he,
to
George
believe truth.
Costanza? Wait a second, Matthew. Are you George Costanza?
I wish.
What?
I use
That's
the
what he
word
said.
believe. I think it's possible to believe true things.
You think it's possible to believe true things, maybe by accident, maybe by happenstance.
Well,
if you're lucky.
Does belief make a thing true?
No, but belief doesn't make a thing false, and it seems like you guys assume that it.
No, we don't assume anything. That's what we've been telling you this whole time.
Add it to the list.
We don't accept just because you believe it that it's true. We're not saying it makes a thing false either, but belief does not correlate to cause and effect. It's not synonymous with fact or demonstration. It's
I've
just
heard people
belief.
say, "I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know it's flat, so I don't believe it."
That's me.
Matthew, let me ask you a
Couldn't
question.
say I don't merely believe the Earth is flat. I believe it and I know it. Couldn't you say that both are true?
No, two different statements. Belief is something that's not validated.
So would you say that belief implies that it's
You would need
true?
you would need not believe anything that you have proven to yourself to be true. Do you not understand that, Matthew? You have no use for belief if you can show that it is true. Period.
In philosophy and
Yeah, I've been talking about this for like 6 years. I got 10 toes, right? I can demonstrate that I have 10 toes. I don't believe that I have 10 toes. I know that I have 10 toes. You guys believe, or you don't, that I have 10 toes.
I believe it because you said it, Hank. I'm with you 100%.
Okay,
You have 10
wait a
toes.
minute.
Either
I
way,
assume you have 10 toes.
Matthew, either way. It really doesn't matter. My point still stands. You're not a person to be trusted to even speak to because you cannot validate the things you're saying.
I see what you're saying, and it does have to do with the way that we use words, and so that's a fair.
This is not a semantic argument whatsoever. The fact is that what you believe is unvalidated. Therefore, what you're espousing is pure bullshit. We do not abide by consuming others' bullshit. Anybody in here? Ask anybody. No, nobody does.
Got it. Okay, I understand you disagree with me. That makes sense.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Matt.
Now, hold on a second. I already wrote a post to you about this agree, disagree horseshit. Agree, disagree is subjective. The nature of our reality is objective. So you're in the wrong forum. You need to try cake decorating or whose favorite color is the best forums.
What would be a better word? What would be a better word to use instead of disagree?
We're not here to agree or disagree with you. Period. We don't care what you think, Matthew, but if you're going to espouse bullshit, we're not going to abide by it. Period. Do you understand?
I don't abide.
He does. The dude does not abide.
I was just going to say that.
Matthew, you're not using the scientific method. You don't understand the scientific method yet, but you need to learn what the scientific method is.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I understand.
Understand, Matthew? You do not know what the scientific method is, and you need to learn what it is so you can understand what we're talking about, because right now you don't have a clue what we're talking about, because you're talking about something completely different. We're talking about the scientific method here.
Yeah,
You're talking about something else that's another from another planet that doesn't, well, there is no other planet, but you're talking about something from another I don't know what. It doesn't even correlate with what we're talking about here.
Assumption.
Yeah, the
Okay,
scientific
we're talking
method
about
has
the
an independent
scientific
variable.
method, the one that John Stunja invented in like the 1500s.
Quantum erasure to you. At 53 minutes after the hour from Chem Libretext, a belief is a statement that is not scientifically provable. Beliefs may or not be incorrect. They are just outside the realm of science.
Exactly. So my point is that beliefs may not be incorrect. It may be possible that beliefs are incorrect.
But what you're talking about is supposed to be backed up at least by mathematical principles such as geometry.
Yeah, but
much less actual science, not belief.
And certainly not assumptions and stories.
Yeah, but I would say it would be okay
he
for
admits
Hank.
it doesn't matter. He says it's not important to observe these things on the Earth or to have measurements. You have to look at the stars. He says what you observe on Earth is not important. He's said this.
Of course, and as soon as you look at the stars, your all of your calculations are of course going to take in the R value into consideration. So you're begging the question as soon as you do that.
It's all part
So
of the
he
web.
can trust this. So Deus, in conclusion, he can trust the sky to a degree, but you can't trust what you see on Earth, literally.
Yeah, Matthew, you don't see how it's circular logic or circular reasoning. You say that there's this web of stories, and if that web is just in a circle and each story is just supporting the next part of the story, then that's circular logic. You do not see that.
No, that's what a web of beliefs is. A web of beliefs is a whole bunch of ideas, explanations, and statements that all kind of support each other.
It's the definition of circular logic.
No, that's not what belief means.
No, I wasn't talking about belief. I was talking about a web of ideas.
Web of beliefs.
It sounds like you're
beliefs. So what's belief mean? What does that mean?
A belief is a statement that's not scientifically provable. It may or may not be incorrect.
No, that's incorrect.
I read your definition.
Yeah, that's not my definition. That's Chem Libretext, and the most important part was that science can't explore it. So we'll get into the definition of belief and why science can't explore it. From Oxford Dictionary's belief an acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof, trust, faith, or confidence in. And wiki, belief is a statement of mind in which a person thinks something to be the case, regardless of empirical. That word has just came up. Regardless of empirical evidence to prove that something is the case with factual certainty. That's what belief is.
Right.
Yep. I know I'm right.
So wouldn't it be okay for Hank to say that he believes he has 10 toes? Like using his example?
He knows it for an absolute fact. Belief and knowledge are dichotomous.
As soon as you know something by proof, belief is vestigial, period.
But
it's no longer useful.
It's overlapping, at least. You could say you know
no,
and
fuck
believe.
off. It's no longer useful.
No, it's not. It's a dichotomy. Knowledge from, and this is 56 minutes after the hour. Facts. Oxford Dictionary. Information, skills acquired through experience or education. From Wiki, knowledge is familiarity, awareness, and understanding of something or something such as fact. See, we're dealing with facts here. Dictionary.com, knowledge, acquaintance with facts. Facts. Belief has nothing to do with facts whatsoever.
Matthew, how do you observe a fact? Or how do you derive a fact? I actually gave you one of the answers. Sorry.
Oh, good.
I mean,
We'll see if he
observe
picks it up.
or you observe it, or you can do logic, that kind of stuff.
All right. Let's not hold up. I got one. So you walk into my house, and there is a glass of clear fluid on the kitchen table. So by observation, you would say that was water, right? However, I filled it with hydrochloric acid. So your observation will come to a screeching halt once you walk over there and take a drink. Follow?
Yeah, hopefully I'd sniff it first.
Sniff it. What are you going to sniff?
The hydrochloric acid
Chlorine.
before. So,
It really doesn't. Go ahead.
Hydrochloric acid doesn't smell. No,
that
go
doesn't
ahead,
have anything to do with my point. Observation, right? You didn't say sniffing, did you?
No. I'm saying I would hope I wouldn't drink it.
Yeah, right. So there goes your observation horse shit down the tubes. Again, this is like a never-ending fucking nightmare of a train wreck of a dumpster fire over and over and over again. You can't get the simple things correct.
Hey, man.
So,
it's good copy. Sorry.
Yeah, so what are you going to do?
Sorry. Yeah, it is the same thing over and over, man.
So, Matthew, you still don't have any science, though. So what you're dealing with is not science yet. You haven't entered the realm of science yet. If you want to become a scientist, you have to think like a scientist to get a fact. So you got to get your mind into the scientific realm to understand science. That's what we're discussing here, science.
Yeah, that's why I have a problem with the so-called other scientific methods, the ones that start out with asking a question. If you haven't made an observation yet, what are you asking questions about?
That's science buddies, man. They got Jedi mind tricked when they pulled up Wiki and it said, "Ask a question." So let's go with the scientific method with that. I'm going to ask a question. Is Matthew Lawrence a fucking moron? That's a question.
That is a question. I heard him ask it.
It's a question. Okay, let's scientifically. Okay, that's the question. Okay, what's the hypothesis? That's what I said. Yeah. So it's all stupid. It's all convoluted. It's all horseshit. Stick with science, buddies, and I'll put your ass in a sling. Quick.
Matthew, do you teach children?
No.
Oh, thank God.
He teaches adults.
Do you, Matthew, teach adults?
Are you capable of doing that?
I teach mathematics to adults, yes.
Well, that's nice.
Give me a bag of
Did you
flies
understand-
from reality.
What would be really funny is if you did extra credit for them to come into this Discord and
But you do understand, right, that there's actually no mathematics to prove any of the planet sizes or the distances between any of the planets or so-called planets or anything in space or anything so-called space. There's no proof at all with any mathematical evidence at all. Everything was just made up, and there's no definite. There's too many variables for them to have any facts. They just put figures in there. They just made up stuff. They just made Venus the size of the Earth, and they just measured it like that. It's all made up hocus pocus stuff. There's no real maths to prove anything. You know that, right?
Right. I would say math is the language of science, and the
Negative.
only thing that actually proves
Negative. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's horse shit. Citation, please, and then provide an example.
You said negative. What's your citation for saying negative?
Saying negative. Negative. I have the negative aspect. You have the positive claim. You're asking me to prove a negative?
You made a claim, Matthew. He's asking you for evidence. He's asking you for a citation.
So
Mathematics
is the language. So
has commonly been
want?
described as a language
Right.
of science.
Yeah, that's great. That you just repeated the same thing that you said. I need a citation saying that. Number one.
Listen,
and number two.
Every other
I'm not done yet.
sentence-
I'm not done yet. I need a citation saying the first one, and you'll find of them.
But then here's the rub. Number 2, I need you to provide an example of that.
I withdraw that statement rather than going to do the Google for you.
That's yeah. You're a wiki Google scientist. Yeah, we are. That's why I stated it.
So are you going to continue to use words that you don't know the definition of?
Yep, that's always done all night.
He clearly is the citation.
We're on like eight different words. He doesn't know the definition of like 8 different words. He continues to use them.
I promise
Let
you,
me help
using
you in
them
this
in
one.
most
Fair guys, they
the
kind of
mainstream way.
bastardized the word science so much. Where like they'll have like science.
Well, theory too.
Like everything
Yes,
just
it
has
has no
science.
meaning to them. Yes.
And like, math is one of them, dude. Like you say, like for the definition of math, they'll say some bullshit about like how it's the science of shapes and quantities and shit like that. But dude, it's like when you really think about it, like what's scientific about numbers? It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Shit, somebody got there before I did. Was that box ups? He always gets there quick, man. So at 12:03 or at 3 minutes after the hour, both of us. From Richard Feynman, mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. Something else profound in this statement, that last statement that he made, the test of its validity is not experiment. So for something to be natural science, it must have experiment. Follow that? Yeah, it's really easy. Dr. Carey Mullis, Nobel laureate, biochemistry, and mathematics was really not science. Huh. From Professor Blackreeshanen, ITT Madras. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. Funny that. From Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. It's a theory, quantum mechanics, which is based on experiment. It's not deduced by mathematics. You see the dichotomy there?
Yeah, I would say math is used by science, but they're
No, it's
definitely
not.
different things.
No, it's not. It's not at all. Zero. None. The scientific method is purely qualitative, not quantitative.
Boy, all those scientists are wasting all that time in calculus.
Scientists, pseudoscientists, yeah, they're wasting their time, yeah.
Hey Matthew, have you ever heard of a mind experiment?
Yes. A thought experiment, I think you mean.
Yeah. Made up by idiots.
Right. So Matthew, how did they measure all these measurements? Did they take a ruler and then just like put another ruler next to a ruler, and then did they actually go and measure all these measurements? No, they didn't measure them. So no one's measured anything. So there's no science. There's no science because there's no measurements. There's no experiment.
No.
Nothing.
No. Even if they did measure, that doesn't mean it's science. That's just a measurement. So if my son measures a bread box, is he a scientist?
No. Junior scientist.
He's an engineer.
But maybe you could. So yeah, lots of things are not directly measured, but some are calculated instead.
Who cares? Not science. It's not physics. He just told you. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. He just said it.
So I think another way that you could maybe say this is like how Hank often uses the example of using the scientific method to figure out that heat can be used to make water boil. So that's using the scientific method to figure that out. But figuring out exactly what temperature water boils at, that's just a whole separate thing. That would involve an actual number.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense.
Yep, that's correct. What he just said, that's correct.
So they use math, right? Scientists, right? They use math, but they also use beakers. Are beakers science?
No. They're just a tool. Just
incorrect.
Like
beakers are absolutely 100% science.
Yeah, I like to reserve the word proof to logic and mathematics, and I would
Why?
say just because you can like 100% deductively prove things in logic.
Deductively prove. Oh, so mathematics is abstract, correct?
Yeah.
So, are the nature of reality is the opposite of that. Physics is physical. So we have a problem.
Right. You can prove things in mathematics 100% deductively.
So you can prove things abstractly, but you can't prove in reality? Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, I would use different language to say
you would,
evidence and
but you'd be
observation.
wrong. Yeah.
So, for example, I don't think you can prove that Everest is 29,032 feet high. That's a calculation, not a direct measurement.
Wow, that's fucking profound, man. What does that
Yeah,
have to do
Matthew-
with the globetard?
Oh, sometimes it's appropriate to calculate rather than to
Calculate.
measure.
Yeah, that's not science.
Yeah, it isn't. And also, Matthew, at some point during a calculation, you have to have data, like actual input into the formula or whatever calculation you're going to do. Someone somewhere has to actually have measured one of the data sets, correct?
Right. So would you call it a scientific fact?
So hold on. So if you're going to be doing the globe science, all of it relates to a radius value, right? That's going to be used in every geometry for that calculation, correct? But no one's ever measured that, so it's just a number. One of those assumptions you were talking about, right?
Right.
Therein lies the problem. This is the problem. You can calculate all kinds of stuff, but someone's got to measure something sometime. Someone has to go out and actually figure out one of those. A plus B equals C. A and B have to, one of those things have to be, you got to put a value to it.
Right.
So do you have any values for any?
Is he saying science doesn't prove anything? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I that's not a very popular opinion, but because from a mathematician, I reserve using the word proof for mathematics.
Oh, you do, and then you'd be fucking wrong there too. You've been
Well,
wrong.
good. Let's put you in a
every
vacuum,
statement.
right?
You'd be wrong
Let's
with
put you
every
in a vacuum
statement.
chamber.
Hold on, Hank. You'd be wrong with every statement you made tonight. You don't prove anything in mathematics. It's abstract.
No,
you
can
do,
prove
however,
things in
prove
mathematics. You can definitely-
everything with the scientific method.
Mathematics can prove
anything you do with the scientific method is fucking proof.
Mathematic proofs only prove mathematics.
Yeah, so there are things that you can prove in mathematics, abstract things that you can prove.
Abstract things, we're not into that.
You can prove abstract things?
Yes.
Well, they're abstract, so what's bro?
There, you can come up with a fairly simple proof that there is an infinite number of primes. That's an abstract idea.
That's not prime. That's not fucking science, dude.
No, it's not. It's a proof.
Yeah, but that's the point.
Well, thanks for red herring fallacy away from the.
Yeah.
No, you said that math doesn't provide proofs, and I said it does.
It doesn't provide proof in reality. No.
Yeah, it just proves itself. It has proofs for itself, just to say
Exactly.
that the equation is sound. But that's not proof of reality.
Gordon Nitro. The fuck?
Matthew, did you go into math because you got a D in your sophistry classes?
No.
This is like a drama.
So you're saying science doesn't prove things, right? Is that what you're saying?
I would use different language and say science provides evidence and
Wrong. Evidence is proof. Number one, evidence is proof. Well, 11 minutes after the hour, boy, we're getting long in the tooth now. Shit. So, biology for majors. Is biology science to you?
Yes, I think it
Okay.
is.
When conducting scientific experiments, researchers develop the hypothesis to guide experimental design. The hypothesis is a suggested explanation that is both testable and falsifiable. That's incorrect, by the way. You must be able to test your hypothesis. It must be possible to prove your hypothesis true. So that kills you right there. You're finished.
So the second sentence is false, but the third one is true.
Yeah, that's correct. So, from genome research, students are taught that the proper way to do science is through the following steps. First, devise a hypothesis, and then design experiments that will prove or disprove their theory. It has prove or disprove 3 fucking times in this citation. What do you say to that? You said science doesn't prove things, but those are science by your definition, and they're talking about proof and disproof. What's up with that? Sounds like a contradiction to me. Let's go to the grand poobah of fucking genetics, Dr. Craig Venter. You know, there's some things in science in terms of proving certain things. Uh-oh. That again. Everything you said has been a fucking train wreck tonight. Everything.
I appreciate that vote of confidence.
You like that?
He's not the only one that feels that way, Matthew.
No, I know. That's why I'm in here. I appreciate getting diverse
opinions. These aren't opinions. This is actual fact. You want me to provide an example? I gotta go feed my cat, man. He's on me. It's getting a little wet long in the tooth. It's been fun, ladies and gentlemen.
Have a good night, Quantum.
Yeah, Jose, hang in there, brother.
Later.
Good to see you, man. Science and the Scientific Method tomorrow. Ballbusters, be there, man.
QE, it's always fun to chat with you. Nice chat.
Yeah, it was loads of fun. Later, guys.
Have a good night.
All right, Matthew, I got some questions for you. Because, I'm the dumb one here when it comes to math. So
No,
let's.
you're smart.
No, come on. Now, I don't know math. I don't know the equations anyway. But yeah, I just wanted to say, so let's say I have negative 30 apples, right? Because I have this debt problem, right? And then another week rolls along, and now I have a negative 60 apples. How many apples do I have?
None.
Wait,
do I have 0 apples?
Yeah.
Or do I have negative 60 apples?
None.
Damn.
Well, is it both true?
Yep.
You said you had negative 30, then what happened?
Yeah, another week rolled around, and now I got negative 60. So it's increasing, right?
Yeah, and
So-
eventually you'll be at negative infinity apples.
Damn. What if you get one apple? What happens?
Oh, it's all fucked up. That fucks up the math.
Yeah,
You can't
here's-
add 1 to
interesting.
infinity
In
because
a sense-
infinity is not a real number.
In a sense, negative numbers are just a useful fiction. In fact, mathematicians didn't really like negative numbers until as late as the 1700s.
We don't give a shit.
Well, bankers likes it. But my point is that if I said that I had 0 and I said that I had negative 60, they're both true, but at the same time, they both can't be true, right? Because math proves things.
Contradiction, not science.
The only time I've ever seen a negative applied in actuality is when we're talking a distance of travel and we make a 0 point so we can go left on a positive movement and right on a negative movement, forward on a positive movement and reverse on a negative movement.
Who the fuck is eating on the mic?
That's me.
I don't know, but hats off to you. I do that all the time. Hell yeah.
I just wanted to know. I'm not trying to say anything about it. I just wanted to know. And I wanted to ask it like that.
It's
Hey,
me.
you do. He does it
Are
too.
you jealous that it wasn't you?
I shoot the other night. I had a bunch of peanut butter in my mouth. Took me probably a good 5 minutes to eat the whole thing, and I was hot micing like a son of a bitch. I'll tell you.
Well, I know the answer to this because if it was, I think it's Deuce Vogt who's eating on the mic because
Deus.
usually if he's not the one eating on the mic, he will tell the people that are on the mic what they're eating, and he didn't do that.
You got to tell me now. It's chips, right?
It's gotta be him. It's gotta be him.
No.
He guessed it.
Cookies.
Yeah, I would have guessed already what I was eating. It's not.
Yeah. Hey, Jose,
Nuts.
it's like this motherfucker done did the science. He ate everything he could, then he listened on Livestream, and then he said, "Hey, motherfucker, you're eating guacamole."
He's had hours upon hours. Like, he's had, like, literally months of listening to ASMR food.
I know every mukbang video.
Foley. That's called Foley, by the way.
Yeah,
Sound
what?
replacement. Yeah.
The funny thing.
I don't remember who the fuck it was. Someone was and just like, I know what you're eating. He goes, what? He's like, cheese. Like, how the fuck did you know?
I need to ask Matthew some questions. You guys mind?
If you guys were here,
We do mind.
I'd
We're
teach
done
you
playing
all.
with our food. He's over with.
Okay.
I made
Okay. Well,
meatballs,
Deus.
mashed potatoes, yams, and green
Yeah,
beans for dinner.
I gotta go.
Bye, Matthew.
Wait.
Oh.
Oh,
You
Get
like
the
a
fuck
little
out of
He'll
here.
hit you with a
I thought
good
we were on a
lunch,
rehash.
split you.
Later, Matthew.
All right.
Oh, we don't want to do a rehash?
God bless you.
Bye.
Tomorrow I'm making homemade pizza for dinner. Already got all my stuff.
Make sure you get your ass back here. You hear?
I'll get you next time, Matthew.
Or don't.
Next time.
Or
Real
just
quick,
don't.
Vlad, I know you're
I
excited
said-
about this. Sorry, go ahead, Battleman.
Oh, you're all right. I was just gonna say I started my dough rising a week ago, but go ahead.
That's cool. I like that. I need to make some bread.
No, I just was looking at the videos of him talking about this server, and he says that you
Mhm.
guys don't use the correct terminology for what empirical
Mhm.
evidence is. Yeah.
He does.
Good
He
Lord.
does. So we sat in here once and we listened to Matthew's video, and we commented on it. We can revisit that if we get more people in different comments. We use Matthew just to he displays what we're up against. For anybody
He is an
that has
oxen, and we do nothing but put a plow to him.
Yes.
You know, really, Matthew provides a good service here because, and this is just my
Yeah.
opinion. I know some of you guys hate him, but if it wasn't for Matthew, who am I going to ask the questions to? Zanuck? Zanuck can't even disagree that light can't travel in collimated light because it spreads out, it diverges. Whatever word you want to use for it, as light spreads across the Lake Michigan, the image is going to appear to get larger. And Zanuck could never agree to that. So why would I waste any of my breath talking to a guy like that when Matthew can at least come in here and, you know, believe whatever he wants to believe, who cares? But repeat the correct rhetoric back.
I mean, he's a slime ball. Listen, why do you say one thing to us and then another thing to another person? That's what fucking bad girlfriends do. What's going on with you, Matt?
Somebody's been hurt.
It's my feelings. I brought him to the table. What of it?
Say what you want about Zanuck, dude. I still have respect for Zanuck because he actually admitted that activity was bullshit at a point.
That's good.
I remember that.
Shut up, Jose.
I thought his woman did him wrong. Listen, son, I put my baggage on and walked away from it. You should do this.
I mean,
anybody who says they respect Jose or Zanuck is Jose.
Yeah, that's shit mouth right there. Poopy mouth. Sorry.
I mean, Hank, if it wasn't for Matthew, your only other option would be Professor Phil. So
No. Once again, with that
God.
podcast tonight, I think that that's a really good thing.
I think I would need a Xanax after dealing with Zanuck.
Professor
Cover
Blue Pill.
We can't unban Phil here. Too many people get triggered the minute he's here. Just by
Fuck
his
that
presence.
Oh boy.
So
he just went right for
we
it.
say who they
I did.
dictate
I'm
our
sorry.
list of people to go to.
deep into the pool. Sorry. Go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Balmon.
I like to use for how people are disingenuous in academia. They'll state things as a fact that they absolutely know they can't prove as a fact.
Dude,
Just our job
obviously,
to
okay,
point that out.
check out Matthew. He's in academia.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He will refuse the fact that a belief is only a belief without validating the belief before he espouses it.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Academia? Fucking.
We're not trying to have it.
academia.
Well, we're not trying
academia is doing?
Oh, Jesus. We're not trying to have an academic conversation. We're trying to have an empirical one. It's
Actually, I
completely
am.
different. Why?
Actually, I am.
Why?
Isn't what
it's
Matthew?
purely
What do you
academic, the
mean?
shit that they bring up. So,
Well, I can't answer why while you're talking, bro. So,
What?
academia is the one that sets the standards for what is taught and what's reality.
Mm-hmm.
So,
What's the
one
epistemology
academic
of the word
paper-
academia?
One academic paper would set us at a different level.
What's the epistemology of the word academia?
I don't know.
I just want to say, doesn't academia...
Etymology, yeah, not epistemology.
I was like,
etymology.
I don't know what he's asking.
Yeah,
Guys, can you hear me?
epistemology
I've
was
got a mouthful
primary.
of nuts here.
Hank. Mouthful
I
of
can
nuts.
give you a religious belief on that word, and an entire doctrine. That would be my epistemology.
Well,
I've just got a few questions. Isn't Matthew a product of academia? Isn't Matthew like doing what academia does? Because if Matthew wasn't doing what academia does, then he's doing something outside of academia, because I don't think academia is as good as people make it out to be, because they teach you lies on purpose when you're young, but somehow tell you the truth when you get older.
Yeah. That's how it works.
And that's education.
Have you not been in the Freemasons?
I've never been
when you get
in
to
the
college,
Freemasons.
When you get to college, you realize a lot of the rudimentary concepts you were taught elementary or aren't a fact. They're just they're accepted for
They're placeholders.
application. Whether it's a applied science or not absolutely matters that. So the applied sciences are not a fucking brainwash. If you think they are, you're a guy who can't build your own house. You couldn't make your own boat. You couldn't make your own fucking fuel to run your own generator. You're just fucking lost, and you'll probably always be that way.
You can't catch fish with a fishing boat.
I can do all those things, Michael, and you know it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I do.
Chums. Brothers in
Well,
arms.
I'm just pointing out the fact applied science in no way can be considered brainwashing. It can improve the quality of your life.
Technically, brainwashing should be a good thing. We're going to wash that sucker out, man. Get it nice and cleaned up, empty that cup so you can learn something. Does that make sense? I don't know. I always kind of thought that it was a misnomer, that word brainwashing. Maybe I'm wrong.
It sounds like you're wrong.
Sounds good to me.
I think it is what it is because, a college course is a program. A television series is a program. So
drugs course through your veins. Are those good?
Programs. That's the way my grandma used to say it. I'm watching my programs.
Mm-hmm.
The TV's going to rot your brain, Grandma. She's 89 years old, so I think she's okay.
She's okay?
Yeah, man. She watched TV a lot, and yeah, she's all good. 89.
She sounds cool.
Oh, she's a wonderful lady. Wonderful.
Anybody who pronounces it programs is good in my book.
I say, yeah, for sure. Never met a bad one of those.
So were you looking
Warsh.
for placing...
Hold on, one more. It's so cute. Warsh. Or Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
I'm going to wash that mouth out if you keep being belligerent, son.
You promise?
So for academia, it applies to reading and study more than technical or practical work. Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, it's the 3 R's: reading, writing, and rhetoric. Academia should be no more than that. Everything else is an applied science.
Yeah, I could agree with that, yeah. So academia is more focused on literature.
Mm-hmm. And speaking
literals.
And writing, yeah. Literature, yeah.
Yeah, anything literal is reading and writing, yep.
And that's why stupid people think you can logic your way into science. You can't. You simply can't. You can't deduce what evidence should show you. You can deduce something to find evidence, but beyond that, there is no... Go ahead, Jose.
Right. To confirm something. It's
Jose,
like opposite. It's kind of like the whole peer review process, right? Like people be like, "Oh, was that peer reviewed?" It's like, dude, peer review just means like a bunch of people agreed with it.
Yeah, it's consensus.
Consensus, it has nothing to do with science. But everyone in college right now, I've been having a bunch of debates on Facebook because I think Facebook is a trophy for a bunch of like dumb climate change libs and shit like that. And I just been debating them, dude. Their shit is always consensus. 97 or 96% of scientists agree that climate change is a crisis.
100% of scientists agree, and that's the problem. Anybody get that? Is that too deep for people yet?
No,
Too
it's
soon?
not too deep for people because when has science not been wrong?
Exactly. Oh, it's science? Oh, never mind. I thought this was something fallible we were speaking of. Continue. Continue with sophistry and rhetoric, please. Go on. Go on. It's like you're telling a dog to get out of the room. Go on. Get out of here. Go on.
Thought experiments.
Dog experiment. I'm just kidding.
Dog experiments. We're getting into vivisections now.
That was too much?
Sorry. What? Oh, hey, Jose, are you
Work
at your
for
neighbor's
Fauci.
house? Or
Yeah, are you speaking into your computer from your neighbor's house?
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
The
have
window
these
open.
New... Or what? Does it sound like shit?
No,
You just-
put it
yeah,
up
you
to your
don't-
face.
Yeah, because it's a microphone, so you want to be where it's receiving input, closer to it, right? Just
You guys are talking about Russian dog experiments. What's the Russian word for Fluffy? Didn't those first few dogs die when they got sent up there?
Why are you talking about dead dogs, brother? We're keeping it light.
Dog experiments.
I said dog experiments. Like you can perform. Like what was that one? Pavlov. Bruh. That's what I'm talking about. That kind of stuff. You got nasty all of a sudden.
As soon as you said, Pavlov, I started drooling.
So at least it's not like a Schrodinger's situation.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, what about the cat?
At least it's not a
Schrodinger's white
Schrodinger's
person?
cat.
You mean the Jews?
Well, the thing is regardless, he didn't put food in the box, so the cat would have been dead.
Oh, so you're saying the cat is not Taco Bell meat?
No, I'm saying the cat. Like
Can't prove that.
The uncertainty that he was trying to freaking put forward, it's like irrelevant because
So
he
what
didn't
you're saying
leave
when the
food for the
Chihuahua
cat.
said quiero Taco Bell, he wasn't talking about Schrodinger's cat specifically.
No.
Okay.
No, that's the Peking duck in New York and most places, I think.
Oh, quiero Taco Bell.
Yo quiero Taco Bell. You got to do it right if you're going to do it, man. You guys remember that commercial? Image is nothing, taste is everything. Sprite. I was
it made
like,
me
man.
splooge every time I fucking watched it.
I know. Image is nothing, bro. It's really douchey. I loved it. It's the best. Looks like we still lost track of that image is nothing thing, though. In fact, today, it's everything.
Taste is everything. And today tastes like victory and shit. Oh, so when I came in, I did say Happy International Men's Day to everyone. I'm going to say it again for those who weren't here. Happy International Men's Day. And that was yesterday for most people. Right now it's 10:30 for me. But
yes,
let's go Brandon, go Kyle.
Kyle and Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get some Mountain Dew and we'll get on a boat and we'll make noise. Sorry, what?
We had Women's Friday. What's going on with that?
No, it's International Men's Day on Friday. Today is International Men's
It's so funny that we had Ladies' Day on that day.
I know. I came in and I was like, it's International Men's Day.
Well, you know what? Let him have it.
Why?
Because I said so.
No.
Bullshit.
Okay.
That's
Not good
our
enough.
fucking day.
Damn it.
We should have taken it over. I was late to the party, honestly.
Man.
Women kind of probably cut out early.
I still get nervous around women. Like, So
just kick them in the balls. That's how you get used to them.
Oh.
No, you don't. You don't get nervous around women.
I do though. That's the That's the thing, and like I'm honest about it, and that's what they think's cute.
Ugh.
Oh,
Gross.
really?
Do you cry in front of women?
Not until later.
Big gay. Big gay, as Jose would say.
Big gay. That's a massive gay you're
Suddenly
carrying around
things
there,
are starting to
Glad.
make sense.
Yeah.
I miss the old dudes. He used to go around calling people sodomites.
It's Deus, guy.
I still call people sodomites. I just haven't been around that much.
Yeah, I quit that.
What, sodomy?
No, calling people sodomites. You're
Why?
nasty. Why would you think you're talking to a sodomist? Sodomite.
Because you pronounce it sodomist.
Sodomist. Don't let me live that down, okay?
I will never.
Clip that out. Oh man, as you get older, you got to clear your throat more. These young kids don't know what it's like.
Yeah, cum guzzling all the day.
What? So moving forward,
Fucking
way past that.
snappy.
Snappy. Oh, it's getting late, isn't it? That's why we're getting goofy. Dude, that moon tore me apart. Yesterday, was it the moon last night? Yeah. Yesterday, somebody told me. No, it was 2 nights ago, right?
Last night.
The beaver moon?
No, it was
that
last night.
Okay.
13 hours ago, 12 hours ago.
Yeah, somebody told me to look out for love or something. And let's just say the whole day was filled with crap like that. Girl troubles. Different girls. and I hadn't had any for a long time. And it started right after someone in the chat, in this voice text, told me, and then he said, I'm like, what do I be looking for? And he's like, oh, you'll know. And I'm like, this motherfucker, just tell me. So anyway.
That's the problem, bro. You're messing with girls. You gotta find women.
No, I wasn't at the time, though. And then one of them came back and then left again. It's hilarious.
Well, at least you're not in love with a girl that doesn't really like you or doesn't even think of liking you. So that's a good thing.
No, that doesn't happen. I make quite an impact. But yeah.
What if you love this girl for like a year and she doesn't even, and she never wants to really talk to you. She just chats with you a little bit on Facebook. Then
I've been in the friend zone. Yeah, a lot of times. Girls out of my league all day, all long. Yeah,
no,
for sure.
Definitely get into her house, sneak out underneath her bed, and just hang out and see what she does. You know?
See what she does. Yeah.
See those Facebook relationships. Those are fake. Those are phony, right? If you want to leave, if you want to leave an impact on a female relationship wise, make sure you leave that impact on them guts. Huh?
Oh my God. That's exactly what I was going to say too. I can't believe it. You framed it in such a respectful way that I feel like, are you me right now? Are you me? Yeah, Josh, that was.
So what if you're in love with a girl that's never spoken to you really in person, but just chatted with you on Facebook, and that's pretty crazy, yeah.
I've met
not a good
idea. I've met a few of those.
Not a good idea, probably. Yeah.
In my experience, it wasn't that bad, but that's because I'm a kind of a burly guy. It doesn't happen to guys very often, but yeah, I'd say it's very dangerous for women to do stuff like that for sure.
Something that may blow your mind.
What if you're a guy and you're stupid enough to do that? That's pretty bad, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've met one girl that we had to communicate. I met her once in person, but in passing. I don't really remember it, and then we talked for a long time. Then she came and stayed with me for a little bit, and it was fine, and she wasn't crazy, and nothing went wrong, and we're still friends to this day. So,
hey, Glad, when you say a burly guy, what do you mean?
I don't mean like burly. I'm fit. I'm 6'2", 200 pounds kind of deal.
Okay, cool. Hey, so...
Not burly. I don't want to be burly, man. I don't have chest hair.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
Hey, listen. I didn't have... Listen, I mean,
for a 49-year-old, that's pretty good.
I'm 39.
Whatever. Let's not split hairs.
Okay. Let's not.
Oh, God. Don't tell me you're almost a meme.
Me? At 40?
No, he's photoshopped.
I'm completely artificial, guys.
You're lean, bro. Sweat. You're extremely lean. If you're 200 pounds and
6'2",
and you're like, if you're over 6, you're not very bulky. You're borderline scrawny.
Are you hitting on him, Hank?
No way. He's calling me scrawny? He's about to get his fucking nose popped off by my knuckle. I'll come right to your chin bone.
You're going to do what to his shin bone?
I'll come right to it with my knee bone.
Whoa, you'll come what?
Shut up. You guys are 12-year-olds when I start talking. What the fuck? It's my fault. I know it.
You opened yourself up. I'm sorry.
I did. I still feel like my mom's going to be like, okay, half hour till bed, Sean.
What's with the phrasing?
What? Phrasing of what?
For a comeback.
Comeback.
Don't call it a comeback.
Scrape it off your mom's. You have to scrape it off your mom's teeth if you want my comeback.
Oh my god! What the
You were
fuck,
cutting
Jose?
out. I would rather have heard what you said than hear the cutout version. That was bad.
Jesus.
Fell down the stairs there. Shit. Whew.
Fucking Jose coming fucking hot.
Gotta wipe my brow on that one.
You gotta wipe something.
Okay.
Call your mother.
This is caller. The fuck for?
Holy shit.
For whatever
Jesus
Jose
Christ.
said, I have no idea.
That's true. I need to. Did he go? Did he disconnect?
No, he's right there. I see him. Baba Yaga.
Jose,
Wait.
you talk shit. You talk mad shit, bro.
Do you know what El Baba Yaga is?
El Baba Yaga.
Do you know what it is?
I don't.
I am 8 years in, so I'm kind of.
It's a Russian demon.
8 years.
And she.
Well, I'm 6, so whatever.
This female Russian demon. Basically, what does she do? She vindicates women who have been hurt by men, like who have been beaten or have been raped or abused.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same as in Mexican folklore, El Cucuy or El Cucu.
Wow.
Cucuy.
Where'd you learn that?
What do you mean?
I'm just. Well, how do you know that?
I studied a bunch of ancient folklore.
Okay. Was it for school or just for fun?
He
Wish it was
probably
for school.
studied serial killers.
Was it for work? You studied serial killers? Deus.
Studies serial
Are
killers.
you smart because you're a serial killer?
I got a serial killer.
He says one does not study serial killers.
I was going to say. Oh, that's good. Give him a Daryl.
Let's get back on Jose. Anyway,
Let's not. I'm a straight male. Jose, what do you think?
Why do you clear your throat every time you say something?
That's yet to be that's yet to be verified.
Because it's funny. It's a style. I learned it from someone, comedian somewhere. You know, like it's like on to the next thing. You know, don't pay attention to the goofiness that just came out of my mouth. Okay, well, let's go.
Pause.
Pause. He said pause.
Post-alcohol withdrawal syndrome?
No. Pause.
Post-acute withdrawal symptom.
Post-acute withdrawal syndrome. Yeah, that's right. Jesus, I haven't had to say that in a while. Post-acute. That's the worst time right there.
Big gay. Jose said big gay.
Big gay. Is he typing that?
Yeah. It's because nobody can understand him, and he realizes he's the big gay in this situation.
Currently.
Yeah, because he's talking from like the bathroom while his phone's like at the other end of the hall in the kitchen.
He's down the street at a bar, and he's talking to his phone's in his house.
He had a good mic for a while. It was pretty great.
It's the same mic. I don't know what's going on.
Slam it against the fucking table.
Oof.
No, they're headphones, so what I'm gonna do is just turn up my volume on them. Maybe
Is the microphone right in front of your face right now?
No, it's on my earbuds actually.
Oh my god, bruh! Give me your address. I'm sending you something right now.
How did they become admin?
Text me, bro.
I'm
Jose,
still
text me.
Dude, I'm still waiting for the vape juice, so I don't trust you.
You're still. Oh fuck! I totally forgot about that. I've got everything. No, give me your address. I'll send it to you right away. I'm bottling it up right now. I'm gonna take a picture of me bottling.
He's good
it up.
like that.
Dude, it's been so long. I don't even know where to go to put my my volume up.
Dude, you know my phone number. Fucking text me. Text me your address.
Dude, because I don't want to talk to myself.
Oh, fuck off. Just fucking text me, you weirdo. Okay, I'm about to send you a picture of me filling up your fucking vape juice.
Hey, dude, I got this brand new vape juice. I moved to Fresno. I'm sure you know where Fresno is because you.
Yeah, it's near Bakersfield.
And I went
Unfortunately.
dude, I got this fucking delicious. It's pineapple guava. Have you ever tried something like that?
Oh, I'm not a homosexual. You know that.
Boom.
What'd you say, Jose?
And that's the game.
But if you tried it, doesn't that make you a little bi-curious?
No. That's called rape.
It is? Oh, shit.
He said I tried it. It wasn't by fucking... I didn't volunteer.
Shit, guys. In that case, I got some phone calls to make. I'll talk to you later.
Somebody's been raped. Somebody's been hurt.
A lot of people. Here's the deal. When I get a client, a counselee, as it were, that has been raped, I'm going to have to take some time at home to really get over the anger. A lot. I'm going to have to fucking do self-work all the time.
Mic check.
Why?
But anyway, what do you mean
No, why?
Because I'll be enraged by such filth devastating people's lives for the sake of it. It's garbage, trash people.
No, I agree. I agree, but there's nothing more honorable than helping those who have been hurt by lesser men or lesser people, period.
Sure. Well, I mean, yeah. I've been afforded a wonderful life, so I got to give back now. I want to. It's all I want to do. These sophists make it kind of fun now. I don't take anything personally anymore. It took a while. My ego was like, yeah, no, but I'm right, man. I know it. Like, they don't care.
Nobody cares if you're right or wrong.
Yep. Lately, we've been getting some good influx. Honest people. Go ahead, mic check. Yeah.
Is it loud or does it sound the same?
It's a little better.
It's a little better.
It's louder.
Sounds like now you're playing telephone with us. Does that make sense?
All right, cool. If that's better, then I guess I'll leave it how it is.
I mean, you could fix it more, but that's okay. Welcome back.
Can you explain the headphones you have? Does it say Pringles on it?
Actually says Lay's.
I'm sorry, I'm just being a Josh.
Oh, damn. Shots fired.
I don't know what to do. I already did my cum joke, and I'm all out of jokes on that after that one.
Honestly, we didn't even really hear it because your fucking mic is shit.
You really didn't hear? I said, are you ready for a comeback? And he said, yes. I'm like, well, if you want my comeback, you're going to have to go scrape it off your mom's teeth.
Oh, that was the full thing. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, at least you got it out that time.
Yeah.
Are you happy?
Well,
are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, very satisfied. I'm glad you guys got it.
Jose, I sent you a picture of your vape juice. I'm honestly putting it in this bottle right now.
Okay, well, I sent you my address already when I showed you my new house, so you don't really need it anymore. I don't know if you remember that.
Did you?
Do you remember? Yes. If you go into... Dude, that tells me that you didn't even look at the message I sent you. I sent you
like an asshole.
That's horrible.
And if you go to our DMs, you'll see that I sent you a link to, like, literally where I live with my address and everything.
Check it out.
After you put clean that stucco, if you just scroll up, you'll see that that's all my information.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is the thing. I was trying to send you pictures from my phone at the same time. So it was a little weird for me.
Also, prolonged marijuana use causes, like, something with your memory. I forget. I smoke a lot of weed.
Marijuana.
It's pretty fun. Oh, yeah? Is that right?
Yeah. Okay, I have it right here.
Captain Clean Body.
Short-term memory.
And what are you using Discord on, Jose?
He rigged up a trash can.
Prepare to be disgusted.
Well, right now I'm using my phone, but I'm about to switch to the tablet to see if that changes anything.
Perhaps.
Okay, I just need to know what kind of headset this is.
He's using Amazon Fire Stick.
Fire Stick.
And it don't kill short or long-term memory. I remember every time that Judas or Deuceville ever critique me about my word choice.
I didn't think he was going to get through that sentence.
Me neither. I did not think it was going to happen.
Battlemod, you are
I was going to finish it by anally raping you. But yeah, thank you for finally finishing.
Apparently, you're pretty good at that. See, I'm smoking while I'm talking. Because I'm trying to discuss you, you know.
Yeah. But you got to get up to that level, which is harder and harder each day.
Actually, every time I get stoned, I'm like, that motherfucker did it again. I write that. Listen, okay, I get high, but I do a daily journal. So, you know, I cover PowerPoints in my life. So it makes it hard to forget. Plus,
imagine living your life one slideshow at a time.
Hey, trying out something different. Does it sound any different, guys?
A little bit better.
It does.
Yeah. It's clear. Yeah.
Definitely
nice and loud. Cool.
Yeah, my grandfather told me that if you don't review your day every day before you go to bed, or at least review your week, then how do you plan on improving yourself and not making the same mistake?
Dude, that chick's pretty cute. Levelish. Whoever you posted.
Oh, that's a dude.
Dropping the mic. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's a dude.
That's not a
that's
dude.
a guy. Yeah.
Fuck off.
It's a boy. That's like a 14, 15-year-old boy.
That's a Polynesian singer. It's a dude.
Look at the big hand. It's over. That
with
huge
the
fucking hand. Look at that thumb.
I know that.
It's as long as the face is.
He could
put
great
another
alien anal probe you.
My God. I'm
you
never
could put another
going
fucking head next to that head on them shoulders with enough room for another head. That's
Where's
a
that
dude.
person from?
Thailand, probably.
Trannyville.
This transvestigation shit. This
You
stuff's
guys are
out of
making up
control.
bullshit. You guys
It's a
are
lady
making
boy.
up fucking bullshit.
Hold on. Did you say you wanted banned because we transvestigate?
Yeah, Levelish did.
And it's a wig, too.
I mean, let's not get liberal on us.
Hey,
Are those tattoos on the face? 14-year-old? It's ridiculous.
Heterosexual men try to
I don't
hone their
think those are
skills to be
tattoos.
able to not
I don't
end
think
up
that's a dude. You
in
fucking
bad
nose.
situation.
Huge hand.
Okay,
Gargantuan.
well, what's
Just
his
basketball
name?
ball.
We can get more images.
Yeah, what's her name?
I don't know. I didn't
God
post it.
damn it! You're gonna make me fucking tin-eye it.
How dare you say her? Why didn't you go with by her pronouns? You don't know her pronouns, bro.
Do you even know what tin-eye is?
Her name is her name is Gifts for Drop the Mic. That's her name. GIF Drop the Mic.
Okay.
No, it's Darth Sidious.
What? Darth Sidious? That's Star Wars stuff, brother. What are you talking about?
Shit.
Huh? Wasn't Darth
Sidious?
Kinalani GIF thing. I'm Majigger.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's go to tin-eye.
Oh, late night transvestigation. Gonna get our judge on.
I'm up past 10, boys.
Look at this.
So, Kalani,
you're a naughty boy.
That's 4 yeses, Kalani. You're going on to the live show.
Hey, I'm sure all you guys saw that trial today with Kyle Rittenhouse, but did you guys know that Ghislaine Maxwell's trial is also happening?
So what's happening with Ghislaine Maxwell or Ghislaine Maxwell?
Dude, all we got about Ghislaine Maxwell was those cartoon pictures that people draw in court, and that's it. Like, we don't even get a TV out of that shit.
That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
we
it's
need
bullshit,
open courtrooms. We need fucking open courtrooms.
I want the same thing we had for Kyle's case on her case, dude. I want to hear all the fucking names dropped. I want to hear all that shit.
I don't want a artist rendition. Some caricatures. Okay, who is this thing?
Kalani. I done told you it's Kalani.
I don't have a clue. I just went to the gifts. I just went to the gifts and clicked drop the mic, and she came.
How do you spell it?
Judas, I know you're trolling. You know who Ghislaine Maxwell is?
No.
K-E-H-L-A-N.
Jeffrey Epstein, remember?
Shut up, Jose. K-E what?
You don't say Satan's name in this house.
K-E-A.
Yeah.
Lonnie, L-A-N-I, Kalani. The singer. If you
here's his Instagram.
Thank God I got rid of Facebook and Instagram. Do you know how much happier I am, guys? Everybody listening.
Maybe that is a dude.
It's such a relief. See, I don't have to care about shit like that anymore. I don't watch
Dude,
the news.
how can you even question if this is a dude? Oh, it's not going to let me, is it?
Look how wide the motherfucking shoulders are.
The hand is huge, guys. I love that's my favorite proof right there. The hand.
Well, yeah.
Check the jawbone. How big's the skull? Tell me that. I can't see it.
To be fair, bro, I don't know, man. Nowadays, like, I've seen some dykes that look more manly than I have, so I don't know, man.
Look at that shit.
Yeah.
That's a fucking dude.
Takes all kinds, Jose. Takes all kinds to make up this world.
That's a dude. See how the ring finger's bent so you can't tell? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows all the tricks.
It's a crying shame.
College of trickery.
Oh, right there. Shit. Son of a bitch.
What are you looking at? You have to describe it to me. I'm not looking. Describe it to the audience. What are we seeing? What's the giveaway body
I'm
part?
trying to... The fucking hand?
Yeah, dude. I'm saying. That thing...
Look.
Oh, my God.
You can't even get a full body image of this motherfucker.
He would win in a slap fight. His hands are bigger than mine. At 15. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, get the good slaps going. You guys see those competitions, the slap competitions?
Yeah, Russian ones are the best, bro.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, why not, right? Fuck it. Let's just any way to beat the shit out of each other. Get paid for it.
Look at your ring finger compared to your index finger and your middle finger, and then tell me
length.
That don't look like your hand.
Okay, that shit right there proves that Karen B is a man. So I'm not too sure.
Maybe a genetic male.
Oh my God, he went there, and you know what? I can neither confirm nor deny that I fucking agree.
He
confirm
did.
nor deny.
He did. And you did.
No, I didn't. I didn't positively claim shit. I didn't say shit.
Yeah, that's what the judge says when he says, I neither can confirm or deny your guilt. But you're going to prison for 10 years, motherfucker.
That's right. Then we'll try to decide again.
Hey, appeal it, bitch.
Right.
Right? You always got appeals. Fuck it.
Judges always appealing
When you're-
bitches.
Well, appealing bitches.
So did it?
They are appealing bitch. Sorry, go ahead.
Did anybody see it? I'm trying to find it right now, but supposedly, right? This is just Twitter. But did anybody see the clip where during the Rittenhouse trial, someone is walking down the hallway or the between the two aisles, and his foot disappears like it's a green screen? Anybody seen that yet or no? I'm gonna find.
Doesn't surprise me. Yeah, you better post it, man. Because that makes us sound like conspiratardation.
Somebody
clinics.
posted it in here earlier.
Hey, to be fair, man, I'm kind of glad that dude got free, man, because I don't know about you guys. I know a lot of people here don't like respect law or respect the government. I don't like the government, but I do think laws like help, us live. And actually, I'm glad that dude didn't go to jail, dude. Because I honestly think that fool was self-defense, in my opinion.
No, he
Yeah,
was completely
clear
self-defense.
cut. Clear cut. I don't even know why there was a trial.
There shouldn't have been a trial. He should have never been prosecuted, period. That was a political prosecution.
It was political, yeah.
What's really fucked up is the left was supporting the communists.
Yeah, if that wasn't a complete CIA hoax, then I hope he sues the shit out of all those CNN and everybody that talk shit about him. I hope so.
You know another tactic them trannies do so they're not recognized as trannies? They come out as gay. They don't want you to know they're a man in a woman's body. Maybe even didn't get it to the chop shop, and that's why they love women. So they say.
Then how come Justin Bieber hasn't come out as gay?
I don't know, because
he's clearly a woman.
Him, you can look at him. Well, I would say gay from the get go. My first thought was homosexual when I seen.
He's clearly a woman. Do you know he's like 5'2", right?
Yeah.
Wait, he's taller than Joe Rogan?
Barely. You mean Joan Rogan?
Yep.
He'd sell his mother. He'd sell out his mother for, or he'd lie to his mother.
To see some
if
UFOs?
he knew the truth about UFOs, man. Then Neil deGrasse Tyson comes on. He's just like, yeah, fuck that. Fuck you guys are crazy with that flat earth shit.
I don't know, bro, but when I think about Tom Cruise, Justin Bieber, Joe Rogan, I feel like a tall motherfucking Mexican.
I'm glad you said Justin Bieber.
Jose said, I got them bitches beat.
Well, I mean, we've already talked about this, Jose. Fucking most Hispanics are at least 70% Spanish, which makes you European.
Yeah, dude, I know. I told you this, right? Me and my sister used to be pretty lefty with her train of thought. Like she thought like she just hated. She was racist towards white people for the longest time. And I was like, man, you gotta stop looking at it like that. I'm like, dude, we're white. When you really think about it, like we're Spaniard. Like, dude, my niece, my mom, we all look like white people. At least, in my opinion.
I want to tell you something.
Bro,
for
what's up?
consensus, you've made it, bro. For consensus purposes, Spanish Americans are considered white. So it looks like you made it, bro. You a cracker now. You're in the cracker
bro,
boat.
straight up. I'm a white nationalist. I get it, bro. I do.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
Crack your ass, cracker.
Here's the interesting thing too.
Native Americans
especially
are now white too.
with Latin Americans, since like a lot of people think that the Spanish were the ones that were in charge of Mexico for the longest time. That's not actually true. The French were also ruling over that land as well.
The French, the German, all those motherfuckers are over there. Dude, in Mexico, go buy any beer that's fucking good in Mexico right now. Who made it? A German.
Yep.
I'm not lying. There's a beer in Mexico. It's called Estrella. Deuce, have you tried it? Estrella.
Yeah, of course.
That was made by a German that immigrated to Mexico. They say immigrated, but in my opinion, he wasn't immigrated. But whatever. He went to Mexico and he made that beer over there. He made it popular. Another one. There's like at least 4 beers, dude, that are from Mexico that have German oranges, and that's why they're fucking bomb.
German oranges.
No, origins.
You know who said origins, bro.
I live in.
He said oranges. I wanted to make a little thing about it. Shut up.
No, if you're gonna hear me out. If
I don't think Germany has oranges.
He's still salty about the cum joke. That's why.
Hell yeah, dude.
I can get salty. I'm salty. I'm a salty person.
That's what it is. No, I wanted to say that if you ever go to apply for a college or anything, don't put down that you're white. Put down that you're Mexican, because you will get rejected for being white.
No way. Jose's never going to fucking college.
I live in northern Mexico.
Hell fucking no. I'm never going to college, bro.
Hey,
I live in northern Mexico.
I got to tell my black cousin he made it too, because he's 58% Ojibwe, so he's native. So he by consensus he's considered white.
So you live in northern Mexico? You mean New Mexico?
Yeah. No, other people call it Southern California, but I live in northern Mexico.
Yeah. I agree.
You live in Southern California? What city?
I'll tell you the county I live in right now. I'm in Riverside County.
Oh, dude, I know where that's at. I used to live in Antelope Valley. You know where the Antelope Valley is? I'm sure it's not that far from Riverside.
Sorry about that, guys.
It's north. It's north from you. It's only like 40 minutes away from Riverside. It's heading towards north to Palmdale, Lancaster, Quartz Hill.
Oh, that's like North LA. Yeah.
Are you
Yeah,
still in?
it's still LA County.
Are you
Yeah.
still in Cali, Jose? You
Me?
still in
Yeah.
Cali?
Now I'm in Fresno, which is about 4 hours away from Los Angeles, maybe 3 hours away from Palmdale, where my parents live. I got a lot closer to them. I used to live closer to Sacramento. I was only 30 minutes away from Sac, and now I dropped down 3 hours. I got a little bit closer to them, which is good, and I get to hang out with them more.
Your old lady stays in Cali in deployment. What is she? Computer specialist or something?
To be honest, bro, she doesn't really tell me what she does, because it's. I mean, she doesn't get into details because she has a
Classified.
Classified.
Designation.
Yeah.
Classified
I
designation.
know she's a secretary and she deals with information that is classified, and she handles that with her hands. Like she gets to move shit around, deal with documents. That's what she does, but she doesn't get into detail about what it is.
Yeah, it's probably data entry.
Honestly, you can't be in the Air Force without being classified.
That I guess, but dude, she finally moved up in rank, bro. Remember how a long time ago she moved up to E6? Now she's in I think she's in E7 now. Yeah, she just got it for this position.
Nice.
Oh, so she makes more yearly now.
Yeah, she's a master sergeant now.
No, it's a little more. She's an enlisted officer as a E7.
I think she's an E7. I forget the terminology, but all I know is that she used to be a technical sergeant. Now she's a step above that in the Air Force.
Yeah, that's a master sergeant. She's an enlisted officer.
Yep, and that's why we came out here, because it was a promotional shift. Like she took it because it was for promotion.
Yeah, so take this and we'll promote you to that. That's
no, getting to master sergeant. You don't get that by just a summary promotion. You have to, you definitely have to fucking earn that. That's
she's really good, dude. I'm not gonna lie, man. My girlfriend is fucking great at her job. Like she's the type. She's so dedicated. She's so focused. Like she's the type of person that like loves her job and actually puts effort into her job. Like she's the type of girl that comes and bitches about everyone at work because nobody does work, and she feels like she's doing all the work.
That's what women do.
Of course. But I honestly get the vibe that she's very she puts her 100%, 110% into her job. Yeah. So I believe that she got her position because she earned it. Definitely.
Probably, yeah, definitely, dude. She's got that fiery attitude because she knows she works hard, and because women are like that. When they see something, they go and grab it. They get it.
Are you saying it's because she has a fiery Latin temper?
Nope, didn't say Latin. You did.
It was implied.
Have that though. She does.
No, it was not implied.
It was so implied.
Citation, motherfucker.
When you said she had a spicy.
It's not a citation. I didn't hear my voice saying those words.
You said she had a spicy attitude.
I didn't even say spicy. I said fiery.
Yeah. Oh Lord.
Yes. That was good.
Is this what we devolved to?
Come on now, that's a little fun.
We've evolved to it.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
try to catch up.
Changes. No. I am keeping up.
Don't say evolve, dude, or the XO will hop on.
That's why I was trying to invoke him.
We did not evolve. You got to say it 3 times in a row, bro. He's like Beetlejuice. XO.
There we
Demon
go.
possessed. You got to focus him too.
Atheists assume the position.
What happened? I'm here. Yeah. Who's demon possessed?
Look at this guy.
See, he's on point.
On cue.
Oh, we got a possession. Hold on. You get that real holy water exorcism.
There's only one. Exactly. An exorcism.
That's right. Holy water and prayer. My buddy was kind of a Satanist. He got in that heavy metal shit. And one day I was just high and feeling it. And I said a prayer over this bottle of water I had, put some on my fingers, and started telling him it was the power of Christ that compelled him, and flicked water on him. And my boy tripped out so bad he had to get off my property. He got in his truck and left. My daughter just looked at me. I was like, yeah, I'm with you. Maybe we shouldn't have that guy around. She's like, that's what I was going to say, Dad. He kind of act like he was possessed. I was like, yeah, he didn't say a word once that water hit him, did he? I'm serious. It gave me a difference of opinion on some of my beliefs.
I'm glad you purged those.
Hey, Deuce, I didn't think Fresno was gonna be as nice as it is, man. Like every time I thought of Fresno, I always thought of like Palmdale or Bakersfield, like that type of vibe. Dude, at least where I live, dude, Fresno's fucking beautiful.
Fresno's the nice side of Bakersfield.
Oh,
yeah,
Californians. I didn't hear you say like enough. You got to say like I thought it would be like.
Anyways,
dude, Northern Californians are the worst. They say hella a lot. Like when I was out there in Sacramento, everybody would be like hella hot, hella this. I'm like, what the fuck, like, you know? And in Southern California, we say that shit's the bomb a lot. I'm sure. I mean, we see how I talk. You know, I kind of talk like from that area. But like, dude, Northern California, I'm just like they're a little like to me. They talk a little bit more like.
No, I'm gonna hear it every time you say it. I'm gonna count them. I'm counting them for you. No, I'm not fucking kidding. From now until I stop talking to you, I'm gonna count your likes. Ready, go.
How many likes am I in? Let's see if you're even counting right.
Well, I'll be
right
honest,
now. I'm starting now, so you got one.
I wouldn't know. Last time I visited California was 18 years ago.
What part?
What part?
Was it when you're in the Was it when you're in the military or before that or after that? I mean?
Pendleton? You went to Camp Pendleton?
Was after that.
So San Diego area.
No, Palmdale. My sister lived in Palmdale.
Oh, you went,
dude. You went
to meth town?
Ouch.
Yeah, definitely, Deuce. I'm not lying to you. Bro, I'm not lying to you, Deuce. I had a homie that used to sell that shit, bro. Dude, I'm not lying to you, Deuce. I had a homie that sold that shit in Palmdale. And that dude would say he would sell, like, he was selling a ball for like $50. And I'm like, at that time, I didn't know how that shit worked until I kind of like found out about how Coke worked. And then I started figuring out, I'm like, dude, that's dirt cheap because, you know, like, if you go anywhere else, people were talking about like shit being like $100 or whatever, like, you know, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, Palmdale was like making that shit then, you know, people in Palmdale are making that shit because, dude, there's no way that shit was dirt cheap.
That's a fact. Palmdale's a factory.
Shout out to Afro Man. Shout out Afro Man.
Yeah, Afro Man. Yeah,
I'm glad you guys know so much about cocaine. That's useful.
We're not talking about cocaine. I said it's the meth capital of California.
It is. It really is.
I'm glad you guys know so much about methamphetamine
You know
in California.
what's worse than Palmdale, though, Deuce? Is Rosamond. Rosamond is even worse.
That's where meth Americans live, huh?
Well, they don't meth around. That's for damn sure.
That's Methford, Oregon.
Stop messing around, guys. Stop messing around.
Oh, dear.
That's messed up.
Don't be talking that meth.
I think that's where Craig's from.
Craig.
I like it when we get down to this number of like 25 and then fucking precipitously people start dropping off really quickly.
Yeah.
Mom, give me some money. Craig needs meth so he can fight the flat earth.
Did you say yeah, Jose? Fucking, you're never here.
Oh my lord, the part-time
to be honest,
going at the
I came back today
part-time.
after a long time, and I feel like I never left. Like, shit's still the same. Like, this place is fucking
you know what? You know something, pal? You're the same. So, whatever.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't say I wasn't. Never said I wasn't.
We've improved. Hey, Baba Yaga, you were the guy who checked me in, by the way. Cleared me to come through.
That's funny.
I don't remember that, to be honest, man.
I know you probably don't, and that's okay.
Now we know who the bitch is.
Checked in a lot of people. And then truth prevails, so you're going to have to yell at her, too.
I get that a lot, man. I check in people, and they're like, Mike, what the fuck was you thinking? Hey, I thought the guy was cool.
Right.
Every time I check in somebody, they're perfect.
Shit, I quit giving link image firms because the last two dudes I give that shit to, they porn bombed the damn server.
There's never been a better checker in than me. Never.
No, I put my hands down for human sheeple.
Oh,
seriously?
That
get the fuck out of me. Get off my server, Jose.
He was the best fucking checking, bro.
Oh my god.
Dude, he was like, bro, listen. He's like, what do you know about 9/11? I was like, what the fuck is this? A flat Earth server? It's like,
I went to
what about Sandy Hook? What do you know about Sandy Hook?
I had
what do you know about Sandy Hook?
goggles. I was with Han He.
Why you keep on trying to talk over fucking Jose, Mike?
Well, that's Sheppel, man.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to flex my purple name on him right now.
I wish you would. I've already flexed my green name on him.
Shit rolls downhill, dudes. Don't start no shit. There won't be none.
I already started shit a while ago.
No, dude. Pantho is a better fucking check-in than you.
Oh
Pantho
my
fucking
god,
get the whole summary on the motherfucker before he lets him in.
I'm just gonna have to be quiet because that dude just been giving away rolls.
Who's this?
Pantos.
I don't know who that
he
is.
thinks he can just unilaterally give people gold and shit.
Unilaterally. That's a good word.
It is, and we got a 3-day thing, right? We're not supposed to give people flat Earth until they've been here for a minute, but people come right in and get flat Earth without saying, "Hey, I spent 4 years with that guy on another server."
I like Jose trying to prove that I'm not the best fucking checker in that ever lived.
All right, so see, it's kind of subjective, right? Like
not really.
It kind of is. If you're looking at it from my angle, it's subjective, right? Like
your angle is fucking wrong.
It's a right angle, so it's straight, bro.
I'm gonna come in.
Don't let me get QE in here to explain to you all over again about right angles, right?
Jason angle.
That's why I talk so much. It's a slow, obtuse angle for me. But I will say, nobody runs a voice chat like Deuce Volt. Nobody does it, and his way is perfect. Others should learn from his example.
Agreed.
I think
I think this is the point where we all hit the little red phone on our fucking Discord.
Yeah, agreed. Think I'm better at checking in than running the fucking voice Discord.
Well, you do it the same way. You mute everybody. Even I hate going up there because you'll have 10 flat earthers that want to throw a question on top of your question. All fucking 10 of them.
Well, to be fair, man, Deuce has this like way of talking to people where he keeps them on point. That's what's great about it, you know, like he keeps them on topic. Yeah. He doesn't divert. He finishes. He comes to a logical conclusion with his discussion, and then he moves on to someone else. And I love that he does that because he doesn't stick with that one person. Even though I bet you $100, Deuce would love to talk to that person for longer than 10 minutes, he'll move on because he knows that, like, you know, like he needs to talk to as much people as possible in here to just kind of get their foot in the door to even fucking start thinking for themselves, you know, that, and that's what he does, you know?
Finally, we've gotten to the point of where we go to my accolades, and that's all I wanted.
Listen,
you can go to sleep now. You can go to sleep now.
My favorite part is the insult.
Send me that vape juice, right?
I like the academic insult to go right over people's heads and they don't even know it. And they think they got, I've heard dudes he's insulted think they got a compliment and they're like, "Oh, thank you." And I'm like,
those are the best. That's the best. Mm-hmm.
Hell, I was worth being here all day. That dude's dumb as shit.
Deuce, you hung out with your grandpa a lot when you were a kid, huh?
No, didn't know either of my grandpas.
Really?
He's an old soul.
Oh, he's trying to say you act like a boomer.
No, he's one of those guys that had to learn on his own, I think.
My grandpa is the great generation. That's why I was insinuating that, actually. Oh. My grandfather's the best asshole I've ever met. Best, biggest, however you want to say.
I think that's all grandpas, though. To be fair, man.
Mine too.
Like that was their shit. You know, their stick. And at least for my grandpa, he would have been maybe 80, 90 by now. He passed away a couple years ago, maybe
80,
5
90.
years ago.
I hope one day my grandkids describe me as the best asshole they ever met.
Hey, it's a compliment from me, by the way. That's
a compliment come from anybody, dude. I've been called an asshole my whole life. I want to be called the best asshole. Not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, no, I'm not even kidding.
If you want to be called the best asshole, we're gonna have to ask all the gay guys about that.
That's subjective.
We'll find out. Fuck around and find out. That's what Kyle says.
Too many people are scared to be an asshole nowadays, you know?
Not this one.
Yeah, not me. What you talking about? Oh, here's a fun one I got the other night. Earth is not a ball, it's a planet. Here, I'll put it in the voice text. Check it out. That was fun.
It's a wandering star.
That was on 11/11. It's November 11th when that happened. Right here. Check it out. Take that, work with it, use it. Love it.
Yeah, we gotta take that word back, right?
Which one?
Planet.
Oh, I thought we were going to take the ball back.
I gotta take the planet back, bro.
Yeah. Yep.
Hack the planet.
Hack the planet. That's a good movie.
But then again, if we did take that word back, what this person says wouldn't be correct because the Earth isn't a planet.
We gotta take
you know what I'm saying?
Planet back.
The word. I mean, we gotta steal that word back, man. Planete.
Here's the plan, motherfuck Uncle Sam. Step back. I know who I am.
What's that guy's name? Planete Veritas. That guy's underrated, man. I feel like nobody talks about him.
Dude, he's not underrated. He's just been gone.
Yeah,
dude, I still keep tabs with him, bro. I have him on Wire.
Yeah, I learned a lot from that guy. That guy's intelligent as fuck.
Man. His name's Robert Bazzano. Yeah, dude, he's from Colombia. But he recently was out here. The last time I talked to him was probably I'm not gonna lie to you, like a year ago, man. Dude was out here. He's actually in college. You know, he's studying to be. I don't even know what he was trying to be anymore. But
he's in the
I'll tell you something, man. Yeah, I'll tell you something though, man. He's a little off when it comes to what he thinks the Earth is. The last time I talked to him, I agree with a lot of the shit he did and how he did it. But I'll tell this to his face. I disagree with what the Earth is, and he thinks it's a holographic universe at this point.
Yeah, he had some weird mathematics for how far away the sun and the moon were, right? He thought he had evidence for how far it is, so therefore it had to be something else other than flat earthers claim, right?
To be fair, man, I don't know about that one, but I do know that the best shit that came out from him was like the calls he did, and not only that, but he broke down the like some math when it came down to Hubble. I don't know if you ever saw the video on Hubble.
Yeah, the Sophia, right?
No. The actual Hubble, like what they claim, not saying that the Hubble is real, but like what they claim the Hubble, where it is and what it's doing, he broke the math down, the velocity, the friction in that environment. Like for example, is the Hubble supposed to be 200 miles away from the ISS? No, actually 150 miles away from the ISS. It's at 400 miles, right? And the ISS is roughly at 250. So the Hubble's supposed to be sitting in that environment of 400 miles away from Earth. And it has no propellers, nothing to push it up. Like, you know how the ISS, when it gets enough friction from the atmosphere, because atmosphere is going up supposedly, it starts to descend. So the ISS actually has these like rockets or propellers that push it back up every time it starts to drift a little bit lower. Now, the Hubble doesn't have that. No, and they haven't serviced the Hubble in so many years. And based on the math and friction of that environment, the Hubble should have already fucking hit the Earth. You know? Like, there's no way it should be up there, but yeah, it's a mathematical proof. But it's don't tell QE I said that. Don't tell QE I said mathematical proof. But yeah, it's mathematics. Like it shouldn't be where it is, based on the environment.
Really quick, Jose. He's not necessarily wrong that it's holographic. Do you know what holographic means?
To be fair, no. When I think of holographic,
no.
I think of like something virtual, something that's like almost not physical. That's
right.
what I think of holographic.
Okay, now think of what you know about sonoluminescence, right? Everything is a vibration.
Okay.
Okay, now if we take what we know about holograms, holographic photography, if you cut a piece of holographic film, you will have two pieces that have the same image on them, identical. They once were one image. You cut them in half. They're two pieces of the same image. You can still see the whole image on both pieces. You cut it in force, you'll have four pictures of the same
I get where you're going with this. So it's like just because one is a holographic view of another doesn't mean it's not physical.
Right, exactly.
Right, I get
what we understand of what is physical may not be what is physical. If you take plasma, it will react to a force a physical abrupt force as if it were a solid. So you can actually take a bat and hit a plasma ball as if it were a ball, a physical ball.
Yeah.
The vibrations that make up matter may not be what we understand right now as matter. I don't think that an atom is necessarily molecules. It's a field of energy, and that field of energy is the word.
Yeah. Get it?
So when he says it's holographic, he's emulating what is creation.
Well, if you even think about it, like it makes sense. It does make sense when you put it that way. But to me, even when I knew what I believed was holographic, the word, it has to be physical. Like a hologram.
I'm not saying it's not physical. I'm saying regardless of its division,
right?
It is the same. It's apparent, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be physical to you to be physical to someone else. It depends on your state of being.
Mm-hmm.
Our understanding of reality is limited to our senses, but our understanding of all reality is limited to the things we created to sense for us. We're not seeing the whole picture.
Yeah, this makes sense, bro. I honestly never put that much thought into it because, to be fair, man, the word holographic to me, it was like a buzzword where it was like I just didn't like, I never even gave it a second thought, to be honest. But that's the last time I talked to him. He was talking about holographic universe, and the one thing he brought up, this is one of the last jewels he gave me. This is something that I never, dude. This is what I love about Rob Rosano. He had information that nobody looked into, and it's literally right in the fucking open. Like anyone that like could have thought of it would have found it right away, but no one thought about it, or no one put it up at least online.
Right.
The last thing he gave me was observatories. He said, "All right." I'm gonna give you some homework today, Jose. I'm like, "All right, what is it?" He's like, "Go to any observatory in Chile, any of the observatories you can think of, and I want you to see pictures from space from that observatory." And I was like, all right. So I went on Google and I started typing observatory, from Chile, whatever the name was, pictures from space. And all I fucking got were pictures of the observatory with with stars in the background. Like if someone went up to the observatory and took pictures of the sky with the observatory in the background, like with the phone or with the fucking nice camera. The point is, there is no actual photos that they're showing you that the observatory took anywhere. And dude, I'm not lying. I don't know if I haven't done this in a year, but dude, when I did this, I went through a couple of observatories and I could not find any pictures. And the only pictures that I saw were like Hubble would be mixed in there. Like a Hubble photo would be mixed in there. Like it actually said Hubble, even though it was from Chile, they were like promoting the Hubble photos. And I'm like, where are all the pictures from this fucking observatory? Can't find any.
Has anybody ever looked into the claims of Dave Weiss when he says that the majority of those observatories aren't faced like directly up, like 90 degrees in the night sky? They're all faced towards what is Antarctica. Anybody ever look into that?
I've never looked into it, but I wouldn't. I mean, if you go just based on like, I wouldn't even know where to start to research into that. You'd have to be there. You'd have to be there and like see what they do like throughout a week, in my opinion, just to see what the fuck they're looking at. But
even if they were faced towards the North Star, they're faced towards Antarctica as well.
Yeah, because it'll go. I mean, technically, everywhere is south, no matter what you think. At some point, unless you're looking south.
Explain that to me, Deuce. What do you mean? If there's observatories in North America, and if they were facing...
right. If they're facing south, then yes. If they're facing north, then yes. If they're facing east, then yes. If they're facing west, then yes, because all roads lead to the same place, and that's away from where we are.
What he's pretty much saying is like if you had a telescope, like let's say I'm in California right now, I had a telescope aimed at fucking the North Star. If it was good enough, I could see past that. Think of the Earth and how we think of it, right? Like the North is the center. So once you pass the center, what's there? The South again, Antarctica.
Yeah, that isn't exactly that isn't how Dave phrases it, but yeah, okay. I mean, I understand, but Dave was kind of making it sound like they're all faced past the 60th parallel south, you know.
That's possible. That's possible. I'm just saying. I'm just stating the obvious that anywhere you point was going to eventually lead to the south, even on a globe, because of how sphere math works.
We don't care about queer. We don't care about queer math.
Just to wrap up on Robert Fasano, I just love those natural counterpunchers, those natural against the grain guys. I love that. That's how I see the world. Everybody's going this way, then I don't even care if I'm right or wrong. I'm just going to go the other way and then figure out whether I'm right or wrong after I went the other way. You know.
I'm going to go where the evidence leads me, regardless.
That dude was fucking on some other shit. Like the last 2 years ago, he was trying to plan a trip to fucking past Antarctica, like he was trying to go to view the sky with drones from position. He was telling me he's like, I'll pay you to go on a flight. I'll pay you for equipment. I'll pay you like to work out there. And I was like, I can't do this shit, dude. I have a fucking kid. Like I'm the person that watches the kid at home. Like I can't leave nowhere. But then he's like, all right, best I can do then is you can be like, I'll pay you, but you have to like, you're gonna be responsible for like uploading the videos. And I'm like, dude, I'm not even good with that. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I upload videos all the time, you know?
You wouldn't even learn?
I would have learned. I told him, I'm like, I'm not qualified to do that. I'm like, but I can research it and do it maybe if you give me time. I'm like, but I don't even know how to do that. Like, you know, it's not something I know how to do. And he's like, well, you can figure it out. Cause he's like, this is videos that I'm not going to trust nobody with. So I want you to get them and you're going to upload them on my channel. I'm going to give you the information. But when it came time, I mean, dude, it's been 2 years and I don't think he's doing that anymore. I mean, at least I haven't heard from him in a while, you know?
Yeah. Well, I heard, he had to go, I'm not going to say underground. He had to stop his thing because he was getting into the professional world. You can't have this label attached to you if you're trying to be in the professional world, you know?
I don't know, man. I get the vibe that he doesn't care. Like even in his professional world, he's kind of got that stick of he asks questions, he doesn't give a fuck. Like he's got that stick going for him, bro. Like I don't see this being an issue for him. I think he has that mentality where he's like, I'm gonna study what I need to study, even if I don't even believe in it 100%. But I'm gonna get in this field, you know. And I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna ask questions. Like he's one of those guys, dude. He just doesn't give a fuck. Like you know, like he doesn't give a fuck, dude. Straight up.
I don't know anybody like that other than me. And I don't give a fuck what you think about that.
Noted.
All right. Jose, you always talk really fast. That's good. I like it. You're a passionate guy.
I get into the conversation. I even get louder. My girl hates it when I'm on Discord, bro. Like, especially because she goes to sleep early. You know, she has to go to work. And I stop on Discord all the time, bro. Like, I used to be very active in here, you know. And
I remember.
And yeah, and she hated it when I would be on, like, when she'd be trying to go to sleep because I start getting passionate. I get really loud, and she's like, "Dude, like, I can fucking hear your debate. Like, we know the Earth's flat." Like, she'll tell me. She's like, "I know the Earth's flat. Like, calm that shit down. Like, you know."
Honey, I know. You don't have to talk about it all the time.
There are a lot of monotone guys that come in here, though. So
yeah.
It's really funny, dude. My girl, she told me she was when she was stationed in New Jersey like 3 years ago. Her commander, which is a big deal in the Air Force, her commander was flat earther, straight up. Like he was saying, like how he literally has the technology to prove the Earth is flat with lasers, guided systems. Like that dude was literally sounding like a legit flat earther. I was like, dude, I probably even talked to the guy on Discord. Who knows? Like maybe he hopped on. Who knows? Like that dude sounded like someone from our little club, if you know what I mean. You know? I just thought that was amazing when she told me that. Like she started telling me. He even talked about like the moon, how the moon's colder, the light. Like he was talking to all the his underlings about that shit, and it was funny. She was like, I didn't mention that you were a flat earther because I didn't want to like put myself out there, but everything he was saying is shit you were saying. I just thought it was fucking hilarious, you know?
There you go. We may not agree on anything else, but because we're dealing with empiricism, I mean,
we don't have to agree. We both can agree on the facts.
Yes.
Just allow all the facts to be presented on the table so we can all take a fucking look at them.
Is the table flat though?
No, not necessarily. It could be round. Just kidding.
Who told you that?
Isn't that funny, dude? Like the Masons, they all get together on a four corners type of shit. Like it's like, dude, it's so obvious to me, bro. Like just the the geometry of this earth.
My boy's wicked smart.
Dude, that cat meme is fucking hilarious. Like I've seen it evolve to so much shit. Sorry, the XO, don't get mad. That shit's just been all over.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone. XO's gone. You ran him away with your fucking meth talk.
Oh, that was only 5 seconds. I should have started earlier if I knew it would have got him away.
Don't mess with my boy.
Or else you'll get the knuckles in a sandwich.
Nah, bro, he's cool with me. Dude, I have a bunch of messages from him. I've been gone for a while, and like I'll check my messages, and I'll be like, dude, haven't even been active, and it's like he's telling me like some shit went down, I got banned or some shit, and I'm just like, dude, because he knows I got him, like I'll try to help him out as much as I can. Because here's the thing, bro, like I see the good in everyone, and there's some people I don't see any good in, and those are the people that I won't put.
Nothing but good in the XO. There's nothing but good.
Exactly. I have nothing against him, bro. I see nothing but the good in him, and I always try to help him out when I can, like I get him, dude. Like, yeah, he comes off like it's just like with QE, dude. A lot of people don't like QE. Personally, dude, I think QE, the only issue I have with QE is that he could hog up the mic for a long time, but at the same time, it's like when he hogs it up, it's beneficial. Like everybody's fucking learning. It's not like he's bullshitting, talking. It's not like he's wasting no one's fucking time. Like,
just like you're doing right fuck.
Exactly.
Just kidding.
When he's on the mic, bro, it's like I respect it. It's like, dude, even though like he does hog it up for a while and he takes a while, like he's on point. He's fucking everyone's learning. I can name 10 people on this server that just fucking got better at debating just by listening to him, which is great. So I got nothing against it, Like some people don't like the way he talks to people. It's the same with a lot of other people, Some people don't like the way they vibe, but I just see the good in people, bro. I'm like, it's like to me, it's like I put them on a balance, and like this shit outweighs the bullshit that people are bitching about. So why complain about it,
It's not about vibes, that's for sure.
I've never heard.
It's about information, not personalities.
Exactly.
I've never heard the XO go off script. I've never heard him do anything even.
No.
Nope.
Even
it's
close
strictly
to
information.
Never even approaching something that was bannable.
But the XO's still listening, like he commented. Shit. Now he knows that I was talking shit about him.
I mean, that's what you
were
I think I'm gonna
talking shit, dude.
I think I'm gonna take my leave for another year. I'll see you guys later.
All right, bye.
All right, love you, bud.
Just say hi.
XO, are you ex-military as well?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where
he definitely is.
With the name like XO.
Yeah, I made a. Yeah, you're right. You're right. My bad.
I mean, I don't know what else I would think about that other than, chief executive
even the
officer.
Even the predictor of who's eating food was ex-military.
The predictor of who's eating food, what they're eating, more like it.
Who me? I am not
dude,
ex-military,
he's ex-military.
bro.
He's
you can hear it in my
Force.
voice that I am not ex-military, for sure.
Yeah.
You, I wouldn't. Maybe.
Me?
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe,
for a
man.
47-year-old, you sound.
I'm 41.
Same thing.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
no.
funny. Yesterday you were 39.
I don't know what I am. I'm getting sick of your shit. That's what I am right now.
Oh yeah, that's definitely something a 41-year-old would.
What was it? How'd you describe yourself? Beefy earlier? What was the term you used?
burly. I think it was
burly.
Bulky.
Beefy, Berkey.
See, that's what I've wanted to be. I've been a skinny
Burly.
bitch my whole life, man. Fuck
Burley
off.
is a type of tobacco.
Is
it? Okay. Damn it, dude. None of these pictures are working.
Oh, we haven't
You
said
mean
hi to
Ronnie?
CI. Jose, CI would like to say hi to us. Hi, CI.
Uh, hi. I was just saying hi.
No, I know you've been
What's
gone
up?
for a while.
Well, not too long. I just mostly only hang out on precious metals now, but because I'm in school and stuff.
What's precious metals?
Okay, so basically, it's like focusing on the silvers and golds every 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. Think of like ladies' night, but like the focus is like golds and silvers instead.
Are ladies announcing it?
Well, there's 2 hosts. I'm one of them.
And it's not late. Oh.
It's not ladies' night. If that answers your question, just well, it's not ladies' night.
It's
No,
just
today
like
is International Men's Day.
based.
Apparently, I don't know. Is that true? Or you've been talking shit the whole time?
No, that
Sodomite
was
Day.
that was true.
That
Who said
was-
sodomite day?
Mate. It's
Ah,
International
shit.
Sodomite Day.
Sodomite Day.
That's my words.
Nah, bro. I've been using it for ages. That's the
Nah.
only word I use when it
Not
comes
as
to
much as me.
bigotry. You reckon?
I have a question for Jose.
You reckon?
And
That's good.
Deus.
Yeah, what's up, CI?
Favorite flat Earth proof.
My favorite flat Earth proofs are always my own observations.
But if you could only pick like one.
Okay, I'll pick one of mine, which is seeing the dome of the building at the port of Catalina from Huntington Beach.
So observations.
Yeah, observations always.
It's the same for me.
Two
Same
of
exact
my
thing.
favorites.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
2 of my favorites are a photo I took, and then just the idea of Marconi. I really like talking through Marconi with people. I'm not an expert, but it's still pretty fun.
It's interesting, yeah, and
'cause
it's
people can't talk their way out of it.
it's really good, yeah. Marconi. Yeah.
How long was that?
Radio waves.
100 miles or something? How long was it?
Like 10,000.
10,000. Yeah.
Yeah, they can't talk their way out of it, which is why I really like it. And also,
What do
I
you-
have a
What do
personal
you mean?
photo.
Wait, see, what do you mean they can't talk their way out of it? Have you not talked to the Globers? That shit bounced off the
Okay.
ionosphere, okay?
Okay, they can, but it doesn't work because they just sound like a clown. Like, even other Globers are like, that's fucking crazy. Like, it can't bounce. Like, even other Globers call them out sometimes when you talk about Marconi. Like, bouncing off of the eye, that's so ridiculous. That's like someone trying to play Boulder Dash and hope someone picks their answer.
Well, to be fair, I agree with shit bouncing off the ionosphere, but that's if you have a completely different view of what that is. What's up there, you know? If you know where I'm going with this, you know?
I also have a photo that I took while my dad was driving. I asked him to pull over, but he didn't. But it's a specular reflection, and I actually managed to capture a photo, and it looks beautiful. It's a little blurry because we're moving at like 30 miles an hour, but given the circumstances, I think the photo looks nice.
Hey guys, can you post that, CI? And can you explain to me what the Marconi proof is? Because I'm either unfamiliar or I don't know exactly what we're talking about.
I'm not the best at explaining it, and I've been up for a long time, but basically it's oh, Roger just posted it. Basically, in like the early 1900s, from England to Australia, they did a radio test, and it went all the way, and it confirmed. And this is a very, very long observation, which on the globe it just wouldn't work because it would have to go through the radius pretty much.
Right.
And how the hell is that possible, right? Without the signal getting distorted, but it was like a clear signal, and it's clear as day, and it went all the way. So it's like
Hey, C, have you heard about the other one too with Admiral Richard E. Byrd from what is it? Fucking Antarctica all the way to New York. Have you heard about that one?
Yeah, I've
Where
heard about
he would broadcast live from Antarctica all the way to New York. There's another one.
I gotta be honest, like, I have a little bit of a four-eyed brain right now because, like, I just did a business simulation, and we went from second last to first place, and it just ended. And I spent all day working on that, making sure we got first place.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's my last semester before I get my bachelor's. I graduate December 17th.
That's awesome. Congratulations, C.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Yeah, man. That's awesome.
I also have been playing Pokemon Diamond because it was my first Pokemon game, but they remade it for the Switch. And I haven't played a Pokemon game in 5 years because they suck now, but like this one's actually like the old ones, and I really like it.
Well,
that's cool. That's cool that you're gonna get your BAC. So now when the Glover School's like, "Oh, what are your credentials?" I got a BA in whatever the hell you just say. You got credentials. Throw them out there. You don't have to say what I say. I got my credentials at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It was good.
Well, it's a business management degree, though.
But you don't say that. You could just say BA and just leave it at that. You know.
He got a BA because he's a BA. Feel me?
What? Oh.
Badass.
Oh.
Yep, that brain is toast for tonight. You need to get some rest.
Yeah.
Poor CI.
That's cool though, man. That's a labor. It sounds like it's a labor of love. You know what I mean?
I have to pick a school for my MBA.
Are you staying local, or are you going to a university? Are you in your university or community college right now?
I'm in a university right now, but
in Florida or where?
I'm not in Florida.
Sorry, I got confused. You don't live in Florida. You visit Florida. Where's your university at?
Ohio.
Ohio? And you're going to stay local, or are you going to go out
local
when you transfer? Local? That's good.
I'm thinking OSU, but that's kind of far.
Try not to go too much in debt with school.
Hell, they got a hell of a baseball team, though, don't they? Shit.
I'm on 60% scholarship right now.
Oh, that's
and
good.
My parents are covering the other 40.
Dude, that's the beautiful thing about when people are in the military, bro. My wife, like she's gonna get my son, like she's already putting shit into, like, when he goes to school, he's gonna have 100% like able to, just everything's paid for practically, except for some things like books and shit like that. But like that's nothing, bro. Like the tuition and all that other shit, that's expensive,
Honestly, that's amazing.
Just homeschool and pay for mentors instead.
Honestly, I'm with Levelish on this one because the FBI is investigating people who go to school board meetings just for reading the curriculum back to them.
Is it weird that I have faith in my son, even though he's just 5 years old? I have enough faith that, like, I want him to get indoctrinated just so I can undoctrinate him. Is that too much faith?
Dude, do you realize CI is saying some base ass shit right now?
Yeah.
Huh?
Say it again?
CI is saying some base ass shit right now.
Yeah.
So basically,
I heard it.
So basically, when you go to school board meetings, and if you read the curriculum back to them, well, basically, the school boards shut down your speech. And if you tell them, no, this is your curriculum, well, the FBI will actually investigate you for exercising your First Amendment right.
Yeah, you could thank Biden for that.
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, I know all about that, bro. I know all about that. Like, dude, they're all worried.
Okay, real quick, we should make a clarification that Joe Biden can't tie his own shoes.
No
matter how long you give him.
No, straight up, see,
I can barely read off the
right now the
teleprompter.
FBI is more worried about parents at school board meetings bitching about CRT or CTR, whatever, critical race theory, than people fucking burning down cities.
No. CRT is the cover up.
What is the actual program?
Pedophilia.
It's yes. Jose actually
Pedophilia.
got it.
Yeah. It's pedophilia, bro.
Well, the same people brought you both of those ideas.
It's hold on, I gotta be careful with this. It's TBGL.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, and the word Jose said, but they're mixing the two together. And people read their curriculum, and it's about like this adult like offering like a fourth grader his thing in his pants.
Yeah.
And in his mouth.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
they read this out.
Yeah,
dude. Yes.
What's going on,
man? I'm not even exaggerating.
This is happening in community schools. Sorry, see, continue.
And they read that. Yeah, that's not even an exaggeration. They read this curriculum out, and then the FBI investigates them and shuts down their speech for exposing them. I'm not even kidding. This is happening all across the country. Go to your school board meetings. Look at your kid's curriculum. It's disgusting. You will be shocked.
Are you like
homeschool?
So, fuck, man.
Go to
Serious?
homeschool.
Like it's that bad?
School, right?
Yeah, it's that bad.
It's that bad,
it's
bro.
happening.
It is. Like, there was a case in Florida. Or no, was it Landon or fuck? Where was it? There was a case somewhere. Dude, I know you've seen it.
That's Loudon.
It's something different.
Virginia.
Okay, Loudon, Virginia
Loudon,
is different,
Virginia.
and that's the guy that was fucking. He did like a fucking. He pretty much doxed all the parents that were like against certain shit, and okay, that's different. The one I'm talking about, I think, was in Florida, where they went to school board meetings, and they read the curriculum, and on the curriculum there was like a thing where they had to like the kids had to like pretty much foreplay with like what would you do in this if you were in this position, not position like sexually, but like if a guy came up to you and talked to you and told you to do this, and it got very sexual quick, and it was literally like erotica class in my opinion. Yeah, they're just sexualizing the kids, bro, and when you sexualize the kids, it always leads to the same place. Like I said, the P word.
It is definitely pedophilia.
Yeah, it always leads there. Once you sexualize kids, that's always where it goes, bro. I don't care what you say.
That's what you're doing. You're grooming them.
Yeah, because why else would you talk to kids at such a young age about something unless you're trying to groom them, right? Like it's literally that's the 101 on pedo
I just didn't think it was. I didn't think it was that bad. That's
really bad.
That's another level, bro.
It's worse than you think.
California and New York, like that's why I'm kind of worried about sending my kid to regular community school, because in California they actually have like it's like normalized over here to have those classes. Like the places that they're bitching about the shit that is in California is not in California. It's in Florida and like red states. But if you look at California, they've been doing this shit for a fucking long time, bro.
Yeah.
Like it's nothing new here.
Really
it's
quick,
normalized already.
Yeah, go ahead.
Really quick, CI, do you prefer the way Jose says your name, or do you prefer the way I say your name?
I prefer it C, but I'm okay with either.
Okay, I've never actually.
That's okay.
Awesome clarification.
I got something to say to Jose real quick.
Okay.
Because then I got to go to bed, and I love you guys. Jose, my opinion so far: don't let the price tag cloud your judgment on your child getting the best information and care and dignity. You know what I mean? I would never expose my children to the stuff that is claiming to be happening in this conversation all over America. So if that were the case, it's just too bad, but they wouldn't go anywhere without my supervision if that were going on. But that's just my 2 cents.
Ask your kid for your curriculum. I promise it's a good idea. And also it's getting worse because the media is pushing, they're trying to like guilt kids into being like bigots or whatever if they don't go to parades. And now they're saying that it's important to normalize kids to MSDB backwards. And they're trying to promote that to kids. Like it's getting really, really bad. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I agree.
No, you're right, bro. I just didn't think it was that bad. That was my sign because I get
I'll be honest, I get triggered with this kind of stuff, and I just want to bash cunts over the head with a cricket bat. I'm just saying.
Here's my issue, bro. My issue with this whole agenda, it's not like I could care less if there's trans people, gay people, or any of the alphabet people you want to talk about. My issue is when they start imposing your kids or you to like do a certain thing to cater to those people when it's like it doesn't even need to exist because that catering doesn't happen for no one else. Like, and it's not about that. It's just that catering leads to something other than just catering. You know, it sets their mind to a different. I don't like that, dude, and I disagree with that. You know, that's my biggest thing with that shit. It's not like a lot of people might think I'm like anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-lesbian, whatever. I'm not,
bro.
dude. I'm nothing against that. Like, it's just the agenda that's being pushed. You know,
really quick.
That's my shit.
Good night, Glad.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, hey, love you guys a lot.
Good night.
So there's that. I think about you all the time. I really do. No, I'm serious.
If we could only figure out, if we could only figure out where this agenda is stemming from, it's such a mystery where all this is coming from.
We're trying to tell them good night real quick. Hold on. Hey, make sure you put your seatbelt on your bed so you don't roll off when we're going 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and you're good. Good night.
All right. No, I never forget. I never forget that. I'm not flying off into Narnia tonight.
Don't do
Appreciate that.
Strap yourself in, bro, like a mental patient. You'll be right.
I've already done that a few times, and it wasn't for Halloween, so it wasn't fun. I love you. Later.
Love you too.
Talk to you later, buddy.
Later.
Good night, bro.
Listen, I like in America, the Constitution, whatever, and just the way of thinking. Yeah, so you're free to do whatever you want, as long as you don't push your dumbness onto other people. So if you want to take it up the butt, that's fine. Do it in your own home. If you want to fucking kiss a dog, do it in your own home. Don't tell other people to take it in the butt or to fuck dogs or to, whatever it is. Like
the thing is,
it's a personal thing, bro. You know what I mean?
They're telling our children that they're trans. They're telling our children that they need to be sexual, that they need to talk about butt stuff at second grade.
No, that's
kindergarten. If you're talking about fucking California, kindergarten, bro.
Bro,
they have a sex ed class.
I'm telling you.
In California at kindergarten, I could show you the manual, bro. Like not the manual, the curriculum. Like there's sex ed shit for kindergartners in California right now.
Can you please send that to me, bro? Because
I'll look it up right now.
Because please, brother. Because if not, like, I'm happy to help people prepare a lawsuit, man. Because these people shouldn't be allowed to exist. You can't be telling a child that that's 5 years old, he's got no conscious thoughts about anything. You're gonna literally MK Ultra the little thing. Who are you to say anything to him? You should give him crayons and he's outside and run and draw. That's it.
It's like one of the darkest faces of evil, Like
the
it's down there at the very bottom.
Yeah, bro. The worst thing you do is do something to a little child. I don't care who says what.
I have the entire New York school curriculum. If anyone wants a file to that, should I post it in Livestream? Actually,
yeah, post that one because it's not too far off from the California one. It really isn't.
I've got the Washington State one.
Dude, Washington's is pretty close to Oregon, Washington, New York, fucking Virginia, California. Dude, I know you guys don't like politics, but it's the blue states, man. Straight up, it's the fucking blue state. That's their shit.
Who says we don't like politics? That's my whole life.
I say that, but I like politics. I'm not gonna lie, even though I'm flattered. I get it. I like that shit. I like WWF. It's fun.
I've looked a lot into this. It actually is as bad as people say, and I have a younger cousin who's now convinced that they are a non-binary furry.
Oh.
So it's
non-binary
really
furry.
Yes.
What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean?
I don't want to get into it. Just know it's bad.
Hey, real quick, Deuce Full.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. I'm gonna just say my thing about politics real quick. Do you think I'm in the right train of thought by thinking like this? Like, I don't trust politics 100%. I don't trust nothing 100%. But I know politics affects my everyday life to some extent. So I watch enough politics to be informed on what's going on, what's going to affect me. But I don't get involved to the point where I'm like wholly about politics, where I'm like, I trust the politicians. It's more like I need to know what's coming my way type of thinking. What do you think about that?
This is the crux of the argument. You live in a country where the founding document has the preface of under God in it. No other country is there to uphold your God-given rights other than the country in which you are graced to be in. Every other country looks at the country in which you live in as a beacon of hope, a beacon of sanctity and sacrament. And if you're to lose that, then all is lost in the world. So when people say, I'm not a political person, in my country, in which is the beacon of hope, the shining light on the hill for the rest of the world, I say you are squandering what God has given you, because that country is set up to defend your God-given rights, and no other country can say that.
So it doesn't say God-given rights, bro. It says unalienable rights. But anyway, I get your point.
What it says. I know what it says. But its action is to defend your God-given rights. No other country has that.
Yeah, but I get your point, bro.
I would push back a little bit, Jose. I would say that your local government is key. Your local sheriff, your local mayor, and your governor is the most important politicians in your life. Who's running this country has nothing to fucking do with you. It won't. But if you could get yourself and your friends and your family involved in your local politics, I would say that would be a benefit to you and people around you. Your mayor, your governor, and your sheriff. That's what's important to you.
Yeah, that's what's closest to me, and that's what's going to affect me the most. And
That is what I agree with that, but I disagree a little bit with your federal government. Has nothing to do with you.
They have a lot to do with it too. Just look at the mandates.
What are you paying? What are you paying at the pump? What are you paying for groceries? That's
you want to know what I'm paying at the pump right now? I'm paying $4.90 or $4.80 at the moment where I live at the pump.
Right, and what are you paying for groceries when you take it home every week?
Okay, look, let's put it this way. Before the fucking Let's Go Brandon guy got in, I would go every 2 weeks to the grocery shop, and I go to a place where I know I could save money always, because that's just something I always do. I don't go anywhere expensive. I would at least spend $100 on groceries every 2 weeks.
Right. I would love to see the dog catcher do anything about that.
Yeah, and right now I'll tell you this: I'm spending at least $180 at the grocery every week and a half or 2 weeks, because I've actually cut down what I get. Just to not make it, to be honest, to not make the bill look so bad, because it makes me feel better. But I know I'm still spending the same money. You know what I'm saying? It's just for me, for my comfort. Like, it's all right. I didn't spend that much this time, but I'm going quicker to the grocery store than I should be. Because before I used to go every 2 weeks, now I'm going every week and a half to the grocery store. It's just a mind fuck I'm doing for myself to give me like closure. Like, okay, it's not that bad, but I know it's fucking terrible.
But who sets the precedent on laws in which under you live? That would be
President,
the Supreme Court.
Federal.
Right?
Yeah, federal courts, yeah.
Who elects the Supreme Court? That's
President.
That's the president.
Yeah. So it ties back to that motherfucker, yeah.
Right. In every bill that gets passed federally, this 1.2 trillion, 4.5 trillion, this trillion, that trillion gets fucking written up in the House and fucking ratified by the Senate. That's not your local. That's federal.
Yeah. Well, you lived out here. You know how it's like, bro. I remember when Orange Man was in office, bro. Dude, I was pumping $3.50 a gallon, and to me that was the cheapest I've ever put gas. I was like, fuck yeah, $3.50, $3.25. I could do this, you know. Right now, dude, I go visit my family in fucking Palmdale, and it's like $100 back and forth just on what, like, to go, you know. It's just fucking ridiculous, bro. Like my car fills up with $80 right now.
Are you just trying to call out old people? Is that what you're trying to do? Because I remember 99-cent gas. Are you trying to just call out old people or what?
I remember 50-cent
To be honest, I remember $1.25 gas when but I wasn't driving, but I remember getting off at the pump because I was the type of kid that my dad's one of those old school Mexican guys that tries to teach their kids how to do everything they know how to do. So I remember being like 6 years old and my dad making me learn to pump gas because he didn't want to fucking do it, or maybe he was just teaching me. Either way you look at it, either way, it's good, right? Like I learned how to pump gas at a young age. My dad taught me how to do a bunch of shit at a young age, dude. He taught me how to fucking like hold the flashlight and while he threw shit at me because I wasn't holding it right. You know, I'm sure you guys all experienced that.
I like your dad already, dude. I like that guy.
Yeah, I wasn't holding the flashlight right. I remember getting checked a lot, and dude, that was my type of dad, you know.
Don't blind me with the flashlight. Shine at what I'm working at, not at my face.
my whole point being is that every election matters, not just local, not just federal. Every single one. The ones that are closest to you matter more. Granted, because they affect you initially, but the federal ones matter just as much.
It does, Deuce. And the shit that bugs me the most is that here's the thing, man. I don't like talk about politics on this server because everyone's anti fucking politics. A lot of people, not everyone. The majority of people here, they're like everything's corrupted, and I agree with them. Everything is corrupted in the politics, but even though everything is corrupted, everything affects you that those fucking corrupt motherfuckers do. So the way I look at it is like, yeah, you can close your eyes and pretend like those guys ain't making all the laws and doing everything. I at least want to be fucking informed of what those motherfuckers are doing. That's the way I look at politics. That's my view on it, to be honest.
Yeah. My point being that, you know, they're doing this 1.2 trillion, 4.5 trillion is that every trillion they add into the economy lessens the dollar in your pocket.
Yeah, inflation is just fucking ridiculous right now. And not just that, bro. Like, the fucking, if you look at, I actually took a look at some of that bill because not everything, I don't know where I could find the whole bill. I heard the bill is like ridiculously huge, like everything that's in it. But the shit that I did research on what's on the bill, half of it is shit that C was talking about, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Keto shit. Straight up.
And also bailouts for huge corporations in blue states.
Yeah. Or bailouts for any corporation. Any corporation is not too big to fail. I'm sorry. You fucking fail if you're a shitty corporation. I don't give a shit.
I agree. The freer the market, the freer the people. Fuck mercantilism. But
yeah, imagine if Facebook fucking, or Meta, whatever the fuck it is now, it just went down and then MySpace 2.0 came back. Fuck, dude, I miss MySpace, bro. I would give anything to get MySpace back right now.
You guys know that the hedgies with GME actually got bailed out?
Yeah, of course they did. Of course they did. It was on the fucking, the writing was on the wall. Diamond Hands didn't fucking matter because the daddy government was going to come in and bail them out anyways.
Hey, don't lie, guys. You guys all miss MySpace too, huh? Remember? You guys you had to learn some code to have some sick ass fucking background. Put your music on.
Tom? What was the guy's name that had the most friends?
Tom, yeah. Tom, yeah. Dude, MySpace was the shit, bro. I remember my shit was all pimped out. I had the sickest background. Like everyone that went to your MySpace, they knew your personality just on what you fucking listened to, on your background picture.
Yeah, it was
shit
music
like that,
too,
dude.
right? Your music was up there?
Yeah. As soon as they clicked on your profile picture, your fucking whatever song you wanted, it would pop on. You couldn't even pause that shit. Like that shit would play out to the end, you know? That shit was sick, bro.
Read about MySpace in a history book. I never got to experience it.
Dude, MySpace was like the fucking America of internet. The original America. The real America, if you know what I mean. Free, and like you say, dude, that's where trolling started for me, bro. Boy, I started trolling when MySpace came out. I used to literally, I made a fake account and I would go and troll like just people that looked fat, people that like you name it. Like I was a troll on fucking MySpace, bro. I love that shit, man. I was on that net zero dial-up, bro, on MySpace.
I remember
Baba
that.
Yaga, is that how you say your name? Sorry. Is it
You
El
can call me
Baba
Jose.
Yaga or not?
You can call me Jose
Oh,
if you
Jose.
want. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say, just for you and Deuce as well, is he's talking about just politics. I'm into law. So in the States, what are your three branches of government? I just want to make a quick point.
Legislative,
Well, I know it's
judicial,
the
and
I know it's the
executive.
Senate, the House, and the Supreme Court, I think.
No.
Okay.
No?
Yep.
Executive.
He had it right. He had it right.
Legislature.
Executive, legislative.
Yeah. It's legislature. Sorry, man. It's been a while since I fucking looked into shit.
I know
Legislature, executive branch, and Supreme Court, I think.
No, judicial.
No?
Judicial.
Judicial court. There you go. Something court.
Because the judicial
Judicial
has
branch.
3 segments. There's the people at the bottom, which is trial. Then there's the circuit or court of appeals, and then there's supreme.
Okay. So now, yep, I was just going to quickly say, so now you've got those things there. That's your basis for your whole constitution. Before you mention something, this is where people skip over it. You mentioned local government. Yeah? You guys have local government?
That was me, yeah. That was me. I mentioned it, yes.
Yep. That's good. So now it's connecting the dots. See, you have another branch of government that is there, but that's not meant to be there. Local government. Who are these people now? Is the question. Because local government has nothing to do with it. It's private government. It goes back to the Liber Code, which is directly linked to private law and the Vatican.
Well,
Do you get what I'm saying?
Each state has like a court and legislature and a cabinet, executive cabinet. It's not a fourth branch. It's just like a weaker version of the.
Yeah, no, but it is though.
So you're separating private from corporate. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, it's all corporate, but it's way off the reservation. If you get what I mean, it shouldn't be there at all. You've got your state government, your executive, and judicial. That's it. You shouldn't have no other interlopers or people doing stuff, because your local people are actually setting the parameters of what you're going to do, and they're passing it off to your state and your federales, if that makes sense. If you type in the Liber Code, if you do a quick Google search, you'll read what it is. And they've done this everywhere. Hence, when you hear on news, they say, it's private, this, that, that. This is what it's all about.
Hot take, but honestly, the Articles of Confederation were made to fail. It's just a straw man anytime someone advocates for local government and confederacy. Like the United States used to have like each state like truly free, but now it's all centralized.
Yeah.
The Articles of Confederation were made to fail so the central government could evolve and become stronger over time, and it's really fucked up.
Well, they were put there because without a federal government, you don't have the post office and you don't have trade. Yeah, so if you don't have a central base, then you can't do proper trade. There's a lot behind it, but I'm just saying. I agree with Deuce and brother. Like if something affects your everyday life, you need to be involved. But then the point is, you need to find out if these people who are getting involved are really allowed to be there. Same with you talking about the bills. The bills never get passed properly. They're not proper bills.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the Articles of Confederation leading up to, leading up to 1776, I guess. When country was established, but actually there was 100 years of confusion, in my opinion, and then leading up to the Act of 1871. That's kind of where
the Act of 1781. You mean
1781? My bad.
It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, because I was going to say that. Holy shit, that's 100 years. No, you're exactly right. Yeah, it was there was a very short period where they were saying, "Hey, independence," and then 1781, boom.
Yep.
And that's where he incorporated Washington D.C.
Exactly.
Corporation.
Hey Helio,
Yep, correct.
what's up? What's up, bro? Good to see you.
Yeah, did I make sense of what I just said? I hope I did.
Yeah,
you
did.
definitely made sense, man. Like you're on
Yeah,
point.
I mean that's why that led up to what I was saying, and I said it wrong, but yeah, 1781, right there with the Confederate, the Articles of Confederation, and then with when they incorporated Washington D.C. as a state in itself, the Act of 1781, or was it 1781 or
1781, bro.
Yeah.
1787, whatever. Yeah, one or the other. I can't remember.
But it's really
1787.
It's really like they pretty much stole the whole fucking idea of incorporated states as individual countries, and
it made it a legal corporate fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
so
took
it
away.
became a city-state of its own.
Yeah.
A nation unto itself.
Yeah.
Times.
It's not part of America.
Yeah. You're meant to have like 13
Hey,
states, nation
real
states.
quick, MJS, you can't say America. You have to say America. America. Okay?
America.
You can't even say it right. America.
I'm Mexican. Give me a break, bro. But I'm trying. I know.
Don't be
I know
racist,
MJS
Helio.
can say America.
Listen, I gotta point it out. By Lemur Code, he wasn't talking shit about the Articles of Confederation. No offense, but I don't know how the fuck we're off in the grass. When we was on the street 10 minutes ago in a convertible fucking Cadillac.
I'm trying to point out that there's something going on that people.
Yeah, maybe you should spell it.
Go ahead.
Spell it out so people can search it.
All I said was that I think the Articles of Confederation were made to fail, so it could be held up as a straw man by blue pills who want to say that local government shouldn't be powerful. And I'm not
that's a
saying
really
any of
good
you
point.
guys.
I'm
not saying any of you guys are in that
regardless,
crowd. I'm
it's
only
all-
stating this because
all
this
of
is
it's
what
based
started the
on universal
conversation.
law. Yeah, it's all based on universal law. So by universal law, they're all set up as they're fictions. And
If you're not going to finish your fucking statement,
fictions are made to fail.
So yeah, the
Isn't
labor code is.
Isn't it all of our fault though? If we refuse to take part in our own governance and our own government, so I mean, all of our family members, all of us have just as much responsibility. Like we
that's funny.
refuse to take place.
That's funny. Levelish, I hear people say it all the time. It's not my problem. I don't care about politics. Blah blah blah.
It's like the globe. It doesn't affect. They literally, even though it does affect them, they'll be like, "Oh, I'm not into it. It doesn't affect my life. I just go to work." Like I hear the same arguments, same shit, bro. Same shit.
Too much to think about. It costs me too much intellectually.
What I meant is if you yourself refuse to engage in the governance of your people, then somebody else will gladly do it for you, and they will gladly do it with an iron fucking fist. Is what I meant.
Yeah, every tyrant in history, from Nero to Bonaparte, told you: if men refuse to govern themselves, they will be governed. It's that simple.
And the same happens in your churches.
There's also a side that you guys aren't seeing.
Your Calvinist churches.
When listen, blasphemer. By law, see, you're ignorant of the law. So when you're a member of a church, you are part of their law. You're part of their flock. You're their congregation.
Exactly.
Hang on. What were you saying, CI? Or Sai?
There's also a side that on this topic of government participation that is being slightly overlooked. When you sign up to vote, it's a contract between the people and government. So there's certain obligations we have to fulfill to government, such as jury duty. And if you don't sign up to vote, then you don't have to do certain obligations. And in that aspect, you're less of a slave. So that's why I personally have never signed up to vote. However, I also think that people participating in the systems, if they choose to, is not always a bad decision. Especially if it's local government.
Hang on, Helio. Hang on. I have a burning question that needs to be asked. Saeed, did you sign up for the draft?
I
when
did,
you turned
but
18.
I can get out of it.
Right, you can't get out of it. That's correct. Especially if you're going to go to school. So you've already signed that contract.
There's one reason I did it.
It doesn't matter the reason you did it. My point is that you still did it. And in doing so, it doesn't matter now if you don't vote. It only matters that you didn't.
I mean, I'm not saying I can't get out of it. I'm saying I can.
Wait, did you sign up for the draft?
I did, but there's a reason why I can get out of it.
That's the crux of your contract, to vote. You understand that, right?
Now it's an obligation. What he's saying is, it's like your moral obligation now, even though
it's compulsory. It's compulsory. It's not your moral obligation.
Expand on that, Deuce.
Dude, I'm trolling. I'm trolling.
Okay.
What do you mean by that, Deuce?
Okay. In male suffrage, when men got the right to vote, not landowners, when men got the right to vote, the trade-off was you were compelled to sign up for the draft if there was a war. That was your payment to vote. Instead of being a landowner, men would have to sign up for the draft. In female suffrage, women just got the right to vote with no signing up for the draft, but men have to sign up for the right to vote by signing up for the draft. That's your contract. Period. You've already signed up to vote if you signed up for the draft, is my only point.
Look at the labor card.
I'll say it. I didn't know that. I'll say it. I didn't know that.
Women have no contract with the government to vote. They only get to vote. Men have to have a contract with the government to vote. Men do not have the right to vote until they sign up for the draft. Period.
Actually, women have to do jury duty.
Yeah, no, that's true. Anybody who votes also has to do jury.
But I understand your point because, in a way, it is unequal.
Yeah, it's definitely unequal.
I mean, the argument could be made that women aren't fit for combat, but I disagree with that premise. An example is Jose's significant other.
Right,
well, to be fair, my significant other is not in combat. She's an administration position, so
support role. Yes.
Well, we could draft for support roles too.
I do not disagree that you could draft women for any number of things, but I oppose that just for the fact that I want women to be the bearer of my children, not the defender of them.
Be safe, right? I want them to be safe. Like I'd rather go out than my wife go out because, dude, my wife is great.
Jose, are you going to finally reveal whether your wife is white or brown? Because that was the only thing that
she's Mexican.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure she's brown. That's what I thought.
She's Mexican, yeah. Dude, my girlfriend, she looks like a white girl. Like, she don't look like a Mexican.
So she's not brown then.
No, picture it didn't happen.
Dude, I'm not that brown either.
I'm
like,
just
we're both
kidding.
light-skinned.
Nobody's brown.
You're both from Chihuahua.
Hey, you know what?
No, we're from Jalisco, Guadalajara.
Hey,
our parents are at least.
I can't believe you just pronounced Guadalajara wrong.
Guadalajara? I didn't pronounce Guadalajara wrong. You're the white guy here.
Hey,
Seattle guy?
Correctly.
You know what's
because
really
I've been
weird?
to Guadalajara.
Black people are brown.
It's Guadalajara. Okay.
Do not correct me. Do not correct me. You probably never said it.
Guadalajara.
That's what I said.
Have you taught her?
It's not Guadalajara. Okay.
Yeah, it is. Go ahead, CI.
Jose, have you taught her the Hispanic secret weapon of La Chancla?
La Chancla.
Dude, she was raised with that shit.
She had a shoe in her hand from day one.
Dude, I don't know about you, but like, I'm a guy. Like the chancla, I swear to God, I think it's only for when women use it. But if you're Mexican and your both parents are Mexican, you get the chancla and you get like whatever is near your dad.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Like, it doesn't matter what it is, dude. I swear to God, bro. Like I remember one time I tried to run away from my dad, and that dude would get whatever was near him and chuck it at me. Like, dude, I'm not lying to you. Like that shit was dangerous, bro. The worst beating I got from my dad, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I remember
for all the non-Spanish speaking people, they're talking about throwing a shoe.
Yeah.
Chancla. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sandal.
Is that kind of like in Iraq when freaking George Bush went in front and somebody threw a shoe at his face?
He got La Chancla. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a normal Hispanic thing. Mexican moms or Hispanic moms will beat their kids' ass with like their whatever they're wearing on their footwear. But for me, when it was my dad, dude, I'm telling you, when it was my dad, it was whatever was near him. Whatever was near him. Like if he was wearing pants with the belt, and that belt had little horses on it, those horses would be indented in your ass. Like you would have a fucking tattoo of little horses with their horseshoes and everything on your ass when you went to school the next day. If it wasn't that, I swear to God, the worst one I got was the cable of the fucking vacuum cord. That shit fucking hurt, bro, because it's like there's metal in there. Dude, I'll never forget that one, bro.
Holy
That
shit.
yeah.
Would he just like use the cord and it's like it's attached to the vacuum still, and he's just like, I'm unwrapping this and I'm gonna.
No, it just happened to be. Like I said, it's whatever was near. If that was, dude, I swear to God, I knew my dad. I'm like, I don't talk shit to this motherfucker. I'm not gonna get him pissed off unless there's pillows around this dude. You know, because if there's pillows, whatever was near him, I swear to God, like he would use it. If there's nothing near him, he would use his hand. The hand wasn't too bad for me. I was cool with that. I didn't like when it was like other objects, like a fucking cable cord or shit like that. I'm like, nah. I'm smart about that. Like,
is that child abuse or correction?
No, that's not child. By the way,
to be honest, bro, I'm not a bitch. Like, I think that I love my dad to this day, and I'm like, I'm glad you kicked my fucking ass every time.
Exactly.
You did,
Helio sounds like a bitch right now.
I deserve it, bro.
I agree.
Dude,
Jose,
I'm not trying to sound like a bitch. I was actually saying
you sound like a bitch.
Really, because
your voice is going real fucking high.
I don't think it was child abuse for him. For his grandpa.
My dad is Northern European. Like my dad don't have any Spanish or French blood at all. My dad is all white as fuck, and I got my ass kicked just like you did. So don't think it was a Mexican thing.
I agree. The Spanish are the Mexicans of Europe.
Everybody did it, bro. I agree with you. It's not just it's not inclusive to Mexicans. But I'll tell you what, the majority of people that are born here, that are American, that aren't Mexican, that when I grew up, they didn't have those beatings I had. Like I remember, like the beatings I had, like I could only talk to the black people or the Mexicans about those beatings. Like I swear to God, like I'm not saying it's inclusive to us, but it was very common in our culture to beat the shit out of our kids. That's what I'm saying.
I used to put encyclopedias inside my sweatpants for my fucking report card viewings.
Yeah. Why are you saying this, brown man?
Dude,
white people get beat too by men.
Dude, when my dad tells me stories, my dad told me stories about how his beatings were. I'm like, dude, I'm glad you fucking beat me the way you did. Because, dude, I swear to God, the way my parents fucked them up were worse than me. My dad, my grandma would set a fire and tie my dad like a fucking slave from his wrist, from a tree, and put a fire under his ass when he'd fucking piss her off or some shit like that. Like, my grandma was fucking crazy, dude.
Willow Tree was the one.
I'm not lying to you, bro. This is straight up. Like
about willow trees. Willow trees, because the branches were like soft and supple, and they could be like 6 feet long. You could try to run your ass away with it. You could still get whips off from the willow trees.
I've never got an ass beat before.
I never got a willow branch.
Wait. So,
well, here's my whole point to this. My whole point to the ass beatings is this. Like, I'll give you this. My son's 5 years old. I'm not gonna lie. I do like smack his ass every now and then. Nothing compared to what my dad did to me. And here's something I've learned. My grandpa kicked my ass, my dad's ass hardcore. My dad kicked my ass kind of hardcore, and I barely kicked my son's ass. So it's like it's diminished. The ass kicking has diminished a lot since my grandpa.
Welcome to America.
I've
kind of like
I've learned this.
Yeah, it's kind of like
I'm
the
not done.
hitting.
Look, listen.
Sorry,
I've learned this. Look, I was obedient. My dad was super obedient. My son is not even that obedient, and I think that has a lot to do with it. Even though you guys might not agree with it, but I'll tell you what, man. I think beating your kid's ass is good. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's good for them in the long run. Because you know what? I respect my dad. My dad respects his dad and his mom. Even though all the fucked up shit they put him through, you guys might see it as inhumane or torture or child abuse by the standards of where we live. But the way I view it, bro, like that was like you fuck around, you find out, type of shit.
That's what Kyle says. That's what Kyle says right there. Fuck around and find out.
Yeah, spanking is not abuse.
I don't think
what
that
happens when you
the right term
mess
isn't
up in the
liking.
real world?
I don't like
You
tough
know?
love, but I respect tough love. Let's put it that way.
Can we all just say right now, fuck around and find out for Kyle?
Fuck around
and find
out.
That's right. Fuck around and find out. Thank you, Kyle.
Hey, let me post the meme. Let me post the meme for you, Deuce. This one's hilarious.
I've never been proud of you all. You all sound like Michiganders now.
I'm
with the tough love shit. I got my ass.
No, fuck around and find out.
Mike, I got my ass whooped, son.
Deuce, look at these memes. Tell me they're not hilarious.
So, I got to point out that Iggs was trying to drop some knowledge on the basis of law, and you all walked right past it. When the law is the penitentiary that you live in, from borders to you're just a convict in open population, no different than me.
I disagree.
People miss that.
No, that's true.
You can disagree all you want, bro. It's a fact.
I disagree.
Here's your yard. Listen, your yard doesn't have fences. You're in the lowest form of security. You have borders. If you want to leave the prison and go visit another prison, maybe get a conjugal visit with a prisoner from another prison. You're gonna need a passport.
Oh, you think I need to go to Europe to fuck chicks? I don't disagree. I'm asking for something.
I don't go to Cancun for the gambling. All right, that's all I'm saying.
Oh shit!
But I need to get some, some permission before I can go worldwide with these.
With what? These what?
Hey, isn't Michigan becoming fucking gay right now? Not gay like as in like gay, but I mean like it's not like it's becoming like kind of like lefty over there from what I hear. Is that true?
It is. It is, and a lot of people
becoming very fucked up.
No, because these motherfuckers are still scared to come in the streets with their vagina outfits and their dildos. They don't do that shit here. Yep. And see, I 100% agree with you. Most people are motherfucking inmates, meaning they follow the rules and they try to enforce the rules on other people.
I disagree that I'm an inmate.
I disagree. No, you're a convict. You say fuck the state, fuck their laws.
I'm pointing at you right now with the round file in my hand. A little round rat.
What the fuck?
I'm not a fucking convict.
Are your legs crossed?
Dude,
prison is the law.
You're speaking of yourself, not the rest of your the rest of
Your
America.
prison is the law. Yes. Compliance is your bars.
You think compliance is my bars?
I do.
You might want to rethink that.
Hey, nobody here is in prison, so I don't know.
You are.
Well, not yet.
You are. Well, we are in a prison of mind control, so
you successfully piss on every concept that anybody comes up with. I don't know if you do
I'm so sorry, Michael.
I don't know if you do it intentionally, but you do it.
Yeah, you're kind of a bitch, Helio.
It doesn't get any more real than the law imprisons us all. Those are the chains that bind us.
I disagree with Michael, but I disagree with you more, Helio.
Level water. You argue level water, but you ignore the chains that bind you. To me, it's insane.
It's insane, Helio. I agree. I agree with
I'm
Michael.
talking in general to the lobby.
Yeah.
The law binds all
general
of us.
lobby.
And
you watch yourself. Whatever Massa says is
you're
what
bound
goes.
by law, bro. I don't
Get
care
him,
what you
Michael.
say.
Get him,
We're
Michael.
all prisoners of the United States of America.
And
no, we're not.
listen,
There's plenty of people here don't live in America.
Nobody.
All
Not everyone here
Black
lives in
people
America.
suffer for lack of knowledge. He meant knowledge of the law. You refuse to govern yourself, and this is what gives fucking rulers divine authority over you. You gave away your natural right to govern yourself through compliance and free will.
Oh.
Yeah, and it all
Tell me
started
more
with
about
it all
what I
started
did.
when we started getting
Tell me
those
more about what
milkmen.
I did.
Huh?
The
It
U.S.
all-
Constitution is
That's
it's
a
not even
general
enforced. Yeah, it's not even enforced. And I don't say this to piss off anybody. I'm just saying it's not enforced. You look at two things: the labor code, and you look at the Unidroit Treaty. Those are your laws.
Yeah, if
One's
you're a
been
citizen,
enforced.
Treaty.
Yeah.
Wait.
if you're a
What's the
citizen of any
Unidroit?
nation, you're two
Hang
things.
on, Michael.
You're a tax slave and your property.
Okay, Wagey, calm down. What did you say about the what code?
Labor code?
Lieber.
No, I heard that.
Lieber?
Okay, the other one.
Here.
Unidroit.
Unidroit. What's the Unidroit?
The treaty here. That
it's a
covers
full
both
treaty.
of them.
It's private.
That link I just posted covers both.
Okay, I'm looking up.
The treaty states parties and commentaries. Lieber Code.
Don't you preach to me, Injun.
Injuns don't preach.
Papa don't preach.
What are you talking about? They don't preach. Last time I heard a fucking Harley Davidson, this was like.
I'm in trouble deep.
Well, that's not an Indian.
Harley's not an Indian.
Davidson are two different motor companies, bro. You're fucking shit up. I got an Indian Ball and I got a Harley Davidson.
Hang on, Michael.
I just
what
want
did
to
you
know
say?
what state.
Washington.
Okay.
I'm in the heart of the devil.
DC.
That's the whole point of the. You know, when people talk about Area 51, that is Area 51. It's got nothing to do with whatever. They want to make Washington part of the so-called US of A because the US of A has been dead, insolvent, bankrupt for a long time, and it hasn't been brought up. That's why Washington is doing what it's doing, even though that's been dissolved. But the military is there. It's just what it is. It's because people don't know what is what. That's the problem. People tend to assume. Yeah, that's
Wait,
why
where
I
do
asked
you live?
I'm in Australia, but I study law.
Okay, so not 10 to you, but us soon.
Wait, he said lives in Australia. I just want to say my condolences to you because you guys fucking suck right now.
Don't worry, it's coming to a place near you, bro. The whole point is, I'm not bound by that, so it's all right. But it's when people say, you know.
No, I'm not saying to talk shit. I'm honestly serious. I'm being serious. Like it's Australia sucks right now.
Are you an abo?
Yeah.
You
are? Am I not original?
You're not
I'm original, bro.
You are?
Yeah, I'm an original. Aboriginal means not original. It's a derogatory word.
Oh.
It's a legalistic derogatory word. It's denotating that you're not original. Ab means AB is Latin for no, and then you've got the word original. So to take away your sovereign rights.
Yep. There used to be
like
a joke.
abdicating your rights, you know?
Yep.
There used to be a
Say
joke where
Go ahead.
There used to be a joke where basically people would confuse Austrian and Australia because they sound similar, but now there really is no difference if you look at the policies. Austria's making it starting in February where you're not allowed to go outside of your house unless I think you know what finishes that sentence, but they're making a certain type of people no longer allowed to leave their house. They're under house arrest forever, indefinitely.
Look, as I said, labor code, Unidroid treaty. I'm giving you guys something to look about. None of this. I think this. I think that. I'm telling you what is governing at the moment.
There really is no difference between Austria and Australia anymore. They're both tyrannical governments, sadly.
Is the Australian government going to fuck around and find out?
No, because
everyone's guns away. Against China, against China, they will fuck around and find out.
No, against their own people.
I hope so.
Yeah, that too.
Dude, I'm praying. I'm praying for the minute that the Australians become Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Honestly,
even if they have to use rocks because they don't have guns over there, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like they better.
I don't
fuck
care
around
what they
and find
do.
out.
I don't care if they're killdozer. I don't care what they do. Like I was watching one riot where the Australians were running through. This one dude
knock out 4 guys, 4 cops.
Yeah.
This was fucking gold.
He fucking clotheslined one dude. At the same time he clotheslined one dude, he was fucking already cocking back his foot to kick another dude, and then punch the other dude with the other hand. It was fucking amazing.
It was beautiful.
Like, this
it was
dude
almost
is John
like
Wick.
it was like martial arts, bro. Like it was like the movements he did were like fucking artwork to me. Like dude,
it was like he never stopped running, but he was
exactly the momentum.
Yeah, it was
the
amazing.
momentum he did was just boom, boom, boom. It was just like, dude, you just fucking did that shit so clean.
You're allowed to do that by law. You're allowed to do that by law. It's kick ass. I'm telling you, you are.
You're allowed to
do
be
that
John
by
Wick by law.
Yeah, bro, you are. I'm telling you, straight up.
Well,
I've taken policemen
because
down.
I watched another.
guys
I watched
all need to
another
follow
riot
the
where
law
they were
more.
shooting people with fucking rubber bullets, and
Rubber
they certainly weren't doing that.
hence, yeah, well, you're allowed to punch on. But the point is, I'm trying to give you guys something to know what's happening, but I'll shut up. Doesn't matter.
Every article in there, martial law.
Yep.
It's all covered by the Lemur Code. Military jurisdiction.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it pulled up. I'm gonna.
Hey,
read it
IGZ, if you become the real John Wick, I'll release my title to you right now.
Bro, that's what I practice. I am the John Wick.
You'll become the new Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga, yeah, exactly, bro. I am the Baba Yaga. I actually know what that means. We use that term back where I'm from.
Military jurisdiction, martial law, and the president is the commander-in-chief of the military.
Correct.
They're an invading army.
Correct.
Is that a UN treaty? It's of the Red Cross.
Of what they deem to be a hostile nation.
The Red Cross, the fucking,
Switzerland.
what are they?
So
those are the pedophile human traffickers. The Red Cross is the one who gave us this treaty.
Yeah, and well, because they labeled us a hostile nation, that gives them jurisprudence.
Yep. And they don't need to tell you.
So how much
they don't need to tell you when
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say they don't need to tell you when they are actually engaged in in armed conflict. They are allowed to do what they like and not tell you. They don't need to disclose when they're in wartime, as they are now.
So Iggs, let me ask you this: how much of this has to go back to the 90s in Eastern Europe, when the Balkanization, when all those different Russian countries were getting broken up, and all the suicide and the rape and the pillaging was going on in Eastern Europe? That's essentially what's going on right now, right? I mean, what is different? What's different?
Well, that's the point is, when you do stuff outside, it's going to come to roost inside. The last frontier.
Well, I was about to ask, Iggs, are you talking about the Red Cross? Because they're always there, you know. They're anticipating. They're anticipating this.
I want to cover
so the Red Cross is there for you.
So, by this treaty, it stated that war is not carried out by arms alone. It's lawful starve the hostile belligerent, armed or unarmed, so that it leads to a speedier subjection of the enemy. Who's the enemy?
Michael, you know that's in the Kabbalah, right?
Shorten
Michael, you understand that starvation is in the Kabbalah, right? Yeah, it's in the Kabbalah.
And so is the Red Cross.
They don't have to admit cruelty either, or the infliction of suffering. They don't have to admit any of that.
And they all get to lay their heads on their pillow as if they haven't done anything wrong because it's in the Kabbalah.
So
yeah, in the, I forget what the other treaty is called. You've got the war treaty, and it says that in times of war, they don't need to declare when they're actually doing any attacks or any subjugation or coercive or anything.
If you meet the articles
they can just
of war, yeah, if you meet the articles of war, all we got to do is file this treaty.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Hey, you know what else is in the Kabbalah? It's the red swastika. It's all in there too, which is a cross. All of it's there. It's all of it. Something like all this.
Yeah, what I wanted to do was point the attention that, politics is something, but it really is nothing, because you're being subverted to a place where whatever you do or whatever they say doesn't really matter. Yeah, exactly. So you can engage in politics,
yeah.
But
so I guess
does anything happen?
We should just lay down and not do
anything. No, I'm not saying lay down, bro. I'm just saying you have to approach it in a different manner.
Yeah, sure.
Because,
I'll lay down. Sure, I'll lay down.
What is that?
No, not lay down, bro.
Come on over here. I'll lay down for you.
What is the different manner?
Well, you need to get yourself out of the system, or if you're going to be engaged in the system, you need to be belligerent.
Well, I mean, there's no stopping that. I'm obviously belligerent.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's good, but then
I'm almost there.
Protect yourself with other things. So if you do get touched or harassed, you can just leave. They can't hold you hostage.
Articles of war, right?
Yep, articles of war.
Yeah, so that's what he's trying to tell you. They've declared war on a hostile nation, and we're now under the articles
don't
of war,
don't hide what we can do. Tell us boldly what we can do, boldly and plainly.
Balance power.
Yep. You need to take out
war. Well, who's the enemy?
Yep.
Are they hostile? Do you designate them hostile? Are they the enemy? Then you can use any means provided or labeled in the article of war to bring death, destruction, dismemberment, layment, removal of life or limb or liberty to secure peace. These are the articles of war. All is fair in love or war.
Yeah. Yep. To secure peace is to prepare for war, right, Michael?
During war, to secure peace is to win war. Otherwise, you're going to be subjugated and controlled because you're going to be the loser.
100%.
You won't live in peace, but the people who win will, because their system will rule.
Exactly. That was my point.
Ask the Germans.
100%. Exactly. So again, it comes to the point where Mike gets it. Hank got it when I said the Nazis didn't lose, the Germans lost. The Nazis never said we give up. The Germans said we give up. So then you had Project Paperclip, K Ultra, MK Delta. Where did they go? Your so-called everybody likes to mention Nazism and fascism and whatever. They went to America and to Russia. So now, if those guys are doing the same thing in the Lieber Code and Unidroit Treaty,
hey, you know where they went? They actually went to Washington, D.C. They went to Washington, D.C. Not
Of course they did.
Well,
penal law shall continue to take its usual course in the enemy's places and territories under martial law unless interrupted or stopped by the order of the occupying military power. But all the functions of the hostile government, legislative, executive, administrative, whether of general power, provincial power, or local chapter, common law, local law, cease under martial law, or continue only with the sanction, or if deemed necessary, the participation of the occupier or invader. This is war, article of war.
Yeah.
We can be at war with your nation and leave your government in place. But because we're the occupying force, they'll have to bow to us. That's pretty much what it says.
Yeah. You pay your taxes,
So they can
do
be
whatever.
taking over our nation, and they don't even have to admit it. Our own damn military could be doing this.
Yep, exactly.
They are. They clearly are.
That's why.
Well,
that's why I said the other day, habeas corpus is suspended during times of war. So hence,
it is.
That's why they might let some people get away with it. I know because I've been involved in shit, trying to do some stuff, and I'm not very liked here. But once you do something big and you don't have people behind you, like standing right next to you, like as a brother, as a sister, whatever, you're going to be, overrun because these people are here to wage war. It's what it is.
So
people aren't saying
what you got to understand is an occupying, overpowering force can come in your land, declare martial law, take over your governments, tell them what they can and can't do, and also tell them they can't even let people know you're taking them over.
Correct.
Can we see Palestine, for example, by the way? Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's
he's on the path.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like that's this is the premise is that I hear this, the law of the land, whatever, all this other stuff. It's superseded because treaty always rules. Now, who made the treaty and whatever, it's now time to break away from that.
Yep.
How are you going to break away from it, bro? Like, if we're going to be completely honest, I'm sure that most people here in Australia, even I don't like it. The way that shit is running. The stuff, what I had just heard before from you guys, that's disgusting. So these
it's
people
happening in your schools too. I know for a fact that it's happening in your schools too.
Not to that level, but it is. So the whole point is
to that level. I've heard from Australians that it's happening to that level in Queensland,
even if it is
in Melbourne.
Yeah,
it's happening.
I'm
in
just
Sydney.
saying. I'm saying so now. These people are going to keep on doing what they are going to do. They're not going to stop because you voted for something. Do you think they're going to stop because you voted?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on a second. Hang on. And I somewhat agree with you. I believe that the war is both fought by hook and crook. The fact is that if you abjugate yourself to a foreign power and you stop participating in your God-given rights that your country has recognized you to have, then you're failing everybody who came before you.
Well, that is correct.
Well,
but
you're
now,
halfway there, bro.
Yeah. So the whole point is, we've been fighting wars, World War I, World War II, supposedly, but you look at the labor code; it was instituted in 1860 something, bro. So, yeah, exactly.
Hey, good
so
night, C.
you've got
good night, C.
You also good night, C. You also have the Geneva Conventions,
Yeah, the law and treaties. So you've got people are trying to.
International Articles of War, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I love how nobody mentions the city of fucking Jerusalem in all of this. It's hilarious to me.
Yeah, that's a third. That is the third treaty imposed on that country. So there's 3 levels. There's 3 different types of fucking laws there.
Well,
like
yeah,
that people
I was
don't
going
have a
to
clue.
say, He wants to go to ecclesiastical law now. They want to take it back to Zion.
Yep.
The laws of Zion, which is the fundamental principle for all law. Ecclesiastical law. Levitican law. They consider man to be the beast of the deep. We are Leviathan. Read Thomas Hobbes.
Yeah. In some respects, it's hard to argue with them, but at the same time,
regardless.
Isn't Leviathan?
Well, it's hard to
that
argue
creature
with the
that's like from the Bible?
overwhelming military force.
Exactly. Yeah.
What did you
can't
say,
argue
Jose?
with military.
No,
What'd you say, Jose?
Leviathan is a beast or a giant,
Yeah, the
which
beast
can be
from
a
the
group
Bible,
of
right? That would come out from the ocean or something.
Yeah, but biblically, a giant or a beast can be a large group of anything.
Exactly. It's tyrants. It means the literal meaning is tyrants, a group of people who are tyrannical despots. That's what it means.
Just like the beasts of the field, if you got 1,000 fucking buffalo in a field and they're rampaging, you sure the hell don't get in the way, right? Because together they're a gigantic beast.
We don't know. We don't know, Michael. We're not fucking Plains Indians.
You can imagine what a stampede would be. So you don't understand what a stampede is, then, is what you're saying.
Oh no, I know a stampede. I thought you were talking about buffalo. Sorry about that.
We all saw Lion King and saw Mufasa die. Trust me.
Buffalo stampede, but you just said you're not equal intelligence to a Native American. Thank you.
No, I just didn't know
agree.
if we were talking about Tatanka or just regular cows.
Tatanka. Oh, you've been watching motherfucking
Nat Geo.
Who dances? This motherfucker dances with wolves.
Mountain.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah.
That's a good ass movie, dude.
It is.
Who here has been in a stampede?
Except for
who here has been in an actual stampede?
All the people at Travis Scott's concert.
No, not the Travis Scott concert.
I've seen
of the
small
bovine level. I've been in an
I've seen
actual
small
stampede.
ones.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen a small one.
A small one.
I've never been
is
to
like,
stampede.
okay.
I've had some
okay.
pigs. I've had some pigs try to rip my fucking legs off my body, but I've never been in it.
That's not the same.
Yeah, no, never
He's
been
trying to
stampede.
impose his intellect. He said bovine, damn it. You're not supposed to understand that. You're all just supposed to be quiet.
Well, I've been on some dairy farms in my lifetime. I spent quite a few years on some dairy farms, but I've never been in a stampede. So,
I created one.
Yeah,
the whole point is that's what I'm saying. Anytime I can have from 36 to 50 some steer, or cattle,
Okay.
bovine, whatever.
I didn't know. I didn't know
I've
if
seen
we were
30,
going
40
like
of
all
them
the way back to like
stampede
Plains
together, and they'll
Indians
take
where
a
you didn't fucking live, or
they'll take-
just regular cows. I didn't know what we were talking about. I can never tell with you. You said buffalo. I was like, oh, you mean Tatanka?
What about wildebeest?
What did the buffalo say to his son on the first day of school?
Let's go down there and fuck them all.
No, he said, "Bye, son."
Oh, I get it.
But no, that is a good one. Yes. What did the old bull or the young bull was like? Hey, let's go down and fuck one of those cows. The old bull says, "No, let's walk down there and fuck all of them."
Fuck them all, son.
Yeah, we're gonna fuck them all.
Yeah. The other point was
he's buzzed.
What?
No, I'm just agreeing with you guys. I just joined, but I agree with you.
You know it's hard out here for a pimp.
For a gay fam, you know.
Did you say gay?
No.
Wait, are we talking about Joe Biden or like?
I'm not hip.
Hey,
What'd
You're
you
gonna
say
have
about
to
Brandon?
reiterate on your gay fam.
But I feel like Joe Biden's gay though.
Hey
Oh,
guys,
you mean
I've got
Brandon?
a question. I've got a question.
He's doing his part. Let's go,
All right,
Brandon.
Hang on.
Hang on.
Who has a question?
Sarcastic Dream.
Oh,
This
sweet.
is
What's up?
regarding perspective. So if you are clocks, their hands go clockwise.
Hang on,
right?
Sarcastic Dream. I got a question for you.
Yep.
What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and why?
I'm actually in a state of unknowingness. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going for the flat Earth because laser test, mirror flashes.
I'm saying curvy.
The radio thing. There was a radio signal that 200 miles hit the target.
It's more like you mean the laser test?
No, let me find. I posted in the Shelby.
I honestly think the Earth is kind of bumpy,
dude.
It's called topography. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Let's not.
Yeah, flat earthers don't say it's not topography.
Okay, so I
What if
sent
there's no
another
Earth?
video. I sent one in live stream for you guys to see. It's pretty good.
All right, I'll
So
check it
want me to
out.
ask my question.
Yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
Can
That's fine.
perspective allow you to observe a clock to be going counterclockwise with hands without it being transparent and you looking at the same face of it, the same side?
Star rotations?
Dude,
Are we getting into that?
Why, yes, we are. And perspective.
Hold on, I want to make a point. See, star rotations aren't analogous to what you just said because you don't look at the same face and you're not looking in the same direction.
That's
here's the analogy. Sarcastic.
Easiest.
Fuck
Sorry,
was
go
this
ahead.
question?
Sarcastic. Here's the actual analogous analogy for you: is that you are inside the clock and you're changing your position in that clock.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Okay, so that would work if you're actually so that would work if it's a celestial sphere, but on a flat Earth, assuming you're only looking at one face of it.
No, what makes you think that? What makes you think that that's how it is? What makes you think that that's how we're proposing that's how it is?
Yeah.
If
Wait,
you're
guys,
looking north,
guys, let me say.
appear to come
North
from
is the
left
center.
to right.
North is the
But if-
center. Everything goes around Polaris. All the stars go east to west around
No,
Polaris. That's your model.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, this guy is
We don't have a
strong.
model.
Hang on, just let him
We don't have
speak,
a model.
Michael.
Are you trolling?
No, just let him speak. Go ahead.
Yes,
Sarcastic.
he is.
The model of this.
I think he's trolling.
Everything goes around the North Pole, right? All stars go east
Troll.
to west counterclockwise around Polaris.
Your ma spins around it like a pole.
Got
I
him.
gave her 20. I gave her 20 last night, honey.
I gave you 10.
Okay, guys. Now, how do you see that same motion except clockwise? Looking at the
On
outer
the
rim.
pole.
Looking at the outer rim, looking south, you see concentric circles of stars going clockwise instead of counterclockwise.
Which way do all the which way do all the stars go?
East to west doesn't change this. East to west,
They always go east to west, right?
But
no matter what.
Dude, if I look north, east is to my right side. If I look south, east is to my left side.
But what I'm saying is, listen to my question. Which way?
One
which
person
way
at a time. Jose,
which
sorry.
way do the stars rotate? That's my question.
East to west. So
East to west, no matter what.
If you're looking at Polaris or the northern celestial pole,
all right.
You see counterclockwise motion. This is east to west. If you're looking at the southern celestial pole, you see clockwise motion. This is also east to west. If I'm facing north, east is to my right. If I'm facing south, east is to my left. Counterclockwise and clockwise doesn't mean west east or east
hang on.
west.
Sarcastic. What changed directions? Was it you or the stars?
You, but this only works if there's a celestial sphere. This can't work if you're looking at only one face.
Why do you think that?
Okay, let me bring up the clock example again. So,
you're inside the clock.
No, the sky above you is a clock on a flat Earth.
Yeah, you're inside the clock. You're not looking at the clock. You're inside the clock, looking up.
Dude, I'm trying to present. Okay, the sky above you is a disc of stars, kind of like a dome thing.
Okay.
It's all going in one motion.
Okay.
So let's say you're looking at a clock, and the hands go clockwise. How can you get perspective to allow you to see it to go counterclockwise without
turn the fuck around, you moron?
My guy. What type of argument is that even?
Look, it's this simple. It's this simple, dude. There's a car going from left to right on the street. If you're on the left-hand side of the street, it appears it's on your left-hand side. But if you were to switch...
Shut up, Sarcastic.
Listen. If you were to switch positions and be on the opposite side, the car would appear coming from your right side, not your left side, right? Now, here's the thing. You're talking about concentric circles going in the opposite direction. Have you ever thought of what if it's a hemispherical thing on top that causes distortions?
My
just because
here is perspective.
I'm not. Hold on. Listen. I'm not done. Just because the Earth is flat, it doesn't mean that what's above is flat as well? What if there's something above that is causing concentric circles to appear at a certain position to warp?
My argument.
Have you thought about that? Like a hemisphere, maybe a dome. Who knows? What if there's something up there that causes it? You know?
Yes, I have.
Who knows?
Yes, my argument is perspective alone can't explain it. You need other things for it to work on your model.
Well, no one said perspective explains it perfectly, right? I mean, at least I didn't say that. I didn't make that claim.
Well, I've seen many people post videos in the server where they use.
Regardless, you're looking at the wrong analogy. You're saying you're looking up at a clock. You're not. You're looking from inside the clock.
You're in the clock.
And you're turning around. You're a dipshit.
Bruh.
Yeah, bruh.
Good try, though.
Bruh. Right there.
Hey.
Ad homing means.
Hey, everybody, fuck around and find out.
Yeah, fuck around and find out, bud. You're about to get Kyle Rittenhouse right now.
He's CIA. Rittenhouse is CIA endorsed, by the way.
Of course.
So what's your next question?
That was it, and you guys.
All right, you got to come back with 5.
Bro,
all right,
stick
one's
around.
not enough for
like,
us.
You seem like you're intelligent, actually. Just stick around and just hear all sides of the fucking argument instead of.
I've heard them all. I've literally been.
No,
here
you haven't.
Since
Fuck
2020 October.
I call bullshit.
That's so long.
I call bullshit.
2020 October, I think 17th or 16th. That's literally when I first joined.
Okay.
Okay, we're glad you joined that day, but what did you learn in that whole time?
So that there's no curvature. So my thing is the idea that they all go around Polaris, and that's only part of rotation where it actually is, not just an optical illusion, is wrong.
Nobody said it was an optical.
And that proves a globe. How, by the way?
I'm not saying it proves a globe. I'm saying it debunks the idea that
No, it doesn't.
Oh my god.
It doesn't. It doesn't debunk it.
I'm saying that you need more than just perspective. You need.
Wait. Why are you laughing at what I told you?
Am I laughing?
No, you did. Why are you laughing at what I told you?
Ignorance, right?
I told you exactly what the analogy was, what the correct analogy was. You continue to make you continue to make an incongruous analogy. But when I set you straight, you laugh it off like it's stupid. You're the dumb one. Regardless, all you're doing is turning the fuck around. How are you not hearing me?
Dude, okay. If you are in a room and there's only one point of rotation for the ceiling, okay, it's only going, let's say, clockwise.
Right.
If you're looking the opposite way. You're just looking at the outer rim of that, but you're not going to see it going you're not going to see, so if in the center it's going counterclockwise, you're not going to see on the outside going clockwise.
You're wrong.
Yeah, but who said there was a
No. Hang on, Levelish. You're
Where's
wrong.
the rotation?
Levelish, shut up, please. You're wrong. As soon as you turn around, it changes its direction in which it's rotating for you.
Clockwise and anti-clockwise are relative.
How does perspective give that
They're relative.
full rotation, full counter rotation?
Sarcastic, you just lost. Please shut up. Yes, you did. You are wrong, even in your analogy. You are incorrect.
No, I'm not.
You even said that the stars are moving east to west.
But
did you not?
Have you
in both directions? Both.
Download Stellarium.
Supposed both
clockwise.
Download
What'd you just say?
Download Stellarium and look at east to west. It'll show stars go east to west. You'll get clockwise and counterclockwise. They all go east to west.
Right, because you're looking from the North Star and then turning around and looking at the southern supposed pole.
That's assuming it's a celestial sphere. That would mean that half the flat Earth would have to be on the bottom of it for it to work in that regard.
Right. And in your room, if you turn around, things will turn from clockwise to counterclockwise.
No, you'd have to be above your room.
What the fuck are you talking about then if it's not above your room?
I'm saying that the idea that there's only north is...
Sarcastic, you're stupid, and please stop. You're dumb. You're not even thinking about this correctly.
You've lost the debate. You keep bad on me.
No, because you're not fucking listening to me, and you continue... No, I am listening. You continue to insist that you're correct when I'm pointing out that you're wrong.
How? Okay, dude. If someone tells you you're wrong and they are clearly wrong what they're saying, you're not just gonna give in. Dude, okay, how about this? Download Stellarium. It's free and open source software. Disable the atmosphere and disable.
I have a sky outside. Why would I
Dude,
do
we
that?
don't need Stellarium. You can just look outside.
Okay, so Degaz in the server, he did a star trails looking south in I think Australia or New Zealand, and he even recorded it's counterclockwise, but it's not just half. You're seeing it completely. You're seeing a complete.
Hey, this is the first time I ever heard of stars going in opposite directions from a different position. How about you guys? Is this the first time you guys heard it?
I just disconnected him
it's
because fuck that guy.
Okay. Okay.
He's not listening to me, and he's saying I'm ad hominem him because I'm pointing out that he's not fucking listening to me, calling him an idiot. Of course he's a fucking idiot. You turn
Dude, it's so
around
funny. Like,
and the
here's the
perspective
thing.
changes.
Here's the thing, bro. Just with the perspective issue, it already destroys it. But if you want to go a step further, like I said, we don't know what's above the sky. We don't know where the stars are. Like, assuming their model, yeah, of course their shit makes sense. But if we were to take the same bullshit they do and assume our model, not saying that we have one or that we want to assume it, but let's just say I made up a model where, like, there's a dome and the stars are outside the dome, maybe, and they're coming through the dome. If the dome is a convex, environment, the stars are going to appear to warp because of refraction and the way that it travels through that. Now, I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm saying that what he's saying is just because it works in his idea, it doesn't mean that every other idea is excluded. Because I could think of maybe 10 other ideas that can explain star rotations on a flat Earth. Doesn't mean any of them are true. That's the bottom line. The point is, you stick to the basics. The perspective explains it enough. I go a step further and I go into the whole dome shit because that's just a possibility in my mind. Not saying that I even believe that, but it's a possibility, right? Who knows? We don't know what the environment is up there. But at the end of the story, man, is just because he has an explanation that he believes in doesn't mean it's true. There's plenty of explanations that can explain the same phenomena. It doesn't mean none of them are true.
He keeps on insisting that if we download Stellarium, we're going to get the answers to what's above our head. A computer program is going to answer our questions.
It sounds a lot. It sounds a lot like that court. It sounds a lot like the court case, right? Where the guy tried to prove to Zen Garcia that the Earth was a globe using a fucking model, like on the internet, like Stellarium, something similar like that. It's the same shit.
Yeah. It doesn't fly. Even you go into court of law, they'll throw him out like a bag of fucking shit, and they won't even set him on fire. They'll just leave him there. Like,
but I wanted to just say one that the guy was saying there about the counter rotation and the clockwise rotation, and he was using a reference of only his ceiling. Now, he wasn't wrong that if you want to see the opposite rotation, you actually have to go above your ceiling to be on the opposite side, to be looking back at the object. But the thing is that stars rise and set, which means it's more akin to looking at your wall of your bedroom and not the roof of your bedroom. And thereby looking at the wall of your bedroom.
Here's where he was wrong, though. He was saying that the stars would move in a different direction in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. In their idea, but all of the stars move in the same direction. Sun, moon, and stars.
Exactly. That's how I was telling you.
So, and it's very simple.
It's all relative. So this is what we need to really drive home.
No, it's not relative.
Anytime they bring that up, it's based on your relative position.
No,
hang on, Helio. Let him speak.
My bad. Go ahead.
I'm saying it's based on your relative position, whether it's clockwise or anti-clockwise. They all move in the same direction, but it's your relative position.
No, it depends on where you're looking. Are you looking south or north?
What he's saying. That's exactly what he's saying, Helio.
No, your position. I said
Helio,
where you're looking. I will fuck all you guys anyway.
No, Helio, straight up, he said it's relative to your position, meaning depending on where you're standing, they appear to move.
It depends on where you're looking, not where you're
standing. If you're standing or looking, you can argue the semantics of that. It's the same shit. Depending where you're standing or looking, you know, they
At
appear
least the rest
different.
of you guys understood what I was saying. It's all relative. So it's just relative. So when these guys come in here claiming that there's this absolute finite way of how they're moving, it's retarded because it's relative. And if they can just understand that relativity aspect to it, depending on which side you're looking, whether south or north, and how that's going to change the clockwise or anti-clockwise rotation. But like you said, when you try to explain this to the guy, he starts laughing quite dismissively. And normally if someone points out...
I think my analogy was simple, man. The car, right? If you're like on the side of the road, if you're like on the left-hand side and you're facing, you know, the road, a car appears to be coming from your left, but if you switch to the other side and you're facing the way that you were facing opposite, the car's coming from your right-hand side. That's fucking simple, dude.
Yeah. Simple perspective shift.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's relative to where you're standing or you're looking, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't really matter if you get, you know.
I think I made my
that's a pretty good analogy,
quite clear.
actually,
Regardless, I think I made my point quite clear. You turned the fuck around. It's pretty fucking easy.
It's almost as it's pretty much the same shit as the moon. Like how you observe the moon, like people in Australia observe the moon. Like it's kind of a similar argument. Like if you're in Australia and you're looking at the moon, it appears upside down. But if you're in the northern part of America or something, the moon appears opposite of what Australia is viewing. That's because where the moon is, it's at the center, and you're viewing it from, you know, different points of view.
Position. Yeah.
I've noticed that. Yeah.
I'd like to call your attention, Jose, as soon as how you're the only admin in here right now. There was some mod abuse, and it was me.
Who was it? Oh, okay. You want the whip or a slap in the wrist? What do you want today?
Ban him.
Helio would like you to ban me.
He's alright.
It's never gonna happen, Helio.
Well, I am the bad man, so maybe.
Hey, do you still have my meme I made for you?
I do, but it's in my old phone.
Jose, you might be the walrus, though. You might take a look at that. You might be the walrus.
Jose, when you get a chance, fucking save that meme and put it up, or at least give it to me.
Profile picture?
Yep, make it your profile picture.
I think I have that one and the fat mod. When I was fat mod. Remember that one? with the picture of like the guy or whatever in the red and blue, and yeah, it's just funny. Fat mod.
Oh yeah.
I just love the way these guys come in here expecting to be the smartest in the room, and are within 3 or 4 sentences told to shut up and sit down in their corner and let the adults speak. And it's so demonstrable, but yet they continually assert that they're the smartest and everyone else is wrong.
And that we have to download a fucking computer program to look at what's above our heads. For God's sakes.
Dude, I have Blender. I'm gonna make a flat fucking Earth and without space. And I'll be like, look at this shit. If you just download this
computer model.
My dev mate is also on the same bandwagon. Where I say to him, you know, when you want to program something in a simulated environment, can you make it do anything you want it to? And he says, yes, of course. You know, you can make it stick to the ceiling or stick to the wall, or you can do whatever it is that you tell it to do. But yet he'll use Stellarium as, no, they programmed all the mathematical equations of all astrophysics, and those mathematical equations generated this reality that just absolutely concords with what we rarely see. I say to him, but you don't think that they created a central point and just made that one circle orbit around the other circle based on their assumption? No, it wouldn't be that. They obviously used the gravitational attraction equation, and thereby inserting the masses of the two bodies, it is therefore working proportionally. And I say to him, you're a moron. Like, you can program any fucking thing you like. Can you not see that they've just programmed something they like? And any claim to pointing at that is like pointing at a storybook, saying, "Look here, Alice in Wonderland tells us."
It is a begging the question. It is a begging the question fallacy from the beginning, because every equation that they plugged into it has the radius assumed.
It's derived from bullshit. But dude, it's as simple as this, man. The way I talk to these Globers, it's like there's two ways to skin a cat, you know? Like there's more than one way to skin a cat, actually, not two ways. There's more than one way to skin a cat. And they found one way to skin this cat, and they're like, this is what it is. And we have a different way, and there's probably other different ways. But the point is like they're just like holy about the way they skin their cat. Like I think I love to bring up to Globers is the geocentric model, right? Where Ptolemy model, like Ptolemy model can explain the same shit the heliocentric model explains, you know, with a different version. Does that mean
with the
it's
flower
correct?
of life.
Does that mean that the Ptolemy model is right just because it could explain the phenomena? They're like, no, because the heliocentric model is better. Like, well, it explains the same phenomena. And they'll be like, oh, well, so my whole point when I bring that up, it's not to prove that the geocentric model is right. It's just that there's different ways to explain the mathematics of what we observe in the sky. You know, and the point, at the end of the day, it's like we honestly can't prove which one is right when it comes to just determining what we look in the sky. That's why you got to do shit on the ground, observation on the ground.
It's underneath. The answers are underneath your feet always.
Yeah, Ptolemy's model was like accurate to like what 3%, and he did that like 2,000 years ago. He knew he wasn't spinning around. You can get his the translated version that was done in like the 1500s. I've read it, and it's awesome. That's what they use today. Till this day, they use his fucking model for the spinning monkey ball.
And for the and to calculate eclipses. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say the Ptolemaic model created sacred geometric patterns all over the face of an AE projection. So as you start to look at the retrograde motion of these planets or wandering stars, it creates this flower of life, and they double back on themselves, and it started to create this what they call poly-sided figures or something. It's multiple-sided figures, and every single one of those created such an amazing pure geometric pattern through the movement of that thing above us. And they threw that away. They threw that away for slightly elongated oblong orbits. So a slightly oval orbit they thought was more pure than creating the perfect spiral of life pattern around that.
It's so crazy that you said that, because this is how I think of it. Like, I think everything is a microcosm of itself. Like, just like how a plant is geometric, the earth has to be geometric, I think, to some extent. So the way they describe the motions of the earth and everything with the heliocentric model, it's nothing geometric. It's a bunch of goop. It's garbage, right? But with the geocentric model, it's geometric. Just like, think about it. You go down to the humans, we're geometric. Like, you know, we could do the whole Fibonacci sequence with our body shapes or fingernails, like everything. You know, we can do that sequence with everything. Why is it that we could do a geometric sequence with everything, but when it comes to the heliocentric model, geometry just goes away? Just think about that. Like, it's something that simple to me. Like, I know most people that wouldn't sell it to them, but when you're in the train of thought that I'm in, I know that makes sense to you. Like, right? Like, how is everything in this world geometric? Like the movements of the earth all of a sudden, you know?
Precisely. Everything's in these design ratios. There's this
ratio and all that.
And then you look at the heliocentric model, everything's this slightly off-center orbit, slightly elongated patterns, circles on circles on circles on circles. It's
don't even get me started with the calendar. I know Helio will jump in this shit right away with the whole Gregorian calendar and all this shit. Dude, like, the cycle that we're on right now, where like the months and days, all that shit is off. I think we need to go back to that cycle where we had 13 months, bro.
Can I just quickly say something? Sorry, bro. It's important. People misinterpret what calendar is. It's not there to tell you cycles, as you said, like it's been hijacked and it's not there to serve a purpose. The calendar is a Latin word which comes from calendarium, which means a book for accounting. So if you use the calendar, you go under their slavery system. You are their sheep, cow, whatever. That's what calendar means. It's Latin for account keeping. It's for accounting. I'm telling you what it is. This is in the lawful legal sense. So when you claim a so-called...
Sounds pretty Jewy to me.
Well, they're the ones that made it up. So everybody's following their stuff, from religion to everything, bro. I'm just trying to shed light on the truth, bro.
Great accountants. I'll give them that.
Yeah, bro. Type in the word calendar and then type in calendarium. That's what it comes for, and you will see proper definition is a book of accounting. So it's for all the slaves running around on the property, doing so-called business or being tax slaves. That's what it's for. I don't say this to be rude or mean. I'm just trying to shed light on the thing.
Yeah, you know your place, wages.
You know what I'm saying?
Know your place, Goyim.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. They've taken the natural thing that we have to look up and to know the seasons and what to do, and they've made it commercial. That's why you have all these calendars.
That's one interpretation of account. Account could be a telling of a story, or an account could be a commercial, ledger.
Yeah,
But
I
the
get
fact
that.
is that a story happens through time, and there's not a better word for a calendar than what it is.
Well,
and
why is there different calendars?
I'm not poo-pooing on your
No, I guess okay.
Etymology, but I think it's correct. But those words, just like we say words that have several meanings for one word, so does Latin or ancient Greek or.
I think that's a really good point that you raised there now, because I think potentially in the past it may have been more your version, the account of how things happened. And then as the monetary system became more of a control aspect, it became the account, as in what's the book value, what's the bottom line, what's owed to you. Whereas we take away the story value, and now it's just about numbers and who owes what to where.
My biggest thing is that I never want to get away from the spiritual essence of what we are. And as soon as you take away the luster and beauty of what we've been given and turn it into something that has oppressed you somehow, is as soon as you take away the Creator's love given to you in the gift that was given.
Oh yeah, right. I don't disagree with that at all. I was just trying to bring up that there's.
No, I agree. Like I said, and me and Flat Earth Solar are right in there, but I just wanted to bring up the point that before man put a monetary value to it, your life had a higher meaning.
100%, brother, and that's what I was trying to say. That there's 5 main calendars, so there are 5 different accounting book records, and this is how the world has been operating for, as far as I know, from all the documents that I've seen, proper documents, 4.5, 5,000 years so far.
It's probably been a half a millennia in total.
Are you meaning like the Gregorian and the Roman calendar and all of those?
Yep.
Yeah.
Those are different people fighting for power to get control of the people, and that's how they exchange paying for whatever needs to be paid for.
But whatever.
Have you guys ever seen a calendar that completely solves for the 365 and a quarter days?
No.
In that all calendar systems seem to have to add a day or take a day away, or there always seems to be an inaccurate completion of something that is perfectly designed. Maybe it's our like the hours and minute system that's wrong, that doesn't allow us to make up that day during the calendar, or maybe it's the day sequence that doesn't allow us to make up that day in the year. But I've always wondered, when I look through all of these, there's always some carry the 1 or carry the 2 or something, and it's like with something as simple as day and night, how can there be a carry the 1?
I honestly think because because of our lack of ability to conceive the perfection, we see flaw. Where there's a pause during a solar eclipse, we don't see that pause. We assume that everything's going as normal. But
just say that first thing again.
During a solar eclipse, there's a pause, but we don't perceive
your first statement about the perfection and the flaw.
Oh, okay. So where we're not seeing necessarily the perfection. We're assuming a flaw, but because the movements are mysterious beyond our comprehension, we're not seeing where our accounting is wrong. Because we can't possibly conceive the majesty of and the perfection of what's actually happening. We don't know what happens when the sun goes away for those few minutes. We don't actually know. We just know it gets cold and a little dark. We don't know what happens when when the moon turns red. We just know that it does. So all of these things combined.
That's like the Dunning-Kruger, is that when you see an ignorant person looking at something that does work, like a sextant,
right,
and they're ignorant to how it works because they don't understand how perfectly it works.
Exactly my point. Yes, thank you. We are all the Dunning-Krugers here. We're all suffering from the same thing because we can't possibly conceive what's actually happening. We don't know. We just simply don't know.
You know what's really interesting though is how you guys know that the turtle shells actually can be worked as a calendar.
But how do they taste?
Yeah, that's true. That's why they call the turtle island. They have their own. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Like a turtle shell, like it has the 13.
It has 13.
The cycles, it has everything. Yeah, like it could be used as a calendar.
Yep.
It's pretty interesting.
I've actually seen that. It's pretty cool, right? Yeah, it's a good point that you bring up. These people that
I learned that before I was a flat earther. I learned that when I went to this fair when I was young. And in the fair, they had these Native Americans that were like in the fair with like a bunch of like Native American stuff, like they're what are those things called? The dream catchers. They had turtle shells. They had just a bunch
here
of
we
stuff.
go with their little knickknacks.
Yeah. So I went there, and the guy told me this Native American told me the story. He was like, "Did you know that this shell, my tribe used it to tell the time? Like it was like a calendar for them." Yeah. And he explained to me how like the shell was like the moons, the months.
He was Anishinaabe.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what he was, to be honest.
But link that, Albaba, because they always said the Earth is the back of a turtle.
Not
if you
the
go look at all the
entire
ancient heritage,
I was going to cover that. So
they say that there's a turtle with elephants standing on the back, or elephants with the turtle on the top. How does it go?
Did you get any fireworks?
No, Turtle Island is North America. That calendar represents the lunar cycles in North America. It's the calendar of the Anishinaabe. Ojibwe are just a tribe of the Anishinaabe. The nation is the Anishinaabe. The Ojibwe are the people, the Bear Clan, defenders of the nation, and those who collect herbs by the Gitchagumi. So the peoples of the Great Spirit.
Who made the pemmican?
Pemmican?
Yeah.
Those were Southern Americans.
It's pretty delicious. Pretty delicious.
But you're talking about breads and pastries.
No.
No, you're talking about
dried meats. Dried meat.
Yeah. It's another form of jerky.
We were talking about turtles.
No, I'm talking about juice infused beef jerky.
The Indonesians say Earth was a turtle, the great turtle. The Indonesians say that. But the Native Americans, they're two different groups. I'm not Indian like an Indonesian person.
They're kind of
they are. They're both Occidentals. They're both
I was
First
just
Nation
trying to link. I was just trying to link it back that there was this tangible map or tangible timekeeping system on the back of a turtle, but that some cultures even thought the Earth was
Yeah,
a
see,
big.
that calendar doesn't apply to the Indonesian turtle with the elephant, though, because
now, I'd like to point out
it applies
that
to
white
Turtle
people
Island.
are First Nations people too.
Yeah, they
you
are.
guys
I am
had
one
an
of them.
Occidental nation too.
That's something
Yeah.
a white supremacist would say.
Oh my God!
I am an Occidental.
You mean
The
we have a
point is,
homeland?
of course it is.
I've shared images of what we thought was Turtle Island, the North Americas, because it's shaped like a turtle.
Could you
But
imagine
it goes
making
into our
North American soup?
But it's actually the
that goes
tortoise.
into our
The tortoise
goes
because
into
the
our
turtle has a
creation
smooth shell.
story.
A tortoise
Yeah, go
has a
ahead,
smooth
Mike.
shell, like a leatherback has a very smooth shell. But a tortoise
Well,
is the one
a
with the
leatherback
individual.
Not true. So I mean, leatherbacks do have 13 sections. We make these calendars right on the backs of painter turtles, dude. I go to the reservation all the time. My cousins live on it.
Is it like a museum?
No, it's an arts and crafts place where you buy shit they make. And those calendars are one of the things they make.
Do you go there for fireworks?
No, we don't. No, actually, a lot of them come down to my farm for fireworks because I've got a cannon. It's like a large signal cannon, but it's for fireworks.
He puts belligerent people in there and he fires it. It's cannon fodder.
You mean me? I get it. I get it.
Deuce Vol is going in there.
Listen, he's not belligerent. I'm the yin, he's the yang. He just makes me clarify my shit. That's all. But I've given maps of this. Like my little cousins, we learn what Turtle Island is. White people said it's our creation story, but no, our creation story goes further back than that. When we came from the fifth world because we were advanced and lived in harmony, to the fourth world to teach other men how to live in harmony with the fourth world. We were brought back
We
here
have the
for a
same story.
reason. This is
we have the
our
same story,
this is our after the flood story. And we too believe that the Great Spirit sent the flood.
Yeah, we believe that too.
Dude, that flood
it's a
to me
different
is
kind
like,
of flood, though.
dude, that
Different
flood
kind of
to
flood.
me is I don't know, but I'm talking about the flood. I don't know if the Noah's flood or whatever. To me, I think that shit was legit, bro.
It's all the same flood. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same flood. Like, there's no way. Like to me, dude, like there's no way every ancient culture or fucking tribe talked about that flood and not be legit. Like that's just too much.
How much do you want to bet? This is the thing. Hang on. How much do you want to bet? The flood was either 500 years ago, or we're in Revelations right now.
Dude, I think the flood was.
We are in Revelations right now.
I honestly think, like, dude, I'm at the point where I'm not. There's no proof for this. This is my belief. I'm at the point where I believe the flood was within the last at least 800 years, and that's why like people are finding like the whole mud flood shit. I'm not too much into it, but a lot of it does make sense. Like,
yeah,
a lot of the mud flood makes sense. Like, here's the thing, bro. The mud flood shit. Like, there's people that are covering it that are conspiratards. I'm not trying to say that to be rude, but they go over the top with like the conspiracy in it. But there is some fact to it that's definitely true. And I'll tell you this, man. Like, dude, you look back at fucking, what like cities look like just a couple hundred years ago, bro. They look more glamorous than they do now. Like, there was a different civilization, and I think that flood fucked everything up, bro.
When I said Revelations right now, I mean the end part of Revelations where it's the end of the 1,000 years.
Yeah, I'm with you. The millennial reign.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's either we're really close to the flood when it just happened, not too long ago, or we're in during the millennial reign. I'm not sure which one.
Either
up
way,
in the air.
bro. Either way, if you think about it,
yeah,
this is something
wrong kind of leatherback turtle, bro.
Either if you're, let's say you're right. Let's say you're right about the dates, right? Just think about this. This to me is a mind fuck, bro. Like, let's say we're that close to the flood, like the closest it could be, right? Look how much we've grown in technology in that gap. Now tell me this. Let's just say the Earth, who knows how old it is, but let's say it's a lot older than what we think it is, or maybe a lot younger. The point is, in the time we've developed the technology we have now, who says that someone else didn't take a different route in a previous time and had better technology, but they went a different route of reaching that technology? You know what I mean?
Okay. Eggs wanted to speak. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, bro. I was just going to say, like, in all this, like, I've read, like, a lot of stuff, and all the cultures speak about the flood. All the cultures say that after the flood, there were still people there. So the flood indicates what they are trying to do now is push people against people. So a flood of people, a sea of people, a monsoon of people killing each other. And that's why it says it in the Bible. And even in my culture, in the Battle Mods culture, there were still people left after the flood. If something is flooded, when you say a flood, that means everybody's wiped out. There's no people still left over to do stuff. So it's the same tactics being done over and over and over again. So us, me, you, all the brothers here, take frustrations out on other people instead of taking it out on the so-called Nephil, which means people who are tyrannical, idiotic, money-hungry, and just fucking retards. So we fight against each other and we take each other out because those guys can't take us out. We can only take each other out. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for letting me have the floor.
Yeah, they tell us in our motto, America's motto, united you stand, but divided you'll fall.
Yep, 100%, brother.
So the 13 panels I want to show, they come from a painter turtle's shell. Those come from freshwater turtle shells. That's where the calendar comes from, the freshwater turtle. What we call a leatherback, most people call a gator turtle.
Or a snapping turtle.
Yeah, or just a snapper. Leatherback is another way to say freshwater snapping turtle.
Yeah.
So most people go to the oceanic leatherback turtle, but that's not the only leatherback turtle that exists on Earth. It's that simple. I mean,
well, I thought the leatherback turtle of the oceanic variety was the only one that didn't have a shell, and that's why it was termed leatherback, because it's, when you feel it, it's actually a thickened skin layer, and it's these long panels basically for aerodynamics, so that I think can travel quick.
But like, have you ever pulled a big snapper turtle out of the water and they have a mold on their back? That this is why they call them leatherbacks. They end up, it's rough like leather. But when you clean it all off, just like a painter turtle, they have 13 sections on their shell. I crack turtles and cook them in their own damn shell.
Dude, that's something I've always wanted to eat, was a turtle.
Oh, go to New Orleans, bro. You'll be able to eat turtle and alligator. Easy.
I've eaten turtle. I've eaten
I want to eat turtle.
You make it in a stew. It's the best in the stew.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always wanted to try it, man. I was watching. I love watching. I have this fascination with watching animals get cut and cooked. I have a fascination for that, bro. Like,
do it yourself.
That's funny. It's a labor of love for me. I like.
Dude, I love it. I've done it. Like
squirrel.
I've done it, dude. See, in Mexico, there's these things that I don't know how to call them in English, but they almost look like squirrels, but they live in the ground.
Oh, they're groundhogs.
Not groundhogs, but they're called. They're very. Dude, they look exactly like squirrels, but they're in Mexico. They're like little. It's like almost like a family of the squirrel, but they live, instead of them being on trees and shit, they actually burrow, and they look exactly like a squirrel.
It's called a burrow, right?
Maybe. I'm not sure what it's called, to be honest, in English. Yeah. But in Spanish, they're called topo, I think. some shit like that. And I remember one time I was in my grandpa's backyard, and there was one that was fucking up his whole vegetation back there. Like he had trees that like fruit trees, and that fucking squirrel was just fucking them up, and it was like a chunky one. And he told me, he gave me one of those old school from like 1700 rifles, the ones where you had to like the Patriot. You guys seen the Patriot, right? The movie The Patriot. Like those type of guns where you have to put the powder, you have to put. They used my grandpa would use like toilet paper to clog
black
it.
powder.
Yeah, he would
It's a
put black
mole.
powder.
In Spanish, it's a mole.
No, it's not a mole. It's not a topo. To be honest,
it's like a cross between a chipmunk and a squirrel. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know the name. I don't know the
Mexican
name.
ground squirrel. That's an actual thing.
Yeah, it's not a ground squirrel. I don't know what it is, but it looks exactly like a squirrel. But it goes in the.
That picture.
Okay, let me check. Well, anyways, back to my story. I'll look at the picture real quick. But it was one of those powdered guns, the ones where you put the powder, the pellets, and you have to pack it in, right?
Look at the picture. Yeah, black powder.
I'm looking at. It doesn't look like that. Like it literally looks like a squirrel. It had the same tail as a squirrel, but it did look like that from the face, but the same body of a squirrel, you know. Anyway, so
this does.
Yeah, maybe it is something like that. I don't remember. But the point is, I shot that shit, and my grandpa was like, "Let's eat it." And I was like, "What the fuck? You eat this shit?" He's like, "Yeah." And he actually showed me. He showed me how to skin it, cut it, everything. You know, like you cut around the little arms and the feet, and then you cut down the middle, and you just pull it, and the skin comes right off. And I was like so amazed after that. And after that, we went shooting. We killed a couple of rabbits and made some birria out of rabbits. Like, I'm the type of person I'll eat anything that has 4 legs and isn't like too crazy, you know. Like I will try anything. So what's on my list is right now turtle. I've had gator. I've tried different types of burgers, like ostrich burgers, buffalo burgers, deer burgers. Like I love to try new things, dude. But I'm telling you, like I recently started watching these videos on YouTube where like. I see these people like in Louisiana where they'll fucking catch a red snapper turtle, a big ass one, and they'll fucking cut that motherfucker out, take the shell off. And they're crazy, bro, because they still bite even if their heads are off. They'll still bite at you, you know. And I just want to eat one for some reason.
There's another picture.
You know, I hear kangaroos taste pretty good too.
I have a question.
Rue's just a big field rat to me.
Go ahead with your question.
That's pretty good, bro.
Two questions. One, those pictures that you're posting of like the America continent as a turtle or as like a reptile, how would the Indian people have known what the total continent looked like?
Ancient aliens.
To have had that sort of vision. But then on the other point was
we mapped it from the
segments of the shell
with canoes.
The segments of the turtle shell had 13, and everywhere in society 13 is considered like a bad number. You don't have a 13th floor.
It's a lunar.
Does anyone know where the 13 became a negative in history?
Yeah. Sure. When we moved away from the Enochian calendar and we moved to the Gregorian calendar, a lunar to a solar. Come on, in Egypt you had a solar deity fighting against a lunar deity. Yahweh was the lunar deity, and Ra was the solar deity. It was a war between gods, where no one died, just one god freed his people.
Yep, correct.
And then they had to do a bunch of rituals because they went through the lands of a bunch of other gods. They had to honor them gods to be able to go through their land. That's the Lord of Division, see? Divided up the land, separated it between lords. Landlord is just the boss of the land.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm kind of with him on those post hoc pictures of the turtle with the American continent.
I'd be with it if Mexico wasn't the asshole. So I'm not with it right now.
What do you mean?
So I'm wondering.
We were the peoples of North America, and we had a legend of a turtle island, which was what we lived on before you guys ever mapped it and called it America. So
no, I understand. I understand. When we got to the Northwest specifically, the natives here were wearing bark for clothing.
No.
Yes.
No, most of it was made out of venison hide.
From here?
Venison skins. Yeah, moccasins. What do you think we made our moccasins and our regalia out of?
Out of rabbits?
In the Northwest, Michael?
Yeah. So
No.
you guys, the first you came across, the French came across, were the Mohawk Indians, which are Anishinaabe. They never wear bulk. They never wear bark, man. It's
No. I'm talking about the Northwest, bud.
What? The Plains Indians from Cali?
No.
So outside of the Western continent.
Like the what? The Western continent? No, I'm talking about the Northwest. Like where I live now. I know for a fact that they wore
California.
bark. No,
Washington. Is it who? What Indian tribe was from Washington?
The Stillaguamish, Tulalip, the Chehalis.
Where's the Lakota tribe from?
Lakota's from North Dakota, Montana.
Well,
region.
Lakota is actually from all over. Lakota just means the Ojibwe of the plains, Dakota, Ojibwe of the mountains, or peoples. Ojibwe means peoples of the Great Spirit.
But they specifically came from the Black Hills area.
BLM?
You know, we migrated with the seasons, right? We followed the food. So that was where they would stay in their summer camp. But the entire tribe, the entire area we lived in would be ready to move at any given moment because we followed the herds. Elk, venison, buffalo. Where they went, we went.
Venison doesn't migrate.
It did before a white man cut off all its faces, but it would migrate northern in the winter. Used to be. Now when they try to migrate, end up ran over on the road all the time, so they bed down. They find a place to live that blocks air, usually pines.
I don't think that's true. Most deer species don't generally migrate more than in a 50-mile area.
Here's your clue. During the winter, they don't even sleep at night. They sleep during the day. They stay moving all night. So before man built all these towns and stuff they can't go through, they would just keep moving until they got to a warmer area. That's what all nature does.
That's not true. All nature doesn't do that. There are birds that don't migrate.
Man did it. Well, there are birds that'll stay here and live in the winter. That's true.
There are plenty of animals that don't migrate, Michael.
There are. They prepare for the winter.
You just said all animals migrate.
Dude, you know what's so sick is those
most
turtles.
Nature.
I had a turtle, bro. That like.
Did they try to migrate on you?
No. My mom, she thought it'd be a good idea to let it eat grass and put it on the grass, and she lost sight of it, and we lost it. We never found it, dude. Winter passed by, and when springtime came back, that bitch was in the front door. Like, we're like, where the fuck was she? Dude, that bitch fucking, like, buried herself underground or something. Like, she literally, dude, she survived. I don't know where the hell she was, but, dude, for 6 months, she hibernated somewhere and came out, and we found her, like, 6 months later. And then I remember seeing a Nat Geo fucking documentary on frogs. How, like, there's a frog that could fucking freeze in a lake. And as soon as it comes to spring, that shit's like come back to life. That shit's fucking crazy, dude.
There's some big.
They try to get under the frost line so they don't get freeze ridden. But our population of venison and our wildlife population in Michigan, it almost doubles when Canada is freezing. They move down here.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm not trying to argue. I keep up with the DNR, so.
Yeah, but you got it. Never mind.
Well, there are some that are equipped to survive in this environment. Most birds that don't migrate, they're not equipped to fly vast ranges. Most animals that don't migrate, that's because they can only walk 5 miles a day.
That's because evolution did them dirty. That's why.
Yeah. It stuck 2 fingers in their anus instead of 3. Because if they had 3, they'd be moving a lot more than 5 miles a day.
All right, guys. Well, it was a pleasure. It's 1:51 a.m. for me. I'm going to go to bed pretty soon.
It's 1:51 a.m. for me, too. Get out of my house.
Hey, it's about damn time you hung out for a minute. Thanks, Jose.
Yeah, man. It's good to talk to you guys, man. I'll try to make a habit of it more.
I just got into this.
I just got into this new house, bro. I've been doing a lot of work on it. I painted a bunch of shit inside, painted doors, painted walls.
Replace that tile when you get the money for it.
Dude, seriously, yeah. Like, dude, you're not going to believe this, Michael, but I think the last person that lived in my house was either a gay person or a woman, because they thought it would be a good idea, instead of regrouting the kitchen tile, they're like, what if I painted it, the grout? Dude, they literally painted the grout.
Lord.
Well, unfortunate.
Yeah. So
and
when
Jose's got to be getting good at it by now.
Dude, I the first thing I noticed when we were looking at this house, I was like, dude, everything's fine with it, but that grout needs to fucking go. And I don't have any tools, because me and my wife always lived in apartments. We never took care of it. We never had a house where I had to do work in it, right? So it's like I never had the means to buy anything, even though I know how to do all that work with the right tools. So then when we get this house, I'm like, she's like, well, I don't want to buy any tools right now. I'm like, fuck it, just buy me a razor. Dude, I literally got a razor, like the ones for the windows, like to scrape shit off. And I scraped all the fucking tile. It took me like 2 days, bro, to scrape all that paint off.
Scraping grout and oh my god.
Yeah, because I didn't have the right tools, man. I had the weakest tools, but I got it done, bro.
That's commitment.
Yeah, I'll show you a picture real quick before I go. Let me post it on Livestream real quick. Dude, I'm telling you, I don't know what the fucking previous owner was thinking, man, but I was like, dude, like, this is stupid. Like, who would paint the grout, you know?
And once you get it down, you can just regrout it. Yeah. All
right, I'm posting two pictures. Obviously, you can see which one's the one with the painted grout and the one that after I cleaned it up, what it looked like. Obviously, to me, dude, I'm kind of OCD. The bottom picture was bugging the fuck out of me, so that's why I had to, do all that.
I use an oscillating tool blade for it, but yeah, that's some work.
I would use a
grinder.
A grinder with a wire brush cup.
Yeah, I wish I had that, dude. And you know what? I have the coolest fucking neighbor, bro. I love my neighbor already, bro.
Right?
My neighbor has every tool you can think of. He's like a tool nerd. Like, he's retired. He's probably in his 60s. He's third generation Mexican, and his wife is too, and they're super cool. The first time I moved here, they came and introduced themselves. And dude, literally, like, I told him my story. I came from apartments, and he's like, oh, okay, cool. And the next day, he's like, I got a present for you. I was like, all right. So I went over to his house. He gave me a fucking grill, like that he only used like a couple times, and it's fucking nice. And he gave me a mower to cut my lawn. Like, dude, like dope ass fucking neighbor, man.
Was the grill gas or coal?
That's a real Mexican, by the way.
It's
a real Mexican.
It's a gas grill, actually.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
It's one of those expensive ones, dude. I looked it up. Like, brand new, it costs us like $600. Like, the grill.
Damn.
I could tell that guy is balling, dude. Like, that dude has, like, he's very OCD too. Like, I could tell, like, that dude probably goes through like a grill every like 3 years, probably. Like, I could tell it's his style. Like, he just likes to keep his shit clean, you know.
You guys never seen a grout grinder? It doesn't do a complete circle. It just goes back and forth. Like
oscillating? Yeah.
Yeah, oscillating grinder. Yeah.
Yeah.
They actually make one.
It's called a multi-tool.
Yeah, it's a multi-tool, but they make a grinder for grout, just for grout.
Fine invented it in 1967.
I don't know who did that.
Fine did.
I know
they invented it for medical purposes.
The first time I did
for
that
cutting bone,
shit,
and now it's kind of
the
commonly used.
oscillating. Yeah, the oscillating tool. Yeah.
Yeah.
But dude, I burn out 3 cheap Dremel tools when I regrouted my shower. I was like, man, fuck, there's got to be something better.
The thing is like, yeah, for tearing out grout, you can either use an oscillating tool or something else. But like for what he was doing, just pulling out that paint, I would use a grinder with a cup wire brush.
Oh
yeah, that would be easy. That'd be so easy, bro, and it would leave the grout because it would trim some of the top off. It'd make it look like brand new.
Yeah,
I agree.
would round the grout in a fashion where you could just go through and regrout it and have a nice rounded surface that you're applying it to.
Yeah, and I know how to do all that. I know how to grout. I know how to put tile. So like to me, here's the thing, dude. Like I can do all the work. I just don't have the tools. That's my problem, you know? I could do the work. I just gotta start investing in tools and shit.
Dude, you did that shit with a razor because you know how good it's gonna look when you're fucking done.
I'm gonna send you a picture of my two Milwaukee pack out rollout or roll arounds and all that they're filled with.
Yeah, I figured tile is one of the things you do for money. You don't just paint.
Oh shit, dude.
Well, I used to work for a company that not a company actually. I worked for a guy that owned a bunch of businesses. He was like some Greek guy. He used to own a bunch of family like burger joints in the Palmdale. Like they're called Primo Burgers. He used to own all those, dude. I used to work for him because not only did he own businesses like where he sold like, you know, he had restaurants, but he also bought houses and flipped them. So I was one of the guys that used to work to like pretty much refurbish a house, you know, like I learned how to do a bunch of stuff. Like to be honest, dude, I learned how to paint when I was young because of my dad, but I learned all this other shit there. Like I learned how to fucking put tile. I learned how to like do cabinets, like, you know, sand them down, paint them, stain them. I learned how to fucking, plumbing,
That's what
you
I
name
took
it.
Judas for, bro. When he said he was painting, I said, yeah, you need all this. He said, I got that, but painting is just what I'm doing right now. So I figured he could set a door, do windows.
This is my last two.
Trim,
this is my last 2 jobs. I'm uploading them right now.
Yeah, if I wanted to, you'd come in and put nice crown molding in my room and
easy.
Grout it. If I wanted knockdown, you could put knockdown in there. I don't like knockdown though. I took that shit out.
There's not much I can't.
One thing I never did though, Deuce, was paint stucco with different colors. Are you familiar with that? I have a question for you. If you're familiar with stucco.
I've only done flat stucco, and that's stained. So
okay, so the stucco I'm working with, here's my thing. My girlfriend wants to do different colors. She wants the trim white and and the house brown and the garage different. She wants me to paint it like one of those nice homes, right? The problem is that like with stucco, I know like the tape doesn't cover to do the trim, like it doesn't separate it good because of the stucco. So how do I stop that? Like I read online that people use fucking they use caulking. Is that true? They use caulking to like they'll literally put a line of caulking where you want to do the trim and let it dry out and then paint over that so it doesn't drip through. Because I'm trying to do that 2 separations of color on stucco and it seems like I've never done it, to be honest.
Okay. What you do is before you put down the caulking, you put down painter tape. Underneath where you're going to put the caulking, and then put the caulking bead between the tape and the next line of stucco you want to paint.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, stucco's a bit.
I could always YouTube it. I haven't done it because I'm not going to do it anytime soon.
Do like the 1.5 inch painter's tape, the blue painter's tape, and then for caulking use Alex.
Yeah, the I know which one. Yeah, the one that's not. Obviously, I'm not gonna get no fucking silicone.
Don't get silicone.
Yeah,
because you'll never get that shit off.
Yeah, I know.
No, the other one you can feel though usually.
Yeah, the Alex
Right?
you can peel. Yeah. So those are the last 3 jobs I did.
Yeah, once you get it up, yep.
Michael, did you see those last 3 jobs?
No, I'm like that stuffed on my damn computer. Ooh.
I know I sent you a
yard work too, huh?
It looks good,
Retaining
man.
walls and shit.
That roof,
Yeah,
dude.
that
You
was
did the
good, bro.
roof?
Yep.
That's
That was
nice,
so
man.
good, bro.
Listen, this motherfucker, if you did every one of them walls, you made at least 5-10 grand there, huh?
6, yeah.
Ooh,
I did that with a shovel and a pickaxe.
I believe you.
Yeah, you did it the rough way. But a lot of guys that do that like to do it because you can't get as specific with the fucking bobcat as you can with the shovel and the pickaxe. You can grade it better.
That was just a regular ass hill before I did that.
Yeah, I had somebody do some shit like this around my garden, put up some walls. I know what I paid for it. It's not cheap. Especially
have you ever put granite tables? Like granite, replace granite like on the kitchen?
Oh, for the countertops?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a big deal. You
looking
just
good.
you get them cut to order.
Babe, how do you apply it? With liquid nails only, or with what?
No, just do it with the silicone caulking we were talking about. That's all I would use.
Seriously? Because
Granite holds itself down. It's so fucking heavy.
So you don't need liquid nails or nothing like that to like
No,
make it stick. Okay.
Do not use liquid nails.
Okay.
You'll never get the motherfucker out again.
You're just as soon as you pull it off, you're gonna be pulling your fucking cabinet apart.
Plus, it's a bitch to level it, man. That shit
Yeah.
don't spread out too good when you're tamping on it.
Just use a nice bead of clear silicone.
Okay.
I use
caulking.
I use a lot of liquid nails. I know that shit's hard to push in. You got to spread that sparingly just so it doesn't on level whatever the hell you're doing. Shit's hard to smush out.
And granite, make sure all your measurements are accurate, or you can have the granite company come out and measure, and they'll cut to order.
Yeah, to be fair, man, like I was thinking of buying the granite and cutting it. Here's the thing, man. My girlfriend likes me to. She likes to save money,
No.
so she's like, I know you don't.
Money there.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I'm like, I've never done it before, and I don't want to practice with our house. You know, I'm like,
you're gonna end up hot sawing it. They have a large water saw that will not break the fucking granite. If you hot saw it, you're gonna break it. Don't do it.
Yep.
It's not worth it.
You'll be cutting it with a chop saw and some fucking carbide fucking cutters, and both break under heat. And like he said, you're not cooling the shit. A wet saw cut right through that shit.
They're cutting with like a big, like 4-foot diameter saw, and those cuts are clean.
Coolant. Yeah, with coolant. Yeah, a wet saw. It's basically a wet saw. I cut concrete out in a section.
Go there, pick it up, and put it on yourself. You're going to save a ton of money there. But cutting it, you're not going to save yourself any money. You're going to end up wasting money. Because you got to buy
I tried to cut granite. My buddy does. He's a Jew. He does countertops. So I get a bunch of these small pieces of granite, marble, stuff like that he can't use.
Your buddy's Jew and he does countertops. I'm just playing.
But well, I got these scraps because he had a shitload of them, and I thought, man, I could make a badass patio out of that. You know, concrete them in, make them like tile, grout them. It worked out too. People see it and they're like, man, that was expensive, and I actually did it myself. But if I'd have bought all the materials and had it cut, it'd been expensive. But I'm just getting his scrap. Because if you paid for removal, you're talking tonnage for a couple truckloads. He was in business.
Guys. Well, you guys all have a good night, man. Good pleasure talking to you guys.
Oh, yeah. Don't. I forgot to. Old dude brings up a good point. You do want them to install it. Have them install it. If you want granite countertops, you're going to be paying out the nose regardless. because they have to cut out the sinkhole for it, and you don't want to try to move that with the sinkhole in it.
It'll break.
Because you'll end up breaking it, unless you get that part specifically like small or whatever.
All right, man. Thank you very much, guys. You guys all have a good night.
Have a good night. I only stayed on because of you, you weirdo.
I paid.
I'm flattered.
You should be.
My dad did ours. He bought a bunch of bowling lanes. So our countertops were old bowling lanes. When I took that shit out, I had it installed. Yeah, dude, that shit, that excavation you do, I only had an idea what I wanted to do, so I paid a decent amount. That dude came, he said, look, we just buy the material and I'll start and we'll just see how it flows, because my garden is large. It was built by one person and added on by people, and I wanted to section them off,
Yeah.
Make it a walkway. And he just did it from feel, he started in the entrance and made it a hell of a pathway. So I paid out my ass, but all I had was an idea of what I wanted to do.
Yeah, that's what this guy had. He told me he wanted to be able to drive his tractor up the hill. I said, well, we could do a little serpentine.
Yeah, that's my thing. I just had to be able to get my gator to there so I can aerate, maintain, add wood chippings to the areas where I use wood chipping, add soil, When you aerate, you add topsoil,
Yeah.
I like my garden. My grandfather started it for my grandma. As it grew, it was supposed to be a symbol of their love.
Dude, how do you like that deck I built with the built-in seating and everything?
Yeah, that's fucking nice, bro. That's custom.
Pergola and everything.
I don't like them cheap gap decks either. My deck's like that.
Cheap gap? What do you mean?
A cheap kit that you buy from the fucking lumberyard that got a gap at 1/4 inch, or some people use nails to gap it.
Oh.
No, I don't like those gaps, man. I like to walk barefoot on my shit without my toes getting stuck in between shit.
Yeah, all of the fasteners on that deck are hidden.
Right. Yeah, that's awesome. It's a nice walking surface.
What's your trade, bro? That's really good what you've done. Sorry to interrupt, Mike.
Don't have a trade.
Oh,
sorry. That's funny. That is fucking funny you say that, because Lou's always bragged about what he could do and showed his shit, and he's the master. But you're a carpenter.
It's really good, bro. Yeah, that's what I was asking. I thought if he was
a visionary.
Yeah.
My brother
That's really
does.
Cool, dude.
Thank you.
My youngest brother does these steel roasts. These are the type I put on my barns. You could have got some loot from me on the barn roast too.
Yeah,
because I got tired of shingling them.
I like doing metal roofs. Aluminum, steel, they're fun.
You got a former, or do you buy it as sectional pieces?
Yeah, I'm making order for each length.
Yeah, my brother's got a former and cutoffs and uses a brake for his caps. He manufactures your roof right there with rolls of steel, different colored steels. Yeah, he does pretty good because he did that. When he first started, he was talking about that shit. Man, if I could get these formers, bro, I ain't got the money. But if I had the formers off 4 roofs, I could pay a person back for the formers. I knew what he was saying, so I was like, let's go get the formers and fuck it. Because I just add that shit to my tool overhead for my company.
Yeah.
I write it off my taxes and he pays me back. And I didn't say that. I don't do that. I don't scam my taxes.
It's a proper legal way. It's not a scam. It is what it is. You use the system.
Well, yeah, it's a family business. It's shrewd business. So it was used to roof my houses where I repair my heavy equipment. I don't have a barn that's big enough to get the big excavators in on the job site or at the home base, the equipment yard. I don't have facility there to get a big excavator into. But my barn, I do.
That metal roof is put on a log cabin, and I put in those skylights
No
too.
shit.
Yeah.
That's fucking cool. The deck is on the log cabin too?
Yeah, we built that.
That house Lou lives in, half of it was a log cabin. He showed me how he connected this shit all together. I thought, yeah. He made smooth transitions out of some fucked up shit with the sectional siding, you know, it's wood composite siding.
Yeah.
Sectional. So he had to lat everything, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought, yeah, it's a lot of work latting it and getting all your lats straight. So when you're done, you have a square structure where the shit wasn't square, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's tedious work. It takes a certain person to know you spend 16 hours doing that in a day and then you come back and got to go right back where you were and keep on going from the level you created. It's tedious work.
Yes, it is.
I like them steel roofs because, asphalt is only 20 years. Steel is like 40, 50, isn't it?
That's 50 years, yeah. But I doubt it would run out in 50 years, to be honest.
Yeah, I got aluminum roofs on barns that are fucking 100 years old.
Yeah.
I haven't replaced aluminum, but we paint it. We've always painted it. You know, we don't let the paint.
Well, that's galvanized and powder coated steel roof.
Oh, yeah, that's why it's so sharp. It's powder. Fuck, it'd take a long time to wear off that powder coating.
And even if it does, it's galvanized underneath.
Right. Well, see, that's what when I redo a classic car, I powder coat everything.
Yeah.
That shit'll stay 100 years, man. Classic cars stay good.
That's what I'm saying. It's guaranteed, like that roof specifically is guaranteed for 50 years, but I doubt it will go out in 50 years.
Galvanized even, like, I don't think that shit ever falls apart when you galvanize it.
Exactly.
Those are pretty sharp edges. How are them for walking?
Perfectly fine. I've got 3-inch ISO guard underneath, so it's like this really dense closed foam pad underneath.
And your shoes just grip right to it, huh?
Oh yeah.
My brother wears them cook shoes, restaurant shoes with the anti-slip shit.
Yeah. Yeah, those are good. I usually just
then
wear sneakers if I'm doing a metal roof. Most of the time I'm wearing boots though. Some Danners.
This motherfucker don't like to quit just because it's Frinkles. So he made sure he got anti-slip shit.
Yeah.
I'd say you motherfuckers are up there. That shit looks scary as fuck to walk.
That doesn't.
Asphalt.
That
You can
doesn't look scary, man. I've been on my roof. My roof I've been working on because I'm putting a metal roof on my house. It's a 10-12 pitch.
Yeah, that's what I was
fucking scary.
say.
What are you guys looking at? I don't even know what you guys are looking at.
Oh. Yeah. I'll copy it.
159 posted by me.
At the top of the okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, that's only a 412 pitch on that roof. My roof is a 10-12 pitch, and I have a bunch of hooks and harnesses and ropes and everything. That shit's scary. Michael kicked himself out.
Whatever? Oh, did you drop out?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, no, Rose. What I'm looking at the stuff, and that's really good. Usually, when somebody does something like that, they're like, "Oh, I'm a qualified this and I qualified that." Have to throw credentials out there.
Right.
It's like people can't learn how to do something without having a piece of paper. It's ridiculous. So, just yeah, it looks really fucking awesome. Usually don't see that kind of craftsmanship from so-called authorities and qualified people. They're just like, there's no love in it, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
To do it for the sake of doing it, and because it's somebody else's, it doesn't mean you do a good job. You just do it for, fuck it. But yeah,
I don't even know what that means. Like, I can't not do the best I can do.
yeah, exactly.
I'll
It
break
should
my
be
back.
in build, bro. Yeah, it should be in build, bro. It's like you're doing something for yourself. Somebody's going to offer you, money or some type of compensation. That means, they can't do it themselves, but they want it to be good. So, um, this thing of doing it for the sake of doing it is I don't know, it's a bad thing. I used to see it all the time in construction, bro.
You should do what you love.
Yeah.
Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life.
Yeah, that's it, bro.
I'm not
but
sure
they've
that's
got
true.
us chasing.
I love fucking,
Yeah.
and I was a prostitute for a while, and I hated it.
It's ball breaking work, bro. It's
It
ball
really
breaking
is. It really is.
It throws out your vertebrae in your back. Get
I
that
know.
jackhammer up back. When you put your feet on the ground after a 16-hour day, you got that tremble. Oh, Christ.
Yeah, I used to do construction, bro. Like, some of the stuff was ridiculous. Like,
this motherfucker said I was a prostitute once. I don't know about that.
I was never a prostitute. I was just messing around.
Yeah, it's funny though, man.
the worst thing was sometimes, bro, when we had galvanized shit and we did like major construction, and on site you had to grind the thing, and there's fucking all that shit coming off it. Then you had to weld it, and it was fucking disgusting.
Yeah, welding
I mean,
galvanized sucks.
Welding galvi is basically just
breathing shit.
It's what you would do if you really wanted to be covered in molten bullshit.
Yeah, that shit, I don't care who you are. If it was galvanized, even when you get it out, it's soaked in the metal and it keeps popping and popping and popping. Shit flying off, burning you.
Yeah. The only thing worse is working with Core 10.
I've welded so much. Look, I wear the Marine Corps cut. I've had slag go up and I didn't notice it. And it went through my hat. And by the time I noticed it, I got to strip off my mask, strip off my hat. Now I got a burn that runs from the crown of my head all the way down to my forehead. And it's a bare strip. I'm like, motherfucker. I hate that shit. Or when you're under a car using torches and the bolt falls on you once you cut it off.
Yeah, you shouldn't be under it.
We did stairs for over here. They're called the Docklands. So it's like these massive apartments, like, I don't know, 50 stories, whatever. I had to fucking sit underneath the stairs and fucking weld them together. It just compressed into nothing. It was yeah.
That's what you got to make sure that the slag is right in your eye.
This shit like falling down. It's like raining molten fucking crap on you. It goes down your back and your head everywhere. We're doing that on like 40-degree days, 45-degree days. It was wish.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It is. If it feels all right after, just not while you're doing it. You're like literally melting.
We're speaking a different language. 40 degrees is freezing. We're close to it.
45 degrees is the weather you can burn or like cook an egg on the cement here. That's how hot our summers get.
Yeah, but that's in Never Never Land. I'm talking about real life.
I don't understand the difference between like Fahrenheit and degrees
Celsius.
or Celsius or whatever. Like I'm so bewildered by it because I've always just gone by Celsius.
Right.
So when I hear Fahrenheit, it's just like, what's that?
Yeah, just an agreed upon method, a different method how to measure something.
Okay, check it out. So inches, or the empirical measurement, right, is based off of the human body, Lord's creation. The metric system is based off of the globe.
Yeah, I could see that. Like I've always found, even though I've always gone by metric, I've always found that like going by like inches and feet makes more sense in my head when I'm doing the like counting.
Yeah.
Because I used to watch WWE, and I'd like always say, "Oh, that guy's 5'10". I can imagine that But when I hear someone's like 187 centimeters, that's a lot harder for me to put in real life. Like I can't see that, but I can see 5'10" or 5'11" or.
That's one aspect of it, is being able to conceptualize it. The other is being able to teach a child. I can teach a child what half is, but telling them what 0.5 is almost impossible.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think even just the added language 0.5 half, like you're just adding a word 0.5, like I think it's just things get unnecessarily complicated.
Right. Fractions are a natural part of our life, right? Half, an eighth, third of something. That's really easy to conceptualize, and once you get into decimals, it becomes really difficult.
Yeah. I don't know math like at all because I didn't go to school, but I kind of get fractions more just inherently. So I see your point.
Okay, so you agree to be American. I appreciate that about you.
Mate, I just go with whatever works. Like for me.
Yeah.
Was it like last time I asked what was a gallon, and who was it? Truth said to me, she goes, "It's a bottle." Takes a bottle out. I'm like, this doesn't mean anything to me. Take a milk jug. I'm like, we don't have milk jugs that are a gallon. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I've never heard the word gallon outside of my TV.
Yeah. I was like, how much is a fucking gallon? It's like, I think it's like 3.8 liters
ounces.
or something.
Do you
So
guys
how much
know
would
what
that
like
be
a
in
pint
liters?
is? Do you guys use like pint and quarts and stuff?
Yeah, we use pints, yeah.
So it's just like gallon. That's like the only one that we made up, I guess, huh?
Yeah, something like that. I was just interested, like when.
You know ounces, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 64 ounces is a gallon.
What's an ounce?
An ounce.
Well, 24 grams, but I mean,
20,
okay.
20, yeah,
it
20,
depends.
whatever.
28.
Yeah, it really does depend, actually. But, anyways.
Huh, that's interesting. I've never even thought about any of these things. Like, I never talk to I only talk to Australians. So, like, for me, this is sort of a bit of a head spin because it's like, even on that level, there's something separating us in that regard. Like, milliliters, liters, gallons, kilograms, and then you go metric and inches and all the rest. It's just so weird.
Pounds, stone, this, that.
It's definitely, I feel like, an employee to keep people confused about like everything. Like electricity, like what? I don't even understand how they try to explain that, how that makes sense. You know, and they use words that even in videos where they're trying to explain it to you, they use words that are not everyday language and everyday vernacular of the average person. So it's like they're just kind of they could be making up words, and most of us would never realize it because we wouldn't even like look up what the word is and where it came from.
Jargon has its place. Jargon is specifically so that we could be far more accurate in what we're speaking of, right? So, like, when we're talking about volts, ohms, amps, all that stuff, those are named after the people who discovered their properties.
I think
right. I guess what I was more like, for example, today I was watching. I don't even remember what it was. But they mentioned something called like a neutrino, which is apparently a subatomic particle, and then stuff like the tau and like they're starting to name it like I don't know. It seems like it's I can't put my finger on it. It seems like it's not like
necessary.
maybe it's just getting like too specific is what I'm trying to say to where like it's getting hard for somebody to really like comprehend like
most of those particles they're talking about are theoretical particles.
Yeah.
They've never imaged them. They've never seen them. They've never touched them.
They just concepts, abstracts.
They're basically like stories. They're possibilities. Like they're they're theories. They're theories is what they are. Is what they are. They're theories.
The only
this is reminding me of the George Carlin sketch where he's talking about how the same things that could be just used really simply, like how shell shock turned into post-traumatic stress disorder, or it's like pre-board, so you board the plane or whatever before you board, lots of words that sort of just make it more complicated.
So when they say subatomic, sub is a Latin word denotating nothing. It means nothing. So subatomic means no atomic. So the word makes no sense whatsoever when you syntax it and just look at it for what it is.
I'm gonna show you guys a picture. This is a picture of what they say is a hydrogen atom. Now, if you look at it, you'll see that there's no actual particles. This is a moving force. It's a vibration. It's an energy field. You can't
100%.
describe this as a particle.
No way, because a particle denotes that it's like solid or
a solid thing.
That's just what that word is.
Right. This is in flux. So they're talking about a particle of this vibration. That doesn't make any sense.
That's vocabulary. Like they contradicts itself.
Right. It's a constituent part of a particle, and this is the only one they've actually imaged is a hydrogen atom. And I'm not really clear on how they got it. But if we're to conceptualize that's one proton, one neutron, and one electron.
You know what? I think I know how they got that because I think that was an old painting that I made of Kim Jong-un's anus. So that's kind of what that looks like, honestly. That actually might be what that is. That's what I'm starting to think.
Boy, Gifted, what you just said about subatomic and what Iggs just added reminds me exactly what Stephen Hawking said about the Big Bang. He said that the Big Bang had zero size and infinite hotness. And if you actually take a second to think about that, how does it have infinite hotness in zero size? So it's just like contradictory as all hell. And people think this spastic is somehow like a genius or something, but they never take the time to actually assess the words he's using.
Now I've seen this girl, and I would actually describe her as exactly that.
Yeah.
She's like size 0, and she's infinitely hot.
Bro, I was saying the other day, dude, there was this fucking Professor Phil. He's like, I call him Dr. Phil, this retard. And I told him, I go, prove to me that there is 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom in water. I go, show me this. Because I don't fucking subscribe to that bullshit fucking theory that they have. I think it's from what I've read, it's a lot more complex, and I've got like shit from the 1800s where they do like all these experiments. It's a load of bullshit. It proves to me that there's two bits. He goes, "Oh, you can separate, the hydrogen from the oxygen." I go, "Yes, but prove to me that there's fucking exactly 2 bits and 1 bit is the other. How the fuck do you prove it?"
Get him to practically demonstrate it.
Yeah. I go, "Show it," because you're making this claim. You're drawing these testicles flying around, 2 testicles here, 1 testicle there, and you're telling me this is what it's meant to be. And I'm like, "Show it, experiment.
Yeah.
Give me anything, something, whatever."
Yeah.
I can't get anything from anywhere. All the so-called academics, they haven't done 1 test to prove this shit.
The
It's
most
like
they
there
can
is
show
there.
you, the most they
It's
can
not
show
possible.
you is an electrolysis process in which they separate the hydrogen from the oxygen, and you will see that there's twice the amount of volume of hydrogen than there is oxygen.
Yep.
They'll prove it's hydrogen by lighting it on fire, thus hydrogen being inflammable will burst into flames. Oxygen will not. It's just an accelerant.
Yep. I get that. But the claim is
right, but that's the
specific. You get
closest
what I
they'll
mean?
get to showing you. Yeah.
100%, brother. Yeah. And I'm like, how does that prove what you are actually claiming? It's like, I don't know. I have to give a retarded example. I can't even think of a retarded example. This is how far I've gone.
You have to lower yourself to their
bro.
line of thinking, and that's too hard.
I can't go down that level of thinking. Like, I have to make up some real stupid abstract thing that I can't even think of now.
And it's like the parameters are set for these concepts because it's man-made. It's a man-made concept. So it's not like they can even really expand on it anyway. They can only repeat what the other concepts are. They can't expand on it because there's it's boxed in. You can't really since it's a concept, it doesn't exist in reality. Like, it's impossible to really reason with it because you can't sense it, you can't touch it. It's just word salad.
Yeah, it is.
Exactly.
With this
is, I
atomism,
think,
everything's an atom. I'm like, show an atom, man. Show me this atom. Show me this fucking round fucking thing that contains that is this thing but has no energy. How the fuck does that work, man? You've got this round thing. It does this stuff, but it's got no energy inside.
Right.
It's got nothing. It's hollow.
If you look at their picture, you can see that that's clearly not right because it's in motion. Because that electron is not in one place; it's in all the places. That even the neutron, if you look at it, it's not one place; it's everywhere in that given area. Yeah, it's an energy field. It is the word. It is sound. It's a wave.
And that's the other thing when they talk about these photons. I'm like, how the fuck do you have something shooting out and it's not anywhere and then it just appears somewhere? Like, there's a wavelength to it, man. Like, fuck me.
You want to disprove E equals mc squared. What's the weight of a photon?
Well, it doesn't. It's got nothing.
Okay, so E doesn't equal mc squared then.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just saying these people are just
right in the aspect of a photon. E does not equal mc squared.
Yep, that's correct. 100%.
When I first heard that, I actually asked the guy who told me, because this was earlier this year, because I never even heard the term E equals mc squared, and I said, well, what even is that? Can you explain it? It's like, mate, it would take me, if Einstein tried to explain it to you, it would take so long, probably like a month. And I'm like, well, it's probably bullshit then. And then he just like gasped at me, and I'm like, what the fuck you mean? It should be easy to explain. If you're so like sure about it, shouldn't it take like, I'm here, I can wait for an hour or so? Like, and he's just it's so complicated.
He didn't even say what the equation was.
No, like he just said, like
okay, energy equals mass times the speed of light squared.
Yeah.
That's the equation.
Which I don't know.
That's probably why I didn't explain it then.
And I've asked people, I go, prove to me that capture light. Nobody's captured light. We don't even know what light is. We know that the so-called sun comes up. There's this energy thing that comes up, and we see colors. There's a medium that flows through it, which they call air, which in the ancient days was called ether. It's just a new way to say air. And we see colors. We don't know what's going on. How do you propagate this thing about light, the speed of light? Like, go to your bedroom where your switch is and flick it off and on like a retard and try to see how quick that is. Like, it's redundant. It doesn't make sense.
This is all reminding me. I'm gonna sort of sidestep here, but it's sort of on the same, not the exact same topic, but it's sort of the same because it's all conceptual nonsense. Richard Dawkins, how he was trying to explain how the quote-unquote origin of the eye, the glena, how it sensed light. And I'm thinking, well, by Darwinian theory, there has to be a selective advantage. What's the selective advantage in quote-unquote sensing light, as he said? And it's just like, it's all, you can't wrap your head around any of it. It's just so many layers of deception going on.
Well, obviously, if you're an animal, you want to get to the sun, so that's why you would grow an eye, because you want to get to the sun.
Yeah, but there has, if neither it
I'm
nor
joking. No animal wants to go to the sun.
yeah, but I mean, like, the reasoning is that it wants to it wants to get closer to like warmth or whatever it was their reasoning, and it's for me, like, I'm trying to grasp my head around it. I'm just thinking, well, by your own logic, it has to have selective advantage if neither it nor its ancestors had sensed.
One of the most rudimentary animals we can think of that has eyes, or that area that can sense light, is a fluke. And fluke do not seek light.
Fluke, but I haven't heard of that before. What's that?
Yeah, I'll look it up real quick for you.
Jeez, man.
It's a flatworm. They don't actually seek light.
They have a go on vibration, don't they? When they talk about photosynthesis, they're invoking photons, which is bullshit. That's the whole point. They don't even know how electricity works. Like, the energy wraps itself around the outside of the actual cable, but they say we're going to insulate it and it's going to stay inside. It makes we can do stuff to direct energy or capture it, so we can to point it in a direction, but they don't know how it comes to be. There just is energy.
I think the only reason people fall for this, mate, is because we're all told it by people who we have to view as authority at a very early age. So this sort of not questioning it leaves us to think, well, it must be true because it is true. Like, that sort of circular reasoning. And I'll just,
Sorry,
seeing it, fluke one.
There's a fluke, or there's two fluke. They both have eyes, and they're blood parasites. They don't seek light.
Yeah.
That's what kills me. Like, to come up with that. They do not seek light.
And what I also notice is that they have two eyes. I'm not sure if that's what their eyes are. I don't know if that's, but
they do sense light through the eyes.
Yeah.
But they
that would totally destroy their selective advantage theory then.
Exactly. That's my point. I was strengthening your argument that what's
Yeah,
the selective
like
advantage?
that's awesome, mate. I'm glad you brought that to my attention because next time I have a conversation with someone about it, I'm definitely going to bring that up. Yeah, and yeah, it's even more so than that because there's two eyes there, and like how does because evolution doesn't know anything, it's random, and each mutation isn't to further another mutation. So if there's two eyes, that also like contradicts the evolution theory because that would mean that it's trying to further another mutation by having like not having like a stigmatism or something like that. Like it's perfectly symmetrical, like having the two eyes. It makes it easier, but yeah, like it. I don't get how people just sit down like zombies watching, the National Geographic or whatever it's called, and they're not even paying attention to what they're listening to. And I'm glad that I didn't go to school because I didn't get fed all this bullshit. I learnt about it after the fact, after hearing like all these other people come up to me and tell them their absurdities.
Yeah, it's another level of dumbness, bro. Like, I was arguing this stuff when I was like 13, 14, and you get kicked out and shit, and then if you had a decent school, they might give you an IQ test like they did to me, But otherwise, you can't question it.
Yeah,
they don't.
They really don't want dissident voices.
Nah, they don't.
Okay, now what's the energy your light bulb uses, and what's the energy you used to speak or to have all this conversation? Every one of you spoke words out,
Crystal
and
energy.
obviously, yeah. But the spoken word,
exactly.
How much mass does it have?
No, it's not. It's not a funny question.
Yeah,
vibrations.
The only reason I sort of
Yeah.
chuckled then is because I've never heard.
I know. That's why I laughed. To me, I get it.
So, what's the heaviest word then in the world that a man can speak?
You tell me.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Is it mommy?
I'm a fragilistic
equal MC squared is utter bullshit. You can't explain the energy of a spoken word.
Well, I can't quantify the energy of a spoken word. I do know that it has force, but not mass. But if I fill a hard drive with a bunch of words, it will weigh more than when it was empty. Did you know that?
You mean changing, having all those north-south polarities written?
Yes, changes the mass.
Yeah.
It does.
Okay.
So I don't know the weight of my spoken word, but my written word is quite weighty.
Yep.
It's hard to.
I just blew your mind.
Explain. No, not really. I know what you are, where you are trying to go.
You do,
but
because I'm trying to go to bed because it's almost 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty late here as well. Actually, no, it's not.